Hey everyone, welcome back to the alternate path. Today, we're diving into a brand new what-if story. What if Edward was forced to marry Bella in high school? Here's a quick summary. To teach bad boy Edward a lesson, his teachers marry him to the school's most well-behaved girl, Bella Swan. But can his ego survive an eternity by her side? But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to the alternate path and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. Enter Cullen. Mr. Hudson called in a bored voice. He was used to Cullen being right outside his office. In fact, he didn't even have to wait for the harsh rap of knuckles on the door anymore. And that had nothing to do with the fact that there was a window in the door of the office. The door opened and an extraordinarily good-looking boy, looking as bored as Mr. Hudson sounded, came in. Mr. Hudson, he greeted as he sat down in the chair opposite the balding man. He sat back in the chair, the light glinting off his bronze hair. His startling green eyes were teasing, a cheeky glint passing through them as he put his feet up on the desk as though it was the most natural thing in the world, which, to him, it probably was. "Feet off the desk, Edward," Hudson barked. "Yes, sir," Edward replied mockingly, removing his feet from the desk. Mr. Hudson ground his teeth together, obviously frustrated with the boy's sarcastic response but unable to work it. He counted to 10 in his head and then sighed. "Why are you here this time then, Cullen?" For speaking the truth, the boy answered in an innocent voice. "And chucking a brick through Mrs. Connell's car window. But she did practically ask for it." Hudson pinched the bridge of his nose and ignored Edward's second statement. "Speaking the truth to whom? That Swan girl." His tone was bitter and cross as he spoke and his perfect face turned into an expression so menacing, even a vampire would have been scared. "I presume you mean Isabella Swan." Mr. Hudson's tone was reprimanding and practically worshipful. "She is a straight-A-grade student, Cullen, and extremely well-behaved. She has a bright future ahead of her, quite unlike you at this point in time. Instead of saying nasty things to her, you should look up to her and take a leaf out of her book." "I said that I told the truth, not that I said nasty things to her." Edward smirked at his head teacher. "Edward, you are in my office. Obviously, to you, the two things are mutually inclusive or you would not be sat where you are right now." "I'm sorry, sir, I don't know what you mean by mutually inclusive." "I mean the same, Cullen," Hudson shouted. "This is exactly what I mean. You have great potential, Edward, but you squander it and use it to make trouble. I've had it up to here." He slammed his hand down on the desk. "I am not going to punish you anymore because you know that throwing bricks through teachers' windows is wrong and I know that suspension will not work. Edward, as much as I hate to give up on a student, I cannot try to teach the unteachable. Consider this your last warning." "Last warning until what?" Edward asked suspiciously. "Expulsion," Mr. Hudson answered flatly. Edward rolled his eyes, not at all deterred, and stood up. "Thanks, Mr. H. Nice doing business with you." And then he strolled out of the office. "I told you not to call me Mr. H." Mr. Hudson yelled after him, his face turning an unnatural shade of puce. He ground his teeth together again and closed his eyes, beginning to count to 10 and mumbling to himself about early grays, although he didn't really have enough hair left to turn gray. But before he even got to 7, he was interrupted. Mr. Hudson." Mr. Hudson opened his eyes to see a man in his 40s with graying hair standing in front of him. He was fiddling nervously with the bottom of his suit blazer, something that really irritated Mr. Hudson. "Yes, Mr. Marshall?" he asked, Forks High's only psychology teacher. "Well, sorry sir, but I couldn't help but overhear your conversation with Mr. Cullen and I think I may have a solution to your problem," Mr. Marshall said. "If you think that you have a punishment that will work on Cullen, then you have my permission to try it, and may you have all of the luck in the world." "Well, it's a bit long-winded, and it may take a while, but I'm pretty sure that it will set him straight." Mr. Hudson narrowed his eyes suspiciously at Mr. Marshall's mysterious tone. "Let's hear it then. I have both Mr. Cullen and Miss Swan in my psychology class and I am thinking of introducing a new project to their class, use them as red herrings, so to say." "What's the project and how will it stop Cullen from misbehaving?" Mr. Hudson sighed as though he had little faith in his colleague. "Well, it involves pairing one boy with one girl and they have to pretend to be married." You know, live together, wear rings, spend all of their time with each other, everything that marriage entails except for the physical aspect. Hudson interrupted. And how will this stop Cullen from? I was getting to that part. I can pair him up with Isabella Swan. She can teach him a lesson or two, I'm sure. And, perhaps there are a few things that she can learn from him too. And you're almost certain that this will set him straight. Mr. Hudson echoed his words, his eyes narrowed slightly. You can never underestimate the power the psychological effect of a human example can have. I believe it may help Cullen to see the world differently and realize what he could do if he'd put his mind to it. The project may also be an incredible experience for the whole class to endure. Mr. Hudson sighed again and considered it for a few minutes. He swiveled in his chair and stared blankly at the chart on his wall. It was a calendar of the year, with a little box for every day since he had started here at the beginning of the spring term. It was only 2 days until spring break now, but every day that Mr. Hudson had been replacing the previous head teacher, Mr. Green, who had decided to move to a girls' school, and Mr. Hudson was now beginning to realize why, there was a little pencil scribble of appointments. And, most of them were reminding him of some type of punishment that Edward Cullen was currently serving. More recently, they simply read, Cullen. His brow furrowed as he thought. And when would this project begin and end? The first week we return after spring break, it will need some preparing, and it would probably last for a few weeks. Mr. Hudson beeped in a deep breath and blew it out again as he came to his decision. Very well. You can go ahead with this project and try your hardest to influence Cullen with the spectacular power of the human mind, but I personally don't think that it will make much of an impact. All I expect from this project is an angry Cullen and a brick through your window, resulting in expulsion. I've given him his last warning now. If he puts one more toe out of line, Hudson trailed off. Oh, you can't expel him during the project. It would leave Isabella with no partner and she would fail. The girl's never got below an A in her life, she'd probably die of a heart attack. Mr. Marshall said. Mr. Hudson was visibly irritated. Well, you keep him in check then. I'll try my best. It's got to be worth a try though, hasn't it? Though Hudson was not at all convinced that the project would even be worth that, he had run out of ideas, so he would have to stick with whatever insane idea anyone else could come up with. I guess so. It can't do much more harm. Another teacher is bound to get a brick through their window soon enough, or worse. But, after your little project, Cullen will not be protected from expulsion. He cannot know that he won't get expelled whilst participating in this, or he will run amok. As soon as the project is over, Marshall, I'll give you that long. If the boy hasn't changed by then, he's going to be out of this school faster than he could throw a brick through my window, and I'd expect that he can do that pretty damn fast. Hudson concluded, pointing to the door, an unsubtle hint that he wanted Mr. Marshall to leave his office. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, Mr. Marshall said gratefully. He wore a huge grin as he stepped out of his boss's office, eager to put his plan into action. Unteachable, indeed. He, Stephen Marshall, would be the one to prove that there was not an unteachable student in the world, including Edward Cullen. After all, you can never overestimate the power of the human mind, and the psychology behind it. Come on, come on. I coaxed my old red truck as I drove closer and closer to the school. Getting up late on the first day back after spring break was not a great idea if I wanted to keep my perfect record. Which I did. But I knew that my excellent grades and spotless record were probably the causes of my lack of popularity. I mean, I didn't particularly mind that people said nasty things about me, both behind my back and to my face, but it was a bit of a bummer not having anyone there to stick up for me. Or even just to talk civilly to me. That was really all I asked of life. I knew that there was a new girl starting today, but I didn't have high hopes for her. She was related to Edward Cullen, enough said. Edward Cullen was the rebel of the school, the bad boy. Of course, he was the whyest guy in the world, and every girl in school would do anything for him, except for me. His stunning green eyes, strange bronze hair and shocking muscles did nothing for me at all. Sure, he was gorgeous and I'm not afraid to admit that, but you should never judge a book by its cover, and I knew what was behind that cover, a player. But I seemed to be the only girl in Forks High that could actually see this. Or the only one that cared. It was a good thing that I hated the guy, though, because he sure hated me. That much had been made obvious several times, the most recent just 2 days before we broke up for spring break. I sighed as I parked in my space. We didn't have aligned spaces or anything, but I had parked in this space ever since I had started here. Probably because it was the space furthest away from the school, the outcast, just like me. I grabbed my bag and got out of my truck, starting to run through the rain that held a constant presence in Forks. I flopped down in my seat just before the bell rang. Phew. I dug through my bag and pulled out my battered paperback copy of Wuthering Heights, before settling down to read throughout registration. It was lucky my tutor was an English lit teacher. Just a few minutes after me, Mrs. Connell came through the door. "Morning, class. Settle down, please." There was no change in the noise level. Mrs. Connell took a deep breath and yelled, "Shut up." Everyone fell quiet. "Thank you," Mrs. Connell said. I ignored her and stuck my nose back in my book. I was so absorbed that I didn't notice the unnatural silence that accompanied the door to the classroom creaking open and then shutting. I only paid attention to the change when a bell-like voice spoke. Sorry I'm late, miss," it said. I looked up to see a girl stood by the door. She had short black hair that had been skillfully straightened to make it stick out in spikes and glittery blue eyes. She was thin in the extreme, small, a bit like a pixie, and wore what were clearly designer clothes. I could practically hear all of the boys in the classroom panting. I rolled my eyes. This must be the new Cullen. "Ah, you must be Alice Cullen," Mrs. Connell said, and I could tell that she was trying her hardest not to be judgmental. It looked hard and I didn't really blame her. I mean, it was only a few weeks ago that the most infamous boy in the school had thrown a brick through her car window because she gave him a well-deserved F, and now his sister stood in front of her, joining her class. "Yes," Alice replied. "Sorry about the late thing. My brother drove us today. I presume that means something to you." "You could say that." Mrs. Connell's tone was hard. She shook her head and waved a hand dismissively. "Take a seat." Alice's beautiful eyes swept the classroom for an empty seat. From my back seat I could see almost everyone in the classroom sitting straighter, wanting her to sit next to them. For a moment, it was almost as though I could read their minds. She looks cool and she'd get them closer to Edward. I rolled my eyes and was about to start reading again, but then Alice did something that surprised me. She grinned at me and came to sit in the empty seat beside me. I blinked at her. Sorry, but in what strange parallel dimension would a Cullen choose to sit next to me? "Hi," she said, smiling. Hi," I muttered. I could feel the glares of my classmates on me, but I ignored them. "Did you have a good spring break?" Yeah, I guess. It was peaceful," I replied semi-honestly. "Not so much peaceful. More like boring and drama-free." "Did you?" "Yes. I got to do so much shopping," she exclaimed. I fought the urge to roll my eyes. What was it with girls and shopping? I didn't exactly fit your typical teenager, probably another cause for the lack of popularity, but I couldn't really see what girls got out of shopping anyway. Maybe Alice and I wouldn't get on that well. Especially not when she realized that the entire school hated me. I did go to a boarding school in Biloxi, but I didn't like it there much, so my parents said I could come here with my brother, Alice continued. "Edward," I practically growled. "You know him." I trailed off. I was about to say, hate him, but that might not have gone down too well. I decided to go for the nicest approach possible. "I know him. I am forced to sit next to him in biology." "Great going, Bella. Is that really the nicest approach?" "Oh." Alice stared at me for a moment. I could have hit myself. It was okay to say that to one of his followers, and get beat up, but his sister. No, that was just plain rude. "Sorry," I apologized. "I'm going to give you some advice," she announced under her breath. Now it was my turn to stare at her in utter bewilderment. "Why?" "Because you look like a nice person. I'm sure we're going to be friends, and I don't want you to screw your life up," Alice replied. Okay. I couldn't think of anything else to say. "Don't date my brother. Don't talk to my brother. Hell, don't even go near my brother." She ground her teeth together. To say I was surprised would be an understatement. Why would I want to go near Edward Cullen? And why would he allow me to get that close? Sheesh. I guessed she would soon learn. "Don't worry. That's never going to happen," I said after a rather long surprised pause. "No, I mean it," Alice exclaimed, clearly not having processed what I had said yet. He's an arrogant pig and, wait, what? I hate your brother. He is an arrogant pig. He is a player and he is disgusting. No offense intended. Come again. Alice gaped at me. Player. It's another word for man-whore. Yes, I know what you mean by player. Did you just say that you hate my brother? She looked utterly shocked. Yes, I answered slowly, not sure as to whether she'd taken offense, so I added, the feeling's mutual though. Mutual. As in he hates you too? Alice asked, looking me up and down as I nodded. I'm surprised, she continued. You look like just his type. I shuddered. He has a type. I'd have thought roadkill would be his type as long as it was willing to go to bed with him. I rolled my eyes and then remembered that Alice was his sister. Again. Sorry. But, to my relief, she was laughing. That is very true, she said. And no offense taken. I can't help being related to him, so as long as you don't hold it against me, I think that we're going to get on great. She grinned at me, united by a hatred of my brother. I never thought I'd meet another girl that doesn't worship him. Now I laughed. Maybe I had been wrong before. Perhaps Alice and I could be friends after all. Ah, look at him strolling around like he owns the place. Stupid asshole. Alice dropped her fork on the table and pushing her plate of pasta away disgusted. I know I was surprised that she sat with me too. I turned to look in the direction that she was to see Edward walking to his usual, cool, table with a stunning own girl tucked under his arm who looked like she could hyperventilate at any second. I rolled my eyes when I recognized her, Shelby Cummings from the year above us. But then again, Edward could get anyone he wanted, even if they were 20 years older. What is that, like, his table or something? Alice fumed as conversation on the table that Edward sat down at suddenly ceased and everyone turned to talk to him. Or something, I muttered, picking at my own pasta. I think of it more as a cult. An evil one. Alice snorted. So who are the jocks, and girls, he's sat with anyway? His gang and his fan club, I answered. He has a fan club. Alice quirked an eyebrow at me. Yes. And I think you and me are the only two girls not to join. I mean, some of them even have t-shirts, for crying out loud. It's like a religion. They are that close to worshipping him. Alice laughed out loud. I'm not joking. But Alice's attention was focused on Edward's table again. Who's the owned? Jasper Hale. His sister, Rosalie, was like the female version of Edward before she graduated last year, so of course he had to be in Edward's gang. I frowned. You know, I've never actually thought about this before, but he's only got one thing in common with Edward, troublemaking. He's the quiet rebel while Edward is the attention-seeking one. And, the biggest difference, I've never seen him with a girl hanging off his arm like Edward always has. He has plenty of girls after him, obviously, but he always turns them down. Personally, I think he's gay. Or emo. Or both. I stopped talking to take a sip of my milkshake. Alice frowned. He's gay. I shrugged. Dunno. I guess I've never seen him with a guy hanging off his arm either. Why? Are you interested? I teased. Of course not. He's Edward's friend. Alice glared at me and I quickly backpedaled. Joking, Alice. She pulled her pasta back in front of her and started picking at it again. What lessons do you have this afternoon? Trig and, oh no. What? Psychology, Ned. I hate that damn class. Is it really that bad? Well, the subject itself isn't that terrible, but your brother is in my class and he has this habit of trying to make my life as miserable as possible. Not to mention that the teacher, Mr. Marshall, is very passionate about his subject. He likes using us as guinea pigs to see how the human mind works. Next I expect we'll have to look after fish or something. What would that prove? I have absolutely no idea, but last term we had to do an hour's meditation every morning before school to see if it made us calmer. Edward used it as an excuse to be an hour late for school nearly every day. Well, maybe whatever you do won't be as bad as that, Alice suggested. When do you have psychology? I don't do it. I sighed and looked over to the cool table, in time to see Edward get up and tow his little friend towards the hatchet where he could dump his plateful of untouched food. Alert, ignorant twat approaching, I mumbled to Alice. She looked around and her teeth ground together. And then, she stuck her foot out, tripping her brother. He dropped the tray with a clatter, the plate smashing on the floor and the food splashing all over Shelby's dress. She squealed as he steadied himself and then turned to glare at whoever had tripped him. Alice. I squeaked, mortified as everyone else in the canteen turned to glare at us. Oops, sorry Edward, she said, beaming. I really must watch where I leave my big feet. Edward glared at her and shouted, Alice, what the hell do you think? And then he caught sight of me and changed his sentence, lowering his voice as he spoke. Why are you sat with her? Her name is Bella, Alice spat. And she's my friend. I glowed at her words. Really? I was her friend. I don't care what her name is. Edward hissed. Are you trying to dissolve my reputation? Because it's working. I flushed as more and more people turned to watch the almost silent squabble between the siblings. Believe it or not, Edward, your reputation isn't one to be proud of. Edward glared at her menacingly. The expression on his face was terrifying. And then, he turned and dragged Shelby out of the cafeteria. Everyone, including me, stared at Alice. Edward never lost an argument. What are you looking at? She snapped at someone watching. Almost instantly, everyone turned their attention back to their food. Then she smiled at me and held her hand up. And, in that one instant, two things became clear. Alice Cullen was not someone to be messed with and Alice Cullen was my friend. I grinned back at her and slapped her hand in a high five. Edward Pav, who's the new girl? Mitchell asked, after we had got outside the cafeteria. I grimaced. Stupid Alice. Why couldn't she just stay at her stupid boarding school? Now I had to admit that my sister was sitting with the most uncool person in the whole school. Admittedly, Bella could have been a nice person and she was stunning, but she was such a ass. Her name's Alice, I replied, hoping that I wouldn't be asked how I knew that. How do you know that? Lindsay questioned. Why did Cole have to date that nosy cow? She's, my sister, I confessed, trying to ignore Mason's questioning glance. I knew what it meant. Why has she come back? I didn't know you had a sister, Carter said. I rolled my eyes. That's because I never told you. I have psychology this afternoon. Ned, quickly changing the subject. I wonder what interesting project he's got for us this time. Mason saved me. If it's anything like the dumb meditating thing, Mr. Marshall might be found dead in his bed tonight. Connor ran his fingers through his brown hair, seemingly buried in his own thoughts, which probably consisted of trying to discover the best way of murdering Mr. Marshall. Unlike Connor, I didn't mind Mr. Marshall too much. Sure, he was bizarre, but he was the only teacher in the school who would let me get away with whatever I wanted. He never even sent me to the head's office, and that was where I spent most of my time these days. Not because I'm always naughty, but just because I always get caught on the odd occasion. Maybe he'll make us look after an egg, Mitchell suggested. I read something about a school that did that. Ooh, we all mocked. Mitchell read something. He flushed and shut up then. I guess we'll find out soon enough, I sighed as the bell rang for next period. I just hope it's nothing too drastic. Psychology, Edward. Mason grinned mockingly at me, running his hand through his dark hair. Or you could say torture, I sighed. I mean, seriously, first day back after spring break and they decide to let that moron loose on us with a new project. Mason shuddered and then the bell rang. Oh dear, we're late, I said sarcastically as we started to climb the 41 stairs to the psychology rooms. Bet you $5 Marshall will be later than we are. Bet you he won't. He'll be too eager about the new project, Mason disagreed. You got yourself a bet, I said, holding out my hand for him to shake. Beeper, Mason said, shaking the outstretched hand. I simply quirked an eyebrow at him as we reached the top of the stairs. We paused outside the door and then, I slowly opened it. People were sitting on desks, chatting, although that didn't mean anything special in Mr. Marshall's class. I peered round the corner at Mr. Marshall's desk to see it empty. Mason, you owe me $5. I said, holding out my hand. That prat Marshall. Why can't he ever show up on time? Mason grumbled, putting a $5 bill on the palm of my hand. He went over to his usual space next to Sadie Piper, his current girl, and I looked around the classroom for an empty space. I took the seat next to Jennifer Dean, who looked like she could have died and gone to heaven when I pulled out the chair next to her. I rolled my eyes. Couldn't she tell that I was only sitting there to avoid being sat next to Alice's new friend? I was surprised that Bella hadn't died of the shock of having someone actually speak to her, to be honest. Freak. Then, the door opened and, 10 minutes late, Mr. Marshall came into the classroom. Hi class. Sorry I'm late. I just had some last-minute preparations to make to your new project. At this, the whole class exchanged uneasy glances. I saw Jennifer move her chair closer to mine, trying, and completely failing, to be subtle. What's this project then, sir? I called out. Ah, Mr. Cullen. He grinned at me. You may well ask. What the hell? The guy never made sense. Are you gonna tell us then? I asked rudely. I am indeed. He switched on the overhead projector and a slideshow came up on the board. The title of the slideshow made me feel uneasy. Marriage. Now, don't get me wrong, but commitment is really not my thing. I do one-night stands, not big white weddings. I really hoped that he wasn't being serious. This term, Mr. Marshall started, you shall each be marrying one of your classmates. I saw all of the girls' attention turn to me and I looked round the class for a girl I wouldn't mind marrying. And I severely hoped that this was metaphorical. After one day, I'd be filing for a divorce. Can I marry Mason, sir? I said. You'll be paired with a girl, Cullen, Mr. Marshall responded. Well, I looked round again. How about Mercy then, sir? I wanted to get a good one before they all went. Mercy's jaw dropped as I said her name and she stared at me, hopeful. I winked at her. Actually, Edward, I've paired you all up myself. Now, before I tell you who you are paired with, I will tell you the details of this assignment. He walked up and down in front of the board. Basically, you will have to live with your partner from Friday, in 2 days, until the end of term. But that's 5 weeks. I protested. Yes, I know that, Edward. The 3rd week you will get a break from your partner to see how different your life is. This project is supposed to depict what marriage is really like and is supposed to teach you how to cooperate with other people. Marriage is about commitment and working things out together. Consider yourselves lucky that this project is 5 weeks long because marriage is for eternity. So, as I was saying before Cullen interrupted, you will be living with your partner, as real couples do and does that include? Mason spoke up this time, but Mr. Marshall interrupted him before he could say the word that all non-biology teachers hated. If you are incredibly desperate to include the physical aspect of marriage in this project then I can't stop you, but please be sure to be safe. I grinned at Mason across the room. Now, you will live together and must spend as much time together as possible. I will be giving you a log book in which you will write your experiences and record your feelings. Like a diary. I questioned. Will you two stop interrupting? Mr. Marshall shouted. Then he cleared his throat and started again. Yes, a bit like a diary. It's not compulsory that you fill in the log book, but a 10-page essay should be handed in at the end of the project, approximately 2 pages for each week, including the week of separation because you will have to say how you felt being away from your other half. Free, I interrupted again, but Mr. Marshall ignored me. The writing cannot be huge or I will ask you to redo it. This essay will be graded and, yes, it is important so no goofing off. Mr. Marshall looked pointedly at me and then turned his gaze on Mason for a second. Then he cleared his throat again. Is that clear? Yes, Mr. Marshall, we chorused. Right. Now, I will tell you who your husband or wife will be for the next few weeks. When I call your names, go and sit with your partners. He shuffled through some papers he had in his hand and then read out the first names, Daniel Jackson and Megan Bailey. I saw Megan blush out of the corner of my eye and Daniel grin at her. I rolled my eyes. Seth Hunter and Amy Walker. This time, Amy pouted, looking pointedly at me. All I could say was that I felt sorry for Seth. Kyle Barlow and Gabby Wilmot. Rob Wilson and Kalei Archer. Samuel Douglas and Emily Parker. As far as I could see there was no order to the names, they were completely random. They weren't done alphabetically or anything, so there was no way I could work out who I was with. Mercy Jameson and Peter Richards. Damn. Well, there went my hand-picked girl. Mason Roberts and Heidi Pickford. I grinned at Mason who grimaced. Nothing worse than being paired with an ex. And then my name was read out. Edward Cullen and the remaining girls sat up straight and seemed to strain their ears, if that was at all possible. But the name that left his lips was typically the one I least wanted to hear. This was a situation worse than being paired with your ex. A situation that made me take back what I said about not minding Mr. Marshall. Isabella Swan. What? I shrieked, but I wasn't the only one. The whole class fell silent and turned to stare, or to glare depending on their gender, at Bella. Well, Blow me down and feed me parts of my own anatomy. Little Miss Goody Two-Shoes had just shouted at a teacher. Bella paw. No, no, no. Of all of the boys in the class, one had to marry that one. What the hell was Mr. Marshall thinking? What? I yelled without thinking. A smile that clearly said that this was expected appeared on Mr. Marshall's face. Mr. Cullen, Miss Swan. If you have a problem, please see me at the end, but in the meantime, please move to sit together. Unwilling to go against a teacher's wishes, I gathered my books and moved to sit next to Edward, cussing under my breath. I very rarely swore, but this was one of those special occasions. What a retard, Edward was muttering to himself. Putting me with that key. Ass, beep up, stupid, little. Look, I hissed, I don't like this any more than you do, okay? So just shut up and deal with it. He looked shocked that I had spoken to him for a second, but then he whispered, has my pathetic sister rubbed off on you then? Perhaps, I sniffed, or maybe I've just wanted to say that to you since forever. He ground his teeth together. As soon as the lesson's over, we're demanding to swap partners. That would be my pleasure, Cullen, I spat. That's good then, Swan, because I am not pretending to be married to you. Never ever. I'd rather have parts of myself eaten by wild creatures than spend eternity with you. And if you expect me to actually bother doing this for a grade, then you are so wrong. Oh, don't worry. I don't expect intelligence from someone like you, I said. He glared at me. And what's that supposed to mean? I smiled sweetly. Oh, nothing. He growled and went back to complaining under his breath. Mr. Marshall finished reading out the names and then went on to tell us about other things we had to do in this ridiculous project. Looking after fish would have been so much better than this. Uncharacteristically, I ignored the teacher and spent the last part of the lesson in a glaring contest with my so-called husband. Finally, the bell sounded. The rest of the class spilled from the room hurriedly, only Mason bothering to look back to where Edward and I stood, fuming, in front of Mr. Marshall's desk. I saw him laugh once at Edward and then he followed the rest out. Mr. Marshall turned to us as soon as the door closed behind the class. Is there a problem, you two? Do you even have to ask? Edward fumed. I am not marrying her. Sorry, Edward, but that's who I paired you with, Mr. Marshall said. Can't I marry someone I don't despise? No, Cullen. Your partner is Bella and nothing you say, or do, can change that. Now I spoke up. But Mr. Marshall, that's not fair. He looked at me with an amused expression on his face. I never thought I'd see the day you argued with a teacher, Miss Swan. Yes, but this is ridiculous, I said. I hate him and he hates me. Isn't the idea of marriage to spend eternity with someone you love? Well, you'll have to work around your differences then, Mr. Marshall said. But, Edward started. Mr. Marshall interrupted him. Edward, I really think that this project will help you. Help. He exploded. Help me. Sorry, sir, but what are you on? Mr. Marshall chuckled. Nothing, Edward. I honestly believe that it will. But what about me? I protested at the same time as Edward Saeed. Marrying her is not going to help me. Okay, guys. Look, the project officially starts on Friday. Next Friday, I will speak to you and if you are still trying to rip each other's throats out, then I will consider changing partners. Edward suggested hopefully. No, but I will consider a negotiation. Edward pulled a face. Now, go home and make the most of your last 2 days alone, Mr. Marshall said, pointing to the door. We sighed simultaneously and headed for the door. Edward opened it and went out first, where Mason pounced on him. So, fat lot of good that was, Edward Saeed, irritated, and then he quoted Mr. Marshall, you'll have to work around your differences. What is his problem? Mason laughed at him. Tough luck, Edward. I'm right here, you know, I said in a clipped tone. Oh, I know, Mason said. He turned round and winked at me. So, what do you think of being with Edward? Is that a joke? I growled. Mason laughed. No. Well, in that case, this grade may be the very first one I ever fail, I snapped. Purposefully. And then I turned and started down the stairs. I heard Mason go, ooh. And I rolled my eyes. Prats. I stormed out of the door and over to my car, but then I heard someone calling my name. What? I snapped, spinning to look at who had come up behind me. I tried to keep my bad mood in check when I saw who it was. Oh, hi Alice. What's up with you? She asked. You will never guess what our new project is in psychology, I said, shaking my head angrily. So you're not looking after fish then? She checked. I scoffed. Huh, I wish. Wow, must be bad. The word bad times 26 does not cover how terrible this really is, I grumbled. So it's bad 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 bad. Alice started, counting the bads on her fingers. Yes, Alice, I get it, I interrupted. It is super bad. Well, what is it? We have to, I started, but I was interrupted. Oi, Edward's sister. Mason called from across the lot. Leave Edward's wife alone. I looked over in time to see Edward push Mason to the ground and storm off toward his Volvo stony-faced. Alice quirked an eyebrow at me, confused. Wife. We have to pretend to marry a classmate. Just my luck that I get paired with that stupid pig. Rather than sympathizing with me as I presumed she would, Alice squealed excitedly. Oh my God, she gasped. That means you're my sister-in-law. Alice. I'm Ned. Did you hear me wrong or something? I have to pretend to be married to Edward. Oh. She frowned slightly. Well, at least it's not forever. I have to be his sister for my whole life. He doesn't hate you, I pointed out. He doesn't hate you either, Alice said. Suddenly, a silver car drew up beside us and the window on the driver's side came down with a whir. Come on, Alice, Edward sighed moodily. She rolled her eyes at me and smirked. See you tomorrow. She started towards the passenger side of Edward's car, but then she stopped and turned back to me. When does this project start properly? Friday, I replied, ignoring Edward's piercing glare. Come to our house first. Then you don't even have to pay that idiot any attention. She grinned. It'll be like a slumber party. I sighed. To be honest, Alice, I'm thinking of just dropping the grade altogether. You're not the only one, Edward muttered crossly. You won't do that, Alice predicted. Maybe this project won't be that bad. It's not going to kill you to try. I couldn't reply to that, so I just shook my head and waved at her before turning and walking toward my truck to go back to my house as a single girl for one of the last times. I was still fuming when Charlie came in the door that night. Hey Bells, he said, grinning as he hung up his belt. Hi, I replied in a tone that clearly reflected my bad mood. Charlie frowned as he came into the kitchen and sat down at the dining table. What's up with you? I set his plate of lasagna in front of him and sat down to start my own without saying anything. Well, Charlie pressed, picking up his own fork and starting to eat. I have to marry Edward Cullen, I spat, my anger flaring again. Charlie froze. What? I quickly corrected myself. Not really marry him but, near enough, I semi-explained. It's for a stupid psychology project that's supposed to teach us about what marriage is really like. I scoffed at that, and Mr. Marshall had to pair me up with Cullen of all people. Charlie was still frowning, but he had continued to eat, which was a good sign. And what does this project entail? I have to live with him for 3 weeks, I told him. I actually have to stay in the same room as Edward Cullen. It is so annoying. There was a pause. You'll come round to the idea, Charlie said eventually. You always do. I'm sure he's a nice boy when you get to know him. I'm sure he's no better when you get to know him, I retorted. Besides, I'd sooner get to know the dust under my bed before getting to know him. Charlie chuckled and I glared at him. He backtracked quickly. Bella, it's 3 weeks. It's not forever. You'll get over it. Just put up with the boy for that long. I stared at him in amazement. Aren't you going to get all panicky at the thought of me living with a boy? Charlie sighed, serious again. No, Bella, I know that you don't think that this is a very good project, but I disagree with you. I'm not sure what your teacher wants you to get out of it, but kids are marrying far too young these days. It's about time that they learnt that marriage isn't all it seems to be. You know that 50% of marriages end in divorce. Yes, Dad, you've told me. I just don't want you to finish up the way your mother and I did. This project will probably do you some good and will make you youngsters learn that marriage and families are things to think seriously about. Dad, I have nothing against the project at all, but I would never marry Edward Cullen. I despise him. I thought you were supposed to marry someone you love. You marry someone you think you love, Charlie corrected me. It doesn't always last forever. You two will just have to work together and I'm sure you won't hate him after a while. He's probably a nice guy. You don't know him, I mumbled. But I know his father. Now that caught my attention. You do? Yes. Dr. Cullen, he works at the hospital. I run into him occasionally. He's one of the nicest people I've ever met and I can't imagine him to raise a bad child. It's probably just his behavior inside school, showing off for the girls. I had never considered Edward's behavior a show, but now that Charlie mentioned it, I supposed it was possible. Wait, what? No, I was not defending Edward Cullen. His behavior was him completely. He was a player. Period. So when do you start your project? Charlie wondered. Friday, I answered. And you'll bring this young man to meet me. I cringed. I could only imagine that. But, then again, Edward would probably have to stay here some time. Sometime, I said, but probably not on Friday. I think I'm going to stay there first. See, Edward's got a sister, Alice, who's my friend, so it'd be nice to have someone else there who hates him almost as much as I do. Bella. Charlie was stern now. Give the poor guy a break. He can't be all that bad. No, you're right, I sighed. He's worse. Just get on with him, get a good grade and then you never have to speak to the guy again, okay Bells. I gritted my teeth and speared my lasagna with my fork. Stupid Mr. Marshall. I couldn't wait until next week when we could negotiate. Edward Pav. The journey home with Alice had been silent, until now. Why, Edward? She asked quietly. Why what? Alice sighed and hesitated, as though she was thinking of how to word something. Why are you like you are? And that wasn't vague at all. I rolled my eyes. That's what I mean. Alice cried. Why are you so rude? So immature and just plain pathetic. Ouch, I said, acting hurt. But, honestly, Alice, I don't know what you mean. Yes you do, she said. Bella told me everything. All about your girlfriends, your attitude, your everything. You never used to be like that. I just want to know why you'd let Carlisle down like that. Doesn't he do anything? Of course he has, I replied. Honestly, he's tried everything. But he's given up. Even the teachers have given up on punishing me. Do you not care? Alice asked. I sighed, unwilling to tell her anything. I used to. But, she pressed. I felt my lips set into a frown, a sign that I wasn't going to say anything more on the subject. I wasn't willing to discuss the reasons behind my behavior with my sister of all people. Alice sighed, understanding the sign. You know, Edward, she said, you should really change before it's too late. I scoffed at her words and then turned the radio up, effectively ending all conversation until we got home. I lay on my bed that evening, playing with my phone contemplating calling Mason or one of the guys. But then, I had an idea. I had no idea where this sudden flash of whatever it was had come from, and I wasn't sure whether I was grateful for it or not, but I decided that there was no harm in trying. I slid off of my bed and crept along the corridor and up the second flight of stairs. I held my breath when a stair creaked, but Alice didn't come running to see why I was going up to the third floor, so I presumed that I was safe and proceeded on up. I reached the top of the stairs and silently walked along the corridor until I reached the familiar oak, paneled door. There was a nail hammered wonkily into the wood and a hand-painted sign hanging on wire that was dangling from the nail. I smiled slightly as I traced the painted words with my finger, Edward's den keep out. Well, that was what it had once said. Half the letters were missing now, so instead it read, Edward's den eat boot, but it didn't matter. Hesitantly, I reached for the door handle. I twisted it gently, careful not to pull it off as I always used to. I remembered accidentally locking myself inside and laughed once at my boyish stupidity. I took a step inside and shut the door behind me, deeply inhaling the musty, old wood smell that used to be so much a part of my life. Then I saw it, the familiar shape hidden under a gray-white sheet. What used to be my most prized possession and had then been abandoned, just like my old life of grades and perfect tardy records. Carefully, I took one end of the dirtied sheet between the index finger and thumb of my right hand and pulled. The sheet fell away effortlessly, revealing the dark brown willow frame of my once-loved piano. I lifted the lid and stared at the ivory keys for a long moment, and then I sat down on the stool and rested my hands on a few of the keys, the C chord playing at a very low volume. The feel of the keys under my fingers brought back so many memories that I had forced into the back of my mind. I pushed the memories away again and gently started to play the melody that naturally came to me, the melody that haunted my past full of untold secrets. I played softly to myself until I couldn't do it any longer. Then, I shut the lid again and threw the sheet back over the piano, hiding it away with my memories. I couldn't afford to let memories like that into my life right now. But deep down I knew that hiding the piano now wouldn't make much difference. The damage had been done and I'd let the memories in. Now I'd have to fight them off with all the willpower I had. I went back down the stairs to my bedroom and retrieved my phone back off my bed. While I had been gone, I had missed 3 calls, all from Mason. I rolled my eyes and called him back, preparing for more taunts about the stupid psychology project that landed me with my worst enemy as a wife. Bella Pav. Beep, beep, beep. There was that annoying beeping noise again. Why wouldn't it just leave me alone? Go away, I mumbled. But the beeping continued. Suddenly, my sleep-fogged brain realized what it was and I reached out to turn my alarm clock off and go back to sleep. But my hand came down and slapped the top of my desk. I opened my eyes and looked at the desk. Underneath my hand there was a fluorescent pink post-it note. I sighed and pulled the sticky note off, trying to ignore the irritating alarm. Nice try, Bells, it read in Charlie's familiar scrawl. Get up and find it. I groaned and lay back in bed, deciding to ignore the alarm for as long as humanely possible. That wasn't long at all. I must have lasted for about 1 minute before it annoyed me beyond ignoring it and I got out of bed to look for it. An hour and a half later, I pulled into the school parking lot. I headed for my usual space but, to my intense surprise, a silver Volvo had already taken it. I ground my teeth together. Was he trying to irritate me to death before we had to start the project? I was surprised at my sudden irritation at Edward, though it was inevitable. He hadn't actually done anything that bad yet. The space was open to anyone. I reluctantly parked next to it and proceeded to the form room. Hey Bella, Alice called, waving to me the moment I set foot inside the classroom. Everyone looked first to Alice and then at me, making my face turn inhumane shades of red. I hurried to my seat next to Alice and sat down, too embarrassed to be surprised that she still wanted to sit next to me. Hey Alice, I greeted her, dumping my bag on the desk. What's up with you? She wondered. I am not a morning person, I grumbled. Alice opened her mouth to say something, but she was interrupted by the door banging open and 3 girls coming in. Kelsey Jones was in the middle, crying her eyes out, and Rosie and Kara either side of her, trying to comfort her, though she looked like she was way beyond that. The classroom fell silent and all of the other girls crowded round. Alice and I exchanged glances and listened closely to the conversation. What happened? Kira asked nosily. He, Kelsey gasped between sobs. Broke up with her. Rosie helped her out. There was a chorus of gasps. What? No. Alice rolled her eyes at me. It was terrible, Kelsey wailed. He called me Chelsea and then he told me that it was, over. How could he do that? Someone else asked. Yeah, didn't you only get together yesterday? Kelsey nodded miserably, and I heard Alice's chair scrape the floor noisily as she stood up beside me. Please say she isn't about to do what I think she is. What did you just say? Alice demanded. I groaned softly. Yes, she is. Everyone turned to stare at Alice and the only sound was a quiet sniff from Kelsey. Did you just say that you got together yesterday? Yes, Kelsey replied. I'm sorry, but in what kind of twisted world would you be this upset because of a guy that you got together with yesterday? Alice, I mumbled. She ignored me. Come on, Kelsey. He must be a jerk to break up with you that quickly. Alice, I said a bit louder as a sharp intake of breath went round the classroom. He's evil. You should be glad that he's dumped you. A guy that callous doesn't deserve a girl like you, a girl at all. Alice, I warned, but it was too late. Becca stood up too. Who do you think you are? She demanded of Alice. I beg your pardon. Alice glared at her, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Nobody, not even his sister, can speak about Edward Cullen like that, Becca spat, tossing her black hair out of her eyes. It was Edward? Alice inquired. Her tone was polite, but I could see the glint of anger hidden behind her startling blue eyes. Of course. Who else would Kelsey be that upset over? He isn't callous and she was damn lucky that he even looked at her. Then, Mrs. Connell came in. Alice sank back down into her seat, muttering incoherently. I did try to warn you, I said. That boy is such a jerk. Alice spat vehemently. How dare he pick up girls like that and then drop them the day after? I told you about this yesterday, I reminded her. Yes, but it's one thing hearing about it and another completely to see it in action, Alice said. I shrugged. He is so dead. No, he is more than dead. He is, a jerk, she repeated. Well, I bet that Edward would say you were a jerk if he could hear you now, I joked. Alice made a face. Touché. Thursday mostly passed without incident, that is, until the end of the day. Alice was still unbelievably angry with her brother for dumping Kelsey like that. To be completely honest, I couldn't see why she was so cross. I mean, if Edward was the male player of the school, then Kelsey was the female player, she needed a little let down. Why I had let Alice drag me over to Edward's car so that we could have a go at him, I had no idea. It wasn't like Alice couldn't do that by herself, after all. Edward was stood by his car, mucking around with Mason. Mason looked up and saw us coming, so he said something to Edward and then scarpered. Alice's face obviously spelled trouble to him. You're such an a-hole, Edward Anthony Cullen. Alice shouted when we got to him. What? He protested, an innocent, whatever it was, I didn't do it, expression coming onto his face. I felt my cheeks get hot as I looked down at the wet concrete. He looked quite cute when he made that face. What? No, I totally didn't just think that Edward Cullen looked cute. The guy annoyed the hell out of me. I looked back up at him and, though he still had that stupid expression on his face, all I could see was the same annoying player I had always seen. I breathed a silent sigh of relief. For one terrifying moment I had thought that I was maybe becoming one of them. Does the name Kelsey Jones mean anything to you? Alice seethed. His brow furrowed in confusion and he thought about it for a moment. Oh, her. Come on, Alice, I would never date that cow. I couldn't think of an excuse when she asked me, so I got with her and then dropped her. It's no big deal. No big deal. Edward, she was in floods of tears. And why do you care? Edward asked. Kelsey Jones should be the sort of girl you hate. Because, Edward, no girl should be treated like that. You don't deserve any of them, they're all too good for you. Even Kelsey Jones, Alice said. Whatever, Edward sighed and then opened up his car door and climbed inside. Alice gritted her teeth in annoyance and then turned to me. See you tomorrow. You're coming to our house, right? I guess so, I sighed. I don't suppose there's any way I could get out of this. Alice shrugged. See you, I said. Bye. Alice mumbled something else incoherent and then climbed into Edward's car, a steely expression back on her face. I watched as the car disappeared and then got into my own and drove home. Butterflies swirled in my stomach as I pulled up outside the huge, White House the next day. Surely Edward had given me the wrong address. No, he couldn't have. Alice had given it to me. There had to be at least 3 floors to this house. Thanks so much, Mr. Marshall, I thought for the millionth time. I got out of my truck and locked it before heading up the gravel path, recalling Charlie's words from a few days earlier. Just get on with him, get a good grade, and then you never have to speak to the guy again. It couldn't be that hard, could it? I rang the bell and then stood back from the big door, praying that it would be Alice that answered the door. Of course, when was I ever that lucky? A woman who looked like she was in her 20s answered the door, seeming surprised. To see me. I could easily guess who she was though, because her big surprised blue eyes reminded me only of Alice. She must have been Edward and Alice's mum. Oh, hello, she said, brushing her caramel-colored curls over her shoulder. Hi. I started awkwardly, but I was interrupted. Bella. Alice cried, coming to the door as well. Understanding brightened in her mother's eyes. Oh, so you're Bella, she said, standing aside to let me in. Come on in. Thanks, I mumbled. Alice has told us a lot about you. She smiled fondly and then peered out at my car. Do you have any bags we can help you bring in? Oh, yes I have bags, but I'll get them later, I said and then added, thank you Mrs. Cullen. Oh, please call me Esme. I nodded nervously and looked around the hallway. It was beautiful, cream and pastel colors with paintings and photos hung from the walls. I wondered briefly where Edward was and then remembered that this was Edward we were talking, well, I was thinking about, and he was probably out with another girl. Actually, thinking about Edward, how had he turned out to be so obnoxious while Esme and Alice were so nice? You have a lovely home, I complimented, smiling slightly at a photo just in front of me. In the photo were 3 children, 2 boys and a girl. I could guess who the girl was straight away. Her mouth was turned up into the cutest smile ever and her black hair was tied in 2 tiny bunches. Alice hadn't changed much. Of the 2 boys, one had dark hair and was a fair bit taller than the other 2. I didn't know who that was. Then I looked at the last child. I knew who it was, but I couldn't believe it. He had a cherubic face and an adorable lopsided grin, a bit like his twins, and his glittering green eyes were full of happiness. It was an Edward from a different time. His appearance had barely changed in what must have been at least 10 years since the photo had been taken, but there was something else that had changed completely. Never in my life had I seen his eyes glow like that, never had I seen him truly happy. And I only realized that now. I frowned. Why was Edward so different now? Had he simply grown into a different person? Or was that photo incorrect? Did that photo depict Edward as he had never been? I tore my eyes from the photo and looked back at the real Alice only to see that she too was staring at the photo, her eyes wistful, as though remembering better days. Maybe she was. Ah, a new voice said. You must be Isabella. I turned to see a man with blonde hair coming toward me with his hand extended. Bella, I corrected, shaking his hand. I'm Carlyle, he said and then looked upstairs. Edward's up there somewhere. I understand you've come to do this project with him. Yeah. I'll get your bags with you and show you round, Alice offered. Okay, I accepted and Alice grabbed my hand and dragged me out to my truck. I didn't really need the help as I only had 2 bags, but having someone there to talk to was appreciated. Do you know what sorts of things you have to do in this project? Alice asked as I locked the door. Apart from writing a 10-page essay, I pulled my keys out of the lock and turned to look at her. No. I have no idea. Alice laughed, the sound like pealing bells. At least you don't have to actually key, or anything. I shuddered. I really would slit Mr. Marshall's throat if that was the case. Alice led me up the cream-carpeted stairs and along the corridor, which was much the same as the one downstairs. As she pointed out the bathroom, I suddenly felt the butterflies come whooshing back. Why did we have to do such a stupid project anyway? Why was I complying? I could just make the essay up, couldn't I? And this is the best room in the house, my bedroom. Alice turned to grin at me, and I smiled back nervously. Whatever, Alice. I turned round to see Edward stood behind me, grinning mockingly. He extended a hand to me. Partner, he greeted with a fake southern accent. I stared at his hand suspiciously. Since when had Edward decided to be semi-nice to me? He sighed. It's not going to bite. Reluctantly, I shook his hand, pulling mine out of his firm grasp as soon as I could. I was very suspicious of why he was behaving so well. As soon as I released his hand, he turned and opened the final door along the corridor, revealing his bedroom. I dumped my bags on his carpet, sighing as I looked around the perfectly tidy bedroom that felt more like a jail cell and thinking of the next few weeks that felt like a prison sentence rather than a school project. Edward Pav. I hated being polite to that Swan girl. It took all of the self-control I had to be civil, but I just had to remind myself of my Volvo and I just about managed it. Alice raised an eyebrow at me as Bella dumped her bags in my room and whispered in my ear, "Keep it up or the car gets it." I pushed her slightly, a not-so-subtle sign for her to leave me alone. I wasn't stupid. She had told me that if I was at all rude to Bella then she would total my gorgeous car beyond repair and she didn't need to keep telling me, it only brought pictures of what she could do to mind. Why was I so worried anyway? Alice wouldn't be able to total my Volvo, would she? Well, I wasn't taking any chances. Bella came out of my room, bag-free with her hands in her pockets. I looked at her, my teeth clenched together with my attempt not to be hostile toward her. "What shall we do?" Alice asked brightly. I glared at her. She glared back and then she suddenly grinned. "Ooh, I know. There's a traveling fair just down the road. We can go there. Are you sure that's a good idea?" Bella asked. "What?" I mocked, momentarily forgetting Alice's threat. "Too chicken to go on rides are you?" "No," Bella replied stonily. "Actually, I was worried that you would be." "Ah, worried about me, are you?" "Edward, leave her alone," Alice interrupted. "Unless you want to walk to school all of next week, and the week after that, and the week after that, and..." "Okay." I stopped her. "Okay, I get it." Bella looked slightly confused, but then she said, "What time do we leave?" Alice looked at her watch. Let's go now. So we did. About an hour later, Alice, Bella and I were trailing round the fair, each with a stick of candy floss. We hadn't been on any rides yet, Alice insisting that the queues were too big for all of the rides we pointed out. I had a sneaky suspicion that she was scared. So we wandered round, Alice trying out those ridiculous stalls that conned you out of every penny you owned and Bella and I rolling our eyes at her. Ooh, Alice suddenly squealed, pointing at another stall. Look, I have to try that. And she rushed off, dragging Bella with her. I followed behind them, wondering why I had agreed to come. Surely Alice and Bella would have been fine by themselves. I got to the stall just as Alice paid the guy her money and he gave her 5 plastic hoops to get over bottles. Seriously, Alice, why do you waste your money on things like this? I asked, earning myself a glare from the owner of the stall. Look at that monkey, she said, pointing at a stuffed toy monkey that hung from the ceiling. I want it. But Allie, you never win on these things, I pointed out. Yeah, you're just throwing away your cash, Bella said. I looked at her. I'd have thought that Bella Swan would be the sort of person to almost literally jump at crap like this. Alice ignored us and threw the first ring. It hooked around the top of the bottle and spun a few times before falling down around the bottom. She smiled smugly at me. See, beginner's luck, I allowed. She quirked a brow at me and threw the second ring, this time missing completely. She scowled, glaring at the ring for a second, as though she could will it to move, but it didn't. I exchanged a look with Bella as she tossed the third ring, again missing. Irritated, she threw the fourth one with a little more force, but this only knocked a bottle over. Then, sighing, she closed her eyes and flung the fifth ring. It didn't get close, hitting a prize at the back and knocking it off. See, I quoted her sourly. Alice ignored me, as usual. Excuse me, she called the supervisor of the stall over. What? He asked her. I got 1 ring over. She pointed at it. What do I win? The guy looked at the ring and grunted. Oh, you can choose one of the prizes in this bucket. He held up a bucket with loads of junk in it. Alice frowned at the plastic necklaces and Hot Wheels cars. How many hoops do you have to get over to win the monkey? She asked. All 5, the guy replied. Alice frowned again, and then dug around in her bag for her purse. She pulled out a $10 bill. I'll have another 10 hoops please. Certainly, the guy said, taking her bill and giving her $4 change. Alice. Bellamo.Ned, tossing her candy floss stick in a nearby bin. You're never gonna win the monkey, okay. Just give it up already. No, Alice refused. Go ride on something if you don't want to watch. She threw the first ring and missed. Damn, I rolled my eyes and chucked my stick away too. Good luck with that, I said and turned away. I hadn't walked 10 steps when Bella came to my side. What are you doing? I demanded. I'm not wasting my time watching Alice spend $100 trying to get that damn monkey, she replied. Well, you're not spending your time with me either. But you're my husband, she said in an innocent tone. That doesn't mean you have to stalk me. But if I don't come with you, some beep might come and kidnap me. She feigned horror. No offense, but I don't think even a beep would pay any attention to you. I turned my nose up at her. Although, to be honest, I wouldn't mind if they did. For a split second, Bella looked dejected, hurt, and I felt guilty. The girl that everyone was nasty to just because she got good grades never got her feelings hurt. She always just argued with people, stuck up for herself. Bella was a teacher's pet, but she was by no means shy. Wait. I felt guilty. No I didn't. Don't look at me like that. I never feel guilty. Not even when I torched the science block in 9th grade. Not even when I throw bricks through teachers' windows. Not even when thousands upon thousands of girls ran away from me bawling their eyes out when I broke up with them. So why should I feel guilty because one inadequate girl got her feelings hurt? Well, I'll go then, she said finally, her face bright again, but the happiness didn't quite reach her beautiful brown eyes. No. Damn it, Edward. Not beautiful. Bella Swan is not beautiful. Not even her chocolate brown eyes. She looked around and then turned, heading for Death Trip, the biggest and scariest traveling loop-the-loop roller coaster. I stared after her. Surely she wasn't going to that ride. No, Bella Swan wouldn't go there. But that was the only ride or stall in that direction, and there was no other conclusion I could come to. So I followed her. Are you going on, death trip? I asked from behind her, making her jump. She slapped my arm. Don't do that. Are you? She narrowed her eyes. Yes. What's it to you? I shrugged. I've heard it's pretty scary. She raised an eyebrow. You think I'd be scared? It was a statement, not a question. Of course. I think that maybe, the teacup ride might be better suited to your adventurous nature, I mocked. Whatever. And she walked off again. I followed her. Why? I have absolutely no idea. Why are you following me? She demanded. I'm not. I'm simply heading for death trip. She scowled and got in line. I followed suit. We didn't speak while the line moved, ignoring each other as though we'd never spoken. The front of the queue drew nearer and, within half an hour of joining the line, believe it or not, we were at the front. Next to. The man called and Bella and I stepped forward. I don't want to ride with you, she growled. What and you think I want to ride with you? If I had a choice, I'd have taken it. You did have a choice, she hissed as she climbed in. You didn't have to follow me here. For crying out loud. I climbed in next to her. I didn't follow you. You're right. You stalked me. I did not. Yes you. Bella was cut off as the carriage started moving. Humph. Will you scream? I asked, completely aware of the innuendo. She obviously wasn't. Probably. I laughed at her naivety. Enjoy the ride, I said, a mocking edge to my voice. She looked questioningly at me, but then we were thrust through the doors to the inside part of the ride in utter darkness, and this effectively ended all conversation. A few minutes later, we got off the ride and were wandering back over to see how Alice had done with winning her monkey. I stole a quick glance at Bella and resisted the temptation to laugh at her. Her hair was windswept by the roller coaster and her cheeks were flushed a delicate shade of pink. Her dark eyes rung with excitement and a huge grin was plastered on her face. Actually, she looked quite cute. Shut up. She looks like any other girl that's just been on death trip. I realized a moment too late that I was staring at her. What? She asked shyly. Nothing, I replied honestly, looking ahead as we continued to walk. Oh my God, Bella said. What? Bella pointed to a girl ahead of us, holding a giant stuffed toy monkey. It took me longer than it should have to realize that the girl was Alice. Oh, for the love of all things holy! I exclaimed. I'm never going to hear the end of this. As we approached, I heard her babbling away to someone. Then I saw the extremely familiar own guy that she was standing next to. Jasper? I asked, utterly confused. His head snapped up. Edward, Alice sang. Look, it isn't impossible to win after all. You won? Bella asked doubtfully. Well, Jasper did, but still, it's not impossible. I've got to go, Jasper said. It was nice talking to you, Alice. And then he weaved his way through the crowd. I looked at Alice. Why did he win for you? I don't know, she muttered, and then she grabbed Bella's arm and pulled her out of my sight, warning me with her eyes not to follow. I sighed and looked around, wondering what to do now. Excuse me, sir, a woman's voice came from a stall. Sorry, I don't do these things, I said. But sir, I can tell you your fortune, she insisted. Only for $3 you can find out what the future holds for you. I looked at her cynically. $3. I checked. She nodded. And how long will it take? Just 5 minutes, she answered. I looked around. Alice and Bella were nowhere to be seen. I decided that I didn't have a better way to kill time and followed the woman back inside her tent. I handed over the $3 and she took my hand. She hummed a weird tune to herself as she read my palm and I zoned out. To be honest, this fortune-telling thing was weird in my opinion. Ah, she suddenly exclaimed. There will be great change in your life, young man. Yes, great change. What sort of change? I asked. That I do not know, she responded mysteriously. But there will be great change on how you look at life and love. This change will be influenced by one person. She studied my palm more intensely. A girl, she decided. A girl will change your life as you know it. When she enters your life for good, there will be no going back. Yeah, whatever, I sighed. Do not misjudge palmery, the old witch said. It is always right. Believe me, young man, this girl will be different from all of the others. She will be the one to save you from yourself. She will be the one that influences you. She will change your life. Yeah, you've already said that. Edward, I heard Alice call from outside. Look, I've got to go, I said, pulling my hand away from the woman's grip and heading for the exit. Beware Edward, the woman called after me. Remember your fortune and the girl. Thanks, I said sarcastically. She smiled. For one so cynical, the gods have taken a great liking to you. Good luck Mr. Cullen. Whatever, I muttered as I left the tent. There you are Edward, Alice sighed, grabbing my polo shirt. Come on, we're going home. I followed Alice to the exit and only when we were getting back into my Volvo did I realize that I had never told the fortune teller my surname. What, Alice? I asked when she had dragged me out of Edward's sight. Oh my God, Alice said really quickly. I like him, Bella. I was confused. Who? Edward. No. Jasper. Her expression went all dreamy and her eyes wistful when she said his name. Right, I said slowly, thinking how strange it was that Alice and I already acted as though we had been best friends forever, rather than just a few days. I mean, she was already confiding in me who she fancied. He's not at all like Edward's other friends, Alice explained. He's so lovely. He's never dated a girl because he hasn't found the right one yet. He's not gay at all. I gaped at her. You mean you asked him? No, she said as though it were obvious. Honestly, Bella, that would be so rude. No, I just kind of hinted at it. What did you say? I asked in a dangerous voice. I just said something like, I've heard a lot of rumors that you're gay. Alice, I cried. Not in those exact words, she defended. But similar. Yes. She rolled her eyes and then changed the subject before I could berate her. And he told me where he works. Where? That little coffee shop just down the road from our house. Alice was beaming. Great, I sighed. You're bad enough when you don't have caffeine. She scowled. Have you never heard of DCAF? I laughed. Sure, Allie. Come on, Edward will be wondering where we are. I turned away and started to head back the way we had come when Alice grabbed my arm. Speaking of Edward, would you care to explain why you two came back from the same direction at the same time with mussed hair? She glared at me. Oh, I realized what it must have looked like and then squealed. Ew. Alice. No, we went on a roller coaster. Well, I went on a roller coaster and he followed me. I still hate him. Alice stared at me for a few moments and then must have decided that I was telling the truth because she dragged me back to where Edward had been stood. End flashback. By the time we got back to the house, it was pretty late. It felt strange not having a curfew, but I was a Cullen now. I can't believe how easy it was to say that. I am not a freaking Cullen. It's a stupid school project. Besides, I expect every other 17-year-old in the world doesn't have a curfew, it's just my tough luck having a police chief. For a father. We went straight upstairs and I dithered in the corridor, unsure of where to go. Bella. Edward stopped in the doorway to his room, cocking an eyebrow at me, questioningly. A light smile played about his lips cheekily. Are you coming or what? I looked at Alice and she shrugged. I sighed and turned back to Edward. Sure, see you tomorrow Alice. If he says anything at all, just tell me. I don't mind being woken up, much. Alice laughed and then retreated into her own room. I suddenly felt uneasy at the thought of being alone with Edward. Come on then, Swan. Let's get this over with, he sighed, holding the door open for me. I bit my lip and went into his bedroom. I watched as he closed the door behind me and instantly felt more like a prisoner than I had ever imagined I would. Edward turned back to face me and then looked around his room. I did as well. His bedroom was huge, a double bed sat in the middle of the room, a sofa was pushed up against one wall and a desk against another. Other than the clothes that had apparently been dumped unceremoniously on the leather sofa, the room was spotless. Edward heaved a sigh and went to the sofa. He didn't say anything as he started to pull the clothes off and dump them on the floor instead. I watched him awkwardly. Did you bring anything to sleep on? He asked. I shook my head. Only a pillow. Wait here. He went out of the room again and was back within the minute, a sheet, a gold cover and a big pillow in his arms. I've already got. I started. He cut me off. I know. I got you another one. He thrust the pillow and thick cover at me and lay the sheet on the sofa. There you go, he muttered, then he left me alone, presumably to go to the bathroom. I was changed and perched on the edge of the huge leather sofa in a matter of minutes. I was just wondering what to do until Edward came back when my phone buzzed. I searched through my bag for a while until I came across my phone. I pulled it out and flipped it open to be met by a message telling me that I had received a text from Alice. Good luck, it read. I chuckled and replied, thanks, I think I'll need it. Then the door opened and he came back in. Bathroom's free, he muttered unwillingly. Thanks, I muttered back. I had been brought up to be polite, even to evil players like him. By the time I got back from the bathroom, the lights were out and he was either asleep or pretending to be. Charmed, I murmured. I shut the door behind me and stood there for a few moments, letting my eyes grow accustomed to the darkness of the room, and then I padded over to my makeshift bed and curled up under the thick cover. I lay awake for what felt like hours, wondering how many of our class were actually staying at their other half's house. I thought about Mason and Heidi and whether they had gone along with it. I felt a bit sorry for Heidi. They had been really good together and I didn't understand why Mason had broken up with her in the first place. She was really pretty with her long mahogany hair and slender, but still curved, figure, and she had a wicked sense of humor. Maybe he felt he had been with one person too long. He'd lose his brilliant reputation as Edward Cullen's best friend if he stayed with one person for more than 4 consecutive weeks. Actually, that was a little unfair on him. I didn't know Heidi that well, outcast, remember, so, for all I knew, she could be a right by ch. I sighed and turned over so that I was lying on my back, staring at the dark ceiling. For a moment, I wished that it would open up and swallow me into the blackness of the dark, unstarry sky. There were never any stars in Forks, it was too cloudy. My thoughts drifted back to this evening and to Alice and Jasper's obvious, snap chemistry, as I like to call it. It was like someone had snapped their fingers and they had been drawn to each other. I could see it in their eyes. I could see these things. It was one of my very few talents. There were only a few things I could do well, and they were getting good grades, doing as I am told, and, well, no one knows it, but I can sing okay-ish. Back when I lived in Phoenix, I was told that I'd be able to make it big with my singing, so of course Renee not so gently prodded me into singing lessons. My teacher was delighted when I eventually came out of my shy little shell and sang for her. Mom had guilt-tripped me into doing it with how much money she had paid, and she told Renee that I had great potential. She had nothing but praise, insisting that I had a strong, soulful voice for one so young and that I would surely hit the big time with a voice like that. She even gave me a solo at the performance. I was amazed, only the big kids got to do solos. But on the night of the performance, I got nervous. My throat closed up and I couldn't sing a single note. I ran off the stage crying, absolutely mortified. That was when we realized that I'd never get anywhere with anything that involved performing, especially not singing. When she realized that my nerves had effectively ruined all of my chances of a career in singing, my teacher dropped me like a hot potato. I was sad, but not surprised. Exhaustion taking over, my eyelids fluttered closed and I slipped into a light sleep, plagued by dreams of my childhood and a strange green color that my subconscious must have brought up. I was woken the next morning by a loud guffaw coming from beneath the floor. For a split second, I panicked, forgetting where I was and what the noise was. But then I remembered and realized that the strange laughing sound must have come from downstairs. I sat up and glanced at Edward's bed. It was empty. I frowned and looked at the clock to see that it was 10 o'clock. My eyes widened and I jumped off of the sofa, stumbling a little as my head span. I held onto the wall until the room righted itself again and then changed hurriedly before making my bed as best I could. Then, I hesitantly crept along the landing and down the stairs. I heard a loud, unfamiliar voice booming down the corridor from the kitchen. The door was ajar, so I went and stood by it, wondering whether I should knock. I want to meet this girl that you speak so highly of, Edward, the deep voice said, and then the deep guffaw sounded again, this time with a tinkling bell-like laugh. Oh, leave her alone. Alice huffed and I quickly gathered that they were talking about me. She's lovely. Edward just doesn't get lovely. He only goes for girls that'll let him get some. I dithered as the man laughed again. I wasn't sure whether I wanted to hear what they had to say about me or not. Oh, shut up, Edward mumbled, and the door was suddenly wrenched open. I jumped back in shock and flushed beet red. He stared at me for a second, surprised, and then he pushed past me and went out the front door. I stared after him, realizing where the strange shade of green that I had dreamt about had come from. Bella, Alice cried, smiling at me. Hi, I replied, reluctantly going into the kitchen. In the kitchen were two other people I recognized instantly. The girl was Jasper Hale's glamorous sister, Rosalie, and she was more beautiful than ever, her golden hair flowing down her back like a golden waterfall and her blue eyes shining with laughter, her slender body relaxed against the kitchen worktop. I tore my eyes away from her to look at the stocky man sat at the dining table in the middle of the room. He was huge and muscular, his thin t-shirt sleeves stretching over his massive biceps. He was quite good looking too, with really short black hair, Alice's black, and a huge mocking smile plastered on his cheeky-looking face. It was the smile that I remembered from the photo I had seen the day before. He must have been the third child. "Bella, this is my older brother, Emmett, and his girlfriend Rosalie," Alice introduced. "Guys, this is Bella." "Hi," Rosalie said from where she stood. She had the slightest hint of a Texan accent. "So this is Bella," Emmett exclaimed, jumping to his feet and coming over to me. He was so tall that I took an automatic step backwards. He laughed again and held out his hand. "Howdy, Bella." I took his hand and he shook it with a tight grasp, my small hand getting lost inside of his grip. Howdy." Alice came over and slapped Emmett's shoulder. "Let the poor girl breathe." "But she's my sister-in-law now," he protested. Alice gave him a stern look and he sighed and went to sit back at the table, retreating like a dog with its tail between its legs. I giggled. How could Mr. Muscles be scared of tiny Alice? "How did you sleep, Bella?" Alice asked, dropping some bread in the toaster. "Not too bad," I said honestly. "Sit down," Alice commanded. I sat across from Emmett, probably also looking like a dog with its tail between its legs. "Bella," Emmett started, sounding serious. "I need you to answer a question that has been plaguing me my whole life long." Okay. Did you, or did you not, notice Edward snoring last night?" Emmett questioned, still deathly serious. I frowned and thought back to the night before. Well, if he did, I didn't notice," I said carefully, suddenly wondering whether Edward put him up to this. "Damn," Emmett exclaimed. "I knew that was how he got the girls, I knew it." "I don't mind your snoring," the stunning bee owned input, grinning. "It's actually kinda cute." He grinned at her. "Thanks, babe. They had it too, that undeniable, snap chemistry." I sighed and looked away. Why couldn't I find someone I clicked with like that? Someone who I flirted outrageously with without even realizing it. Someone who accepted me for who I was. Someone who didn't put me down and ignore me just because it was the cool thing to do. "Bella, what do you want on your toast?" Alice asked. "It's okay," I said. "I'm not that hungry." "Nonsense," Alice said. "You must eat some toast. I can't have my best friend die of starvation." What kind of host would I look like then? I stared at her. Best friend. I had met the girl less than a week ago and we were already best friends. She grinned at me and her smile made me smile. "Yeah, maybe we were best friends." "Peanut butter," I answered her original question. Alice nodded and got the peanut butter jar out of the cupboard. I went over and helped her. "Oh, by the way, Bella, you and Rose are going shopping today. You really need a new wardrobe and we need some girly bonding time," she told me so fast that I couldn't be sure of what I heard. "What? Me, you, Rose, shopping, capiche?" Okay. I shrugged. Emmett laughed. "My dear sister-in-law," he said, and I gathered that he was addressing me, "you have no idea what you are letting yourself in for. I wish you all of the luck in the world." I looked at Alice uneasily to see her glaring at her older brother. Then she turned to me. "Don't worry. It'll be fun." I finished off smearing peanut butter onto the perfectly done toast and took a bite. I had a sneaky feeling that Alice's fun would be completely different from my own. "Rosalie," Alice gasped, interrupting me. "As in Rosalie Hale?" "Yes, Alice. She's been dating Emmett for," I quickly did the mental math, "almost 9 months. Like Jasper's broth. Sister." She blinked at me, the tiniest smudge of pink coloring her cheeks when she said my friend's name. "Yes," I said slowly. "Why?" Suddenly something clicked in my head. "No, Alice. Please tell me you don't like him." She glared at me. "Why would you think that?" "Because you know his name." "I know Mason's name," she pointed out. "And you're blushing." "It's called makeup, Edward," she growled a little too defensively in my opinion. "Sure," I said. Note the heavy sarcasm. "Anyway," I continued before Alice had interrupted, As I was saying, Emmett and Rosalie are coming round and Mum and Dad said that we have to do stuff with them because they're both working Saturday shifts. And Bella, Alice tacked on. I rolled my eyes. Maybe. Alice frowned for a moment, thinking. Ooh, I call Rose and Bella for shopping. Okay, I agreed. That would be the girls out of the way for the whole day. I think there's a game on this morning. Em and I can watch that and then do something. That's not very creative, Alice scoffed. Oh, and shopping is. I argued. We were about to start up a full-on sibling squabble when the doorbell rang and then Emmett opened the door himself. Why he rang the doorbell at all, I did not know. Honey, I'm home, he called in a high voice. Emmett, Alice cried, flying at him. Hey there, Squirt, Emmett laughed, using our old nickname for Alice. She hates it coming from me, but apparently it sounds okay coming from Emmett. Maybe it's because he's older, mind you, I'm 3 minutes older than she is. I haven't seen you since Christmas. Alice squealed. Thank you, Captain Obvious, I mumbled under my breath. Emmett laughed. And what a good Christmas it was. His face went wistful and even I couldn't hold back the laugh when the memory of Emmett eating pretty much the whole turkey by himself before realizing that it was for the whole family sprung to mind. Esme had swatted him round the head and put him on the old slimfast diet for 2 months straight. Of course, I don't think he followed it, but he's still just solid muscle. Eddykins, Emmett exclaimed, coming over to me and holding his hand up for a high five. I simply raised an eyebrow at his hand and said, don't call me that. 20 minutes later, we were all in the kitchen, talking about this and that. Rosalie and Alice were on one side of the table engaged in a confusing-sounding conversation about something called Abercrombie. They were comparing it to Dolce & Gabbana and I had heard Alice say something about that, whatever it was, so she was predictably in animated conversation. I raised an eyebrow at Emmett. Who's Abercrombie? He murmured. I have absolutely no idea, I replied honestly, snickering. So what's been going on with you since I last saw you? How many girls this month? I frowned for a moment. I don't know. About 20. Emmett laughed and clapped me on the back. I'm proud of you, bro. But, seriously, his tone became less jokey, you should settle down sometime. One-night stands are fun and much more interesting, but there's no depth, no real feelings. Please, Em, I get enough of this philosophic stuff from Alice. I know. I'm just saying, Eddie. With these million girls you may get passion, but you'll never find love unless you give a girl a chance. What was that, Emmett? Alice smiled sweetly. Damn, she had heard. I cautioned her with my eyes, begging her not to say anything. I was just telling Eddie here that he doesn't strike up a flame for long enough. Oh, but he. Yes, I do, I cut Alice off. Sure you do, Emmett said, heavily sarcastic. Just look at your t-shirt. I looked down. I had forgotten what top I had put on this morning, so I looked down to see my favorite top. It was deep blue and had, "Don't hate the player, love the game," written across it in white scribble. What's wrong with my shirt? I asked, though I was all too aware of what was wrong with it. Emmett, Alice said slowly, smirking at me. Alice, I warned. Emmett asked, taking a sip of the coffee Alice had made him. Did Edward tell you he's married? Emmett spluttered in surprise, choked a little on the gulp of coffee and then stared at me, his eyes wide. You what? No, I'm not freaking married, Em. I glared at Alice. Was it Vegas? Was he drunk? Or high? Or both? Emmett looked to Alice as well, clearly not believing me. Emmett, I'm not married. I groaned. No one listened. I wish, Alice grumbled but then perked right up to explain. Psychology project. They have to pretend to be married to a classmate for 3 weeks. She's right upstairs, still asleep. Emmett chuckled. Whoa, Eddie boy, you must have exhausted her some last night. I'd never do that with her. I growled at the same time as Alice snarled, he wouldn't dare. Emmett threw his hands in the air. Calm down guys, I was joking. So which lucky girl did you choose? Choose? I scoffed. I didn't get any more say in this than you did. Mr. Marshall did all of the choosing and I can tell you that I would never choose Swan in a million years. Swan. Rosalie raised an eyebrow. Unfortunate name. That's her surname, you douche, Alice giggled. She's called Bella and she's lovely. Just because you're bosom buddies with the bi-ch doesn't mean that I have to like her, I said sourly. Emmett stared at me. Well, I've never heard you speak ill of a girl since before you hit puberty. What is she own bimbo or something? No, worse, I grumbled. Ah, because she gets higher grades than you. Alice cooed mockingly. Admitted Edward, Bella is hot with a capital H, or she will be when I've finished with her. But still, you can't deny that she is incredible raw material. Not my type. I shrugged. Oh, please, Edward. Roadkill would be your type if it would let you get some. Alice pushed her chair back, making a screeching noise as the legs scraped against the tiles. She went over to the kettle and switched it on. Emmett doubled up, laughing louder than he had before. Sorry, Eddykins, but that is totally true. He said when he could breathe again. I don't go for the beep-up teacher's pets that are eager to please and probably lost their pure .t to a pencil, if at all. Actually, scratch that, they've probably never been key. Ed, let alone actually gone the whole way. You were like that once upon a time, Alice murmured, but no one else heard her, so I pretended that I didn't as well. I didn't want to remember my old life of grades and merits rather than fails and detentions. I want to meet this girl that you speak so highly of, Edward, Emmett said, and then laughed at his own pathetic joke, and Rose joined in from where she now stood. Oh, leave her alone. Alice snapped, coming back over to the table with a fresh mug of coffee for Emmett. She's a lovely girl. Edward just doesn't get lovely. He'll only go for girls that will let him get some. Her words were harsh, but her bright blue eyes were harsher. They reminded me of times when I didn't break every heart I touched, of times when she sat with me every day at lunch, of times when music was my life, and happiness was my drug. They reminded me of the dark times that stopped all of that and the guilt I had felt when she had left, when we had lost the connection, because of me. They reminded me of when I knew that it was too late to turn back and make things right again. And, most of all, they reminded me of the monster that I knew I had become. Oh, shut up, I mumbled, though she had told me everything just by holding my eyes. She couldn't shut up because she hadn't said anything. Some stupid twin connection we had, apparently. I didn't want to face the guilt anymore. I didn't want to stay in there with her while she had this vindictive power over me. I had to get out. I stood suddenly, catching the falling chair before it hit the floor, and I stormed over to the door. I wrenched it open to be met by a dazzling chocolate brown color. At first it was alarmed, and then it melted to chocolate before my eyes. I blinked, feeling my knees momentarily go weak, and then I saw the whole picture. Realizing that I wasn't going mad to think that a color could look alarmed, I glared at her, trying not to notice how her cheeks were tinted with a lovely red, and then continued my destructive path out of the door. I didn't know where I was going until I got to the old meadow. Damn it, why had I come here if I wanted to escape the past? Regardless, I wandered into the middle of the beautiful circular meadow and sat down in the long grass, ignoring the damp. It was always damp in Forks. I lay back in the grass and closed my eyes, forgetting about the world around me, and just let thoughts of chocolate brown pools and patches of gentle red consume me so that I wouldn't have to think about the past that changed me and the lack of future that lay ahead of me. Bella Pav. Oh my God. Alice squealed. Selfridges. I groaned. Alice, please. We've been shopping for hours. Can't we just go? Rosalie shot me a look, telling me that complaining really wasn't wise. We had got on a lot better than I had expected. She was really a nice person behind the stunning exterior. That had surprised me, but I guess that not all good-looking people are morons. Yes, I'm thinking of Edward. Go. Alice spun round and looked at me. You want to go? Ah, I bit my lip. I should really start thinking before I speak. How can you say that, Isabella? Alice screeched. This is Selfridges. Their clothes are, wow. But you said that about the last. I don't even know how many shops it was. I wailed and then winced. Damn, Bella. Control your tongue. Alice, Rose said soothingly. Bella's a beginner at this. I think maybe we could make Selfridges the last stop and then go home, yeah. But, Alice pouted and then sighed. Fine, Bella, you have a lot to learn. Then, she flounced through the double doors and to the nearest display in Selfridges. Thank you so much, I muttered to Rose. I can't cover for you every time, she muttered back. At least you'll know to avoid shopping with Alice from now on. I nodded in agreement. Shopping with Alice was a literal hell on earth. I made it my personal mission in life not to be guilt-tripped into shopping. Ever. 2 hours later, the three of us lugged the trillion full shopping bags up to Alice's room. Are you sure you have enough clothes and makeup here to last you for the rest of your life? I asked sarcastically. Oh, it's not all for me, she replied, blowing off the sarcasm. Or maybe she just hadn't noticed. Some of it's for you. Now that took me by surprise. What? Alice smiled at me sympathetically. Bella, sweats and jeans are so, she waved her hands around, searching for the right word, last year. Whatever, they are not cute and you have a hot body so you totally have to work with it. If you've got it, flaunt it and, believe me, you've got it, girl. I gaped at her, my mouth opening and closing like a fish. Eventually I was able to speak. Alice, I'm flattered but, seriously, when did I consent to this, Bella Barbie? Rose coughed, but I had a strong suspicion that she was hiding a laugh. Now, of course. Bella, when did you last have a boyfriend? I blushed. You've never had a boyfriend. Alice's tone was stunned. I have too, I exclaimed quickly. Who? When? Well, we were 9 and. That does not count, Bella. I scowled. Okay then, I've never had a boyfriend. Happy. Far from it, Alice replied. Bella, this is drastic. You have a beautiful face, a stunning body and a gorgeous personality. How in hell's name have you not scored? I shrugged. It's because you drown yourself in these. She grabbed at my baggy sweater and pulled it. This is not acceptable, Bella. You're my friend now and you must dress better. Alice Cullen's friends have style, not sweaters. I had to be having a nightmare. Me, in high heels and mini skirts. Well, that was a joke. Alice, if you think you are getting me into half of that stuff you bought, then you have another thing coming. Alice scowled. Well, I have another thing coming then because you are going to wear some of this stuff if it's the last thing I do. She declared. And you will have a date by the end of the week. No, I bloody well will not, I grumbled, already sensing defeat as I looked down at the carpet. Bella, Alice said. I looked up at her. Cry me a river. Build a bridge. And get over it, she said. Because this is happening whether you like it or not. Great. And so Bella Barbie commences. Once Alice and I had waved Rose and Emmett off after dinner, which had been very amusing with Emmett there, we went back into the living room and I flopped on the sofa. Alice somehow still had enough energy to dart into the kitchen, chirping about how she was going to make me the nicest hot chocolate I'd had in my life. I heard her chattering away to Esme and Carlisle, who were still sat at the dining table. She was saying something about planning a surprise for tomorrow. Doesn't she ever stop? I mumbled to myself as my eyelids fluttered shut. A velvety chuckle reminded me that I wasn't alone and my eyelids flew back open again to see Edward sat in the armchair opposite me, running a hand through his lovely bronze bouffant and grinning crookedly. My breath caught in my throat and I looked away from his glorious face. Why was I all hot and bothered because he was sat opposite me? I didn't even like him. Scratch that, I hated the guy. Tiring day? He asked, his eyes mocking. You don't know the half of it, I muttered. You're not the only one Alice has dragged shopping, you know, Edward replied merrily. Why was he so happy? Yeah, well, I shrugged. Great comeback, Bella, really, I thought sarcastically. Edward snorted, obviously having the same thought as I had. There was an awkward silence in the room until Alice came back, 2 huge mugs of hot chocolate in one hand. They were topped with marshmallows and squirty cream and, I had to admit it, looked delicious. Here you go, Bella. Alice sang. 1, Death by Chocolate. Thanks, I said, taking it from her. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Edward quirk an eyebrow at us, but I ignored him. Arrogant, stuck up, cocky. Alice spoke then, breaking me out of my train of thoughts. Bella, on Monday, you are going to wear some of the clothes I bought you today and I am going to do your makeup in the morning. The guys are going to throw themselves at you, you'll see. Well, you see, Alice, I started. She glared at me and, to my intense surprise, actually managed to scare me out of my wits. Alice the pixie could actually look dangerous. Bella, I am not taking no for an answer. Too intimidated to argue any further, I simply bit my lip anxiously and took a sip of the hot chocolate which was, definitely, the best hot chocolate I had ever tasted. Wow, Alice, I breathed. Alice beamed at the praise and took a long gulp of her own drink. Silence fell again and I took a glance at Edward. He was now leaning back in his armchair, his eyes closed. He looked quite cute when he had his eyes shut. Oh my god, I did not just think that. I really, honestly did not. Embarrassed by my own thoughts, I looked down and saw the words written on his top, "Don't hate the player, love the game." Don't hate the player, indeed. It was a bit late for that. By the way, Alice suddenly said, "I have something planned for us to do together tomorrow." Edward's eyes flew open. "What?" he demanded. "Me, you and Bella are going out tomorrow." "No arguing, Edward. I don't care what girl is expecting you, you're coming." "Where?" I asked. "You'll see," Alice answered mysteriously. "Alice," I wailed. "That's not fair." "No, Alice, it's not." Edward pouted. "What am I supposed to tell that bee? Owned. You mean you don't even know her name?" Alice sounded disgusted. "I just don't get you, Edward." She sighed. "Well, whatever. Tell that bee, owned, that you'll see her in the late afternoon, we'll be back by then." She drained the last of her hot chocolate and then stood up. "Well, I'm gonna call it a night. See you guys bright and early in the morning." And then she was gone before either of us could argue any further. I also finished off my drink and stood awkwardly. Edward stood too and headed up the stairs. I hesitated for a second, but then he looked back and called, "Are you coming or what?" Half an hour later, I was showered and lying on the comfy sofa again. Not quite ready to sleep yet, I reached into my bag and pulled out my battered copy of Wuthering Heights and a reading light. I had just started to read when Edward's voice broke through my thoughts. "Hey, Swan." I looked up. "What?" I asked bluntly. He grinned at me. "Truth or dare?" "I'm fine, thanks." I scowled at him and went back to reading. "Coward," Edward muttered. I slammed my book shut and threw it down on the floor. "Fine then, Cullen." "Truth." Edward grinned again, this time with victory. "What's the furthest you've ever gone?" "Oh God. Anything but that question." I decided to lie. "The furthest." Edward snorted. "You're a crap liar, Swan. You've never had a boyfriend, have you?" "What does it matter?" I snapped. He just raised an eyebrow, as though he were better than me. "We'd see about that." "Fine then, Cullen. Truth or dare?" "Dare," he replied tauntingly. "Damn it. I dare you too." I looked around the room to see absolutely nothing helpful. Suddenly I remembered a dare I had overheard someone talk about at school. "Drink whatever I give you. As long as it's not poisoned," he compromised. "Don't worry," I assured him. "I don't stoop to your levels." I got off of the sofa and snuck downstairs before he could make a comeback that hurt. I opened the door to the kitchen a crack to make sure that Edward's parents had gone to bed. They had, thank God. I flicked the switch, turning the light on, and opened a cupboard to see packet food and dry biscuits. I shut that one and opened the next. Then the next one. And the next one. And then I came across a cupboard that looked promising. Smiling mischievously, I unscrewed the cap of the olive oil and poured a bit into an empty glass, just covering the bottom. I put the olive oil back into the cupboard and rifled through to find a bottle of opened whiskey. I pulled of the lid and dripped a little in with the olive oil. This wasn't very inventive so far. What else could I put in? I went over to the refrigerator and found an opened pot of cream that had dried on the top and smelled horrible. Wow, someone must have been watching over me right now and given me just what I needed. I added the revolting cream and then a drip of lemo juice I had also discovered in the fridge. Then I caught sight of a cupboard I hadn't yet looked in. I opened it and grinned wickedly. It was the sauce cupboard. I added a few drops of each one to my disgusting concoction: extra hot chili sauce, garlic and tomato puree, vinegar, barbecue sauce, and Tabasco sauce. The mixture had turned a strange shade of brown, so I chucked in a bit of yellow food coloring and it turned brick red. Now the glass was almost half full. I lifted the glass to my face and smelled it. The smell made me feel sick. It was perfect. I put everything back in the right place and then grabbed a second glass and filled it with water, just in case. I felt a little bad for forcing Edward to drink it, but he did ask for it. "You took your time," he commented when I shut the door behind me. I instantly took back all of the guilt. He deserved this. "I know," I replied easily, passing him the glass. He reached over and switched his desk lamp on before looking at the liquid, keeping his face carefully expressionless. I sat on the end of the bed and lifted my knees up so I could rest my chin on them. Then I grinned at him. "Go on then. Drink it." He smirked at me and then sniffed at it curiously. His nose wrinkled in disgust, but then he raised the glass and chinked it against the one that was filled with water in my hand. "Cheers," he muttered before lifting the glass to his mouth. I watched as the liquid went through his slightly open lips, resisting the urge to puke. Almost immediately, his face screwed up and he brought the glass away from his lips, plonking it on his bedside table, motioning for the water. Smirking, I passed it to him and kept the smile on my face as he downed half the glass in one gulp. "Not so tough now, are you?" I remarked. Edward glared at me. "What the hell did you put in that?" "Oh," I shrugged. "A bit of this and a bit of that. Truth or dare?" He started again, his eyes narrowing. I gulped. I had a feeling that whatever choice I made now would get me killed. "I'm actually tired now," I said, getting off of his bed and heading back over to the sofa. "Game over. Bella," he growled, using my real name for once. "Drink the rest of this." He held out the glass. I looked at it with a raised eyebrow. Why? "So I know that you didn't just poison me." I was about to refuse, but then I had an idea. Wouldn't it be hilarious if I beat Edward Cullen at his own game? I had drunk plenty of disgusting things in my time, anyone that lived with Charlie and his dreadful cooking would have had to, so I was pretty sure I could down the thing without tasting it. "Okay then," I said, taking the glass out of his hand. He watched in amazement as I held my breath and knocked back the last bit of the drink. It tasted almost as bad as it smelt. The chili sauce burnt my throat and the taste of gone-off cream lingered on my tongue. I slammed the glass down and finished off the water as well. Then I looked at Edward and shrugged. He gaped at me, utterly astonished. "I don't know what all of the fuss was about," I said. "Night." Then I leant across him and flicked of the switch of his desk lamp so that he wouldn't see my shoulders moving with my silent giggles of victory. Bella Swan. 1. Edward Cullen. 0. Edward Pav. I still lay awake half an hour after our interesting game of truth or dare. I still couldn't get the picture out of my mind of Bella swallowing the rest of that vile concoction without batting an eyelid. I couldn't believe that she could just swing it back like that. I couldn't see Bella drinking shots in her spare time, so how on earth did she learn how to knock drink back like that? Now she was all pleased with herself, smug that she had managed to drink what I couldn't. But you could hardly blame me, it was the single most disgusting thing I had tasted ever. Even liver, that I had once tried at my great-aunt's, tasted a hell of a lot better than that thing. I was desperate to know what she had slipped into that, but I was pretty sure I'd never find out. Life was a ch. Suddenly, a loud murmur made me almost jump out of my skin. I looked around, alarmed, before realizing that it was Bella, just talking in her sleep. I muffled a laugh and watched her as she waved her arm around. "No, Alice," she muttered sleepily. "No more shops. We have enough scarves." I chuckled quietly into my pillow. Alice would never have enough scarves. "No," she repeated, more vehemently than before. "Don't drink it, Alice. It's for Edward." I felt a thrill go through me as my name rolled from her lips, my real name. I shook my head angrily. Why was I happy that she had said my name in her sleep? She was talking about poisoning me, for God's sake. If she hadn't drunk the last of that mixture, then I wouldn't be surprised if she already had poisoned me. I sighed and rolled over, closing my eyes and hoping to get some decent sleep before my annoying sister woke me up at the break of dawn to drag me and Swan off somewhere mysterious. "Alice, please," Bella whined. "Why can't you just tell us?" "Because, Bella, that would ruin the surprise," Alice replied, as though it should be obvious. I spoke up. "Seriously, though, Alice. Are blindfolds really necessary?" Alice sighed and didn't reply. I felt Bella sit back in the chair next to me, also sighing, though in frustration. "How long till we get there?" I asked, hoping that this at least was a question she'd be willing to answer. In the meantime, though, I could always have a fiddle with this stupid blindfold without Alice noticing. "About 5 minutes, Edward," she replied. "And don't even think about taking it off." I groaned. "I know these things," Alice said smugly. "Hey, Bella," I murmured so quiet that Alice couldn't hear. "What?" She sounded surprised that I was talking to her civilly. "Do you think you could make some more of that drink for Alice?" Bella didn't reply and, for a moment, I wondered if she was thinking about it, but then her hand hit me round the back of the head. I snorted. "What are you two whispering about?" Alice demanded. "I don't like it when you do that." "I don't know what you mean, Alice," I said innocently. I didn't have to take off the blindfold to feel her threatening gaze linger on me from the driver's seat of Carlisle's Mercedes. "Well, I wasn't about to let her drive my baby, was I? After what must have been 5 minutes, the car stopped and I heard Alice get out of the car. I waited patiently until I heard Bella's door open. "Don't take your blindfold off," I heard Alice command under her breath. Bella's door shut again and then mine opened. Alice helped me out and pulled me over to stand by Bella. "Okay," she said. "You can take your blindfolds off now." I tore at the strip of black covering my eyes and blinked at the bright light. Only then did my eyes begin to focus and I looked up at the sign telling me where Alice had brought us. "Alice," Bella wailed when her own eyes had adjusted to the light. "Please tell me you are not serious. This had to be a joke. It was practically suicidal for me." "Alice," I wailed. "Please tell me you are not serious." Edward looked at me, an amused expression coloring his face. "Why?" he asked. "Can't you handle a little physical activity?" He winked at me and I glared at him. Stupid, cocky, arrogant, why did I always use the same adjectives to describe Edward in my head? "Of course I can," I snapped furiously. "But I can't walk along a flat, stable surface without finding something to trip over, let alone dangle however many 100 feet above the ground and do this." I gestured at the course above our heads. Alice rolled her eyes. "That's why you have a safety harness, Bella. Besides, it's only 13 feet up." I gulped and looked up again. Alice, for some insane reason, had brought us to hanging around, which was basically an assault course 13 feet above the ground with ropes and other dangerous stuff that would more than certainly result in my death. 13 feet or 1300, it made no difference to me. Either way, it was still a disaster waiting to happen. "Come on, Bella," Alice called and I realized that she'd already made her way toward the entrance with Edward. I walked over to her. "Actually, Alice, I might just wait in the car." "Not on my life," Alice snapped. "It's called fun, Bells. Live a little more spontaneously." I frowned and looked up. Then I sighed. "If I die, you're telling Charlie," I told her and flounced ahead to join the line. I heard Edward laugh behind me. We queued in silence and I read some of the huge billboards they had up, trying to find something to get me out of this. Eventually, I found something. "Alice," I said. "Look, here it says that you should have some coordination to do this course." "I have the coordination of a gnat, so I think it would be." "Bella, you have a bit of coordination. The ropes and I will help you where you struggle. Stop reading these things religiously. Nothing you read is going to get you out of doing it, okay? It's great fun if you have a bit more self-belief." "You say that like you've done it before," I said. "That's because I have," she replied merrily. "And you're still alive?" I asked doubtfully. "Well, duh." Alice rolled her eyes again. "And if you remember to check that your harness is secure every now and then, you should be fine," the instructor told us almost half an hour later. We were stood at the top at the starting point, being roped up and attached to various things. I had made the mistake of looking down and I now felt incredibly sick. "No one's died here at hanging out yet," the instructor joked as he clicked the last few clips into place on Alice. His words just made me feel worse. I could see the headlines now. "Local girl dies after safety harness breaks. Hanging out manager has been taken in for questioning," or something along those lines. I squeezed my eyes shut, waiting for the world to stop spinning around me. Suddenly, I felt a hand on my shoulder. "Bella," Edward whispered in my ear. "Are you okay?" He actually sounded concerned. Maybe he was nervous too. "No," I squeaked. "You'll be fine," he assured me. "It's fun when you get started. I promise." I opened my eyes and looked into his bright green pair and I could see no hint of betrayal in them. His gorgeous eyes somehow made me feel better and the rest of the world seemed distant. I nodded, dazed, and he chuckled softly and looked away. This was so unfair. Was he even aware of how dazzling his eyes were? And only his eyes, mind you. He's still as annoying as hell. "Bella, you don't look too good," Alice observed, frowning. "I wonder why that is," I mumbled sarcastically. Luckily, she didn't hear. "I'll go in front and then you can go and then Edward can go behind you, so don't worry, you're completely safe." "Okay," I agreed, biting away at my lip. Alice's brow furrowed as though she were finally getting an inkling of what a big mistake this was, but then she shrugged and stepped to the edge of the platform we were on before jumping lightly onto the first suspended beam. I watched nervously as she put one foot in front of the other, not even wobbling. "Bella," Edward's voice came from behind me again. Calm down. Stop biting your lip or you'll bite it off completely. And before I knew it, his finger brushed against my lip, forcing me to release it from my mouth. The moment our skin touched, an electric current flooded through me, making my skin tingle and my spine shiver. I blushed bright red and turned away from his intense stare, my already pretty wobbly knees now dangerously close to collapse. Next, the man, whose name I had forgotten due to my panicked state of mind, called and I stepped shakily onto the beam. I held my breath and put all of my concentration into walking along the beam without stumbling. To my intense surprise, I did it. Well done, Alice shrieked when I joined her at the other end. I smiled as the adrenaline pulsed through my veins. Whether that was from overcoming the nerves and getting across the beam or Edward's light touch and the electricity that accompanied it, I didn't know. Edward joined us seconds later. I gaped at him. How did you do that so fast? I have good stamina, he replied cockily. Then he winked and I understood what he meant. I followed Alice to the next activity cringing. As it turned out, I actually did have fun and I didn't kill myself. I did fall a lot though, and I had a strong suspicion that I'd have quite a lot of bruises in the morning. And I was beginning to warm to Edward as well. Maybe that was the reason behind Alice's spontaneous trip here, some bonding time. Behind the player, he seemed to be okay, not that I saw behind the mask that much. He caught me when I tripped and talked to me civilly and that was really all I asked. But, as we gave the safety harnesses back, I caught him watching me intensely, an emotion I couldn't name in his eyes. I smiled briefly and all traces of that emotion were gone, his eyes cheeky and mocking again as he made the millionth innuendo of the day. Safety matters, doesn't it, Bella? Oh, but you wouldn't know, or something along those lines, and red tinted my cheeks. There, Alice said as we got back into Carlisle's car, that wasn't so bad was it? Put it this way, I won't be coming back in a hurry, I said. But, in all honesty, it hadn't been that bad. Edward paused. It was 3 hours after we had got back from hanging out, and I was sat on my bed waiting for the doorbell thinking about, and I can't believe I'm about to admit this, Bella. She was in Alice's room having a lesson on applying mascara or something else stupid like that. I had peered in to see what they were doing and nearly ended up as Alice's doll. I felt sorry for Bella. She didn't need a makeover really. I think Alice was just using her because I wasn't young and gullible enough to believe that she would give me sweets if I let her paint Esme's rouge on my cheeks anymore. Alice's surprise hadn't been that bad, in my opinion. I had been to hanging out dozens of times, so it was getting a bit dull, but it was better than what I had expected to come from blindfolds and Alice's scheming. Bella hadn't had the same thoughts as I. I groaned softly to myself as she came to mind again. She was pretty, there was no way I could avoid it anymore. I was so confused. I had only ever thought of one other girl as pretty in my whole life. It was always hot, cute or fit, never pretty. But Bella wasn't hot, or cute, or fit. Well, she was, but it didn't feel right describing her as that. She was pretty, beautiful, attractive, whatever, but not fit. It sounded too plastic, too common, too dull to describe Bella. Her name meant beautiful, and it was perfect. Ah, I cried in annoyance, sitting up and running my hands through my hair. I was thinking about her like I liked her, which I guess I did now, but I was thinking about her as more than a friend, which she wasn't. She was merely a friend, and she didn't even think of me as a friend, so she wasn't even that. I wasn't attracted to her, I had simply admitted that she was pretty. I assessed every girl I came across, so what was wrong with assessing Bella? The fact that you assessed her as pretty, you moron, a voice inside my head answered. Now I was going round in circles and talking to myself. Isabella Swan was driving me insane in the literal sense of the word. It was maddening, just like the electricity that had flowed through me when I touched her. Even the most casual touch made my skin tingle like it had been burnt and my pulse race. Then, the doorbell rang, pulling me from my disturbing thoughts. I went downstairs and opened the door to the bee, whose name I couldn't remember. Hi, I trailed off, frowning. I could have sworn that in my memory she was hotter than this. Mind you, I had just spent the best part of the day with Bella, any girl would look plain in comparison. Stop thinking of her like that, brain. Hi Edward, the bee, giggled. Now, how to tell her that I had forgotten her name? Aren't you going to invite me in then? she asked, raising an eyebrow pointedly at me. No. Sure. Come in. She giggled again as I stood aside to let her in. Who's this then, Edward? Esme appeared in the doorway. I was about to start off on some excuse about how I had bumped my head and forgotten her name, but I didn't need to. Lauren Mallory, Mrs. Cullen, the B-owned introduced herself, twirling a strand of hair in her finger. It was obvious that she was trying to make a good impression. I didn't know why, it wasn't like I'd keep her for more than one day. Lauren Mallory, E.H. I wondered briefly if she had ever actually told me her name because it certainly didn't ring any bells. Oh, Esme said, her eyes sad. Okay. Have fun you too. And then she disappeared back into the kitchen. I hated letting Esme down, but it was far too late to worry about that now. Besides, it wasn't like she knew why I was like this, or would ever really understand. Only 3 people in the whole world knew what secrets I kept in the past, and only one of them understood. Come on then, I muttered, leading the way up to my bedroom. When she got to my room, Lauren wrinkled her nose. Why does it smell like perfume? Her eyes roamed the room and caught sight of Bella's makeshift bed. And what is that? Psychology project, I replied, pulling her gently down onto my bed and leaning in. To my surprise, she pulled back and scowled. What psychology project? We have to pretend to be married to a classmate, I sighed. Lauren frowned. I wish I had taken psychology. Yeah, well, I shrugged. Who's your partner then? She questioned, her eyes narrowing. I felt sorry for Bella when my fan club found out that she was married to me. Well, I'm sure you'll find out tomorrow. Tell me, she whined, leaning her head close to mine and making her blue eyes pleading. I was about to refuse again when the door clicked open and Bella poked her head round the door. Edward, can I get? She trailed off and her eyes widened when she saw Lauren and I. Sorry, she apologized immediately. All just, and then she was gone. Lauren stared at the now closed door. Isabella Swan is your partner. I sighed. Can we just forget about this? I didn't exactly get to choose my partner, did I? But, Bella Swan. Lauren giggled. She's like, weird. I knew that Bella wasn't weird, but I pretended to agree for the sake of my reputation. Tell me about it. She wears sweats all the time and can't stay upright for more than 20 seconds. Alice is trying to give her a makeover, but, to be frank, I think it's a lost cause. For some reason, every cell in my body hated myself for saying that, but it was too late to take it back now. Lauren giggled again and leaned in closer. Now, she murmured in what I presumed was supposed to be a seductive tone. It sounded like she was choking to me. Where were we? She pressed her lips to mine and moved them against me, her fingers tangling in my hair. I moved my lips back but without feeling, there was no conviction to my action. Her lips were chapped and tasted like lip gloss, they were too artificial, too common. I moved my hands to her hips and, suddenly, Bella's face sprung to mind. I wondered what it would be like to key her beautiful full lips, and then I wasn't dotting Lauren the slutty B-owned, I was dotting Bella in my mind. I pulled her against me and crushed her mouth passionately, forcing her mouth open with my own, still imagining that it was Bella squirming beneath me. But then Lauren pulled away for breath and my image of Bella disappeared in a poof of smoke. I had no idea why I had imagined that, but, hell, I knew I didn't want Lauren. I realized, as Lauren babbled away about how amazing the key was, the word, like, between every other, that I had had enough of these bimbos. I wanted better, I wanted Bella. Now that Lauren had got her breath back, she leaned in for another, amazing, key. This time, I pushed her away. She stared at me for a second, hurt. What's wrong, Eddie? My name's Edward, I told her flatly. Then I sighed. Lauren, just leave please. What? She gasped. Why? Just go, I ordered. Aren't you going to show me to the door? She whispered. I shook my head and pointed at the bedroom door. Please leave. She stared at me for a moment and then left wordlessly. I could have sworn I saw a tear fall down her cheek, but I didn't care. I lay back, my mind reeling. I had just imagined that I was dotting Bella. What the hell did that mean? I had never done that before. Did I like her? No, I didn't like Bella in that way, but I sure as hell was attracted to her. Only physical attraction, of course. Edward Cullen didn't just fall for girls. She was pretty and it was only natural for me to be attracted to her, but that was all. And that was why I would never act on the attraction. I had my reputation to uphold, after all. And, besides, she hated me. But none of that stopped her face being the image that stayed in my mind, carrying me into unconsciousness and dreams of the girl with chocolate brown eyes and almost permanently flushed cheeks. I don't know why, but seeing that hurt me. I should have known that he'd be doing something like that. Edward was a player, did he do anything else? After I had shut the door on Edward and that irritating owned, I leant against the wall, trying to ignore the flare in my chest. Why was I feeling like this? I didn't even like the guy. Lauren's loud voice floated through the door. Isabella Swan is your partner. I had to strain my ears to hear Edward's reply. Didn't exactly get to choose my partner, did I? But, Bella Swan. Lauren laughed cruelly. She's, like, weird. I was surprised to find that Lauren's comment hurt. I knew that the other girls at school saw me like that, but it hurt to hear it all the same. But what hurt more was Edward's response. Tell me about it. She wears sweats all the time and can't stay upright for more than 20 seconds. Alice is trying to give her a makeover, but, to be frank, I think it's a lost cause. He sounded mocking, nasty. Lauren giggled again and my head span dizzily. I don't know why I had expected otherwise, but I must have done, because the ache in my chest was a hell of a lot worse than a second ago. I shouldn't have wanted Edward Cullen to defend accusations of me being weird, because he hated me as much as, if not more than, everyone else. Hell, he probably started those accusations. So why did I feel as though I had been betrayed? No more speech came through the door, so I presumed that they had resumed whatever they had been doing before I interrupted. I bit down on my lip hard and sighed, before heading back to Alice's room. Her eyes narrowed the moment I came through the door. What? She asked. What's the matter? Nothing, I replied with a shrug of my shoulders. Edward's just having a little make-out session in his bedroom with Lauren Mallory, so I couldn't get my makeup. Alice frowned. Still, we shouldn't expect anything different, I said, as though it excused him from everything. Bella, she said very slowly. Her eyes studied me speculatively and I didn't like it. It made me uncomfortable. Yes, I said in the same tone, my shoulders rolling forward slightly in defense. Look, she sighed. Don't take this the wrong way or anything, but I'm going to ask you a question and I want you to promise me you'll give me a truthful answer. I don't know, Alice, I started. No, she stopped me. We're best friends, right? Right, I nodded warily. Best friends tell each other everything, even when one has a crush on the other's brother. She said it as though it was a question, one eyebrow raised as though waiting for a response. It took me a while to understand what she was getting at and I stared at her. Alice, I do not have a crush on Edward. I almost shouted, blushing at her stupid presumption. But a small voice in the back of my head told me that it wasn't such a stupid presumption. I shut that up instantly. No, Alice. He's not as bad as I originally thought, I'll admit. But he's still, no. I just walked in on him making out with another girl, why would I crush on him after that? Alice nodded and looked away, like she didn't believe me but would let it go anyway. I suddenly felt annoyed with Alice, annoyed with Edward, annoyed with everyone. Look, Alice, Edward is, no one can deny it, incredibly good looking, but that doesn't mean that every hormonal teenage girl crushes on him. Especially not one that sleeps with him. Suddenly I realized what I had said. Not like that, I quickly corrected myself. Like, I sleep in his bedroom with, I sighed. You know what I mean. Alice snickered. Okay. Now, sit back down and I'll continue the makeover. Tomorrow, I'm dressing you no more sweats. I was about to argue, but then I remembered what Edward had said. She wears sweats all the time. Alice is trying to give her a makeover, but, to be frank, I think it's a lost cause. Well, I'd prove him wrong. Just like Alice had said, no more sweats. I'd rip them up so I couldn't go back to my old slovenly ways. And then I'd wear mini skirts and dresses and tight tops. I'd prove him so wrong that even Edward himself was drooling for me. He'd beg and I could turn him down as many times as possible, telling him to jump the next slut that walked by. But he wouldn't, because he'd only want me, but he couldn't have me. Yeah, that would show him. Bella, Alice asked, snapping me out of my trance. Yeah, okay, I said, nodding with conviction. You'll let me? She gasped. Sure, I replied. Wow. Her face lit up like a kid's on Christmas Day. Hurriedly, she pushed me back onto the makeover chair, and told me to stay before dancing out of the room, smile still in place. I frowned in confusion, but shrugged it off, sitting back in the chair. Alice was back minutes later carrying a little box. This was Esme's from when she used to cut my hair herself, she told me. She taught me some stuff, so you should be okay. I do know roughly what I'm doing. What? I leapt up and gaped. At her. She raised an eyebrow at me. You did say I could do this. Oh sweet Jesus. I was too busy daydreaming to realize what I was giving Alice permission to do. I don't think that's a good idea, Alice. Nonsense. She trilled. Look at your hair, Bella. She held up a mirror. What's wrong with it? I demanded, running my fingers through my long dark hair. Hello. She said. What's right with it? No offense, Bells, but it's boring. You should have about 3 inches cut off and have some choppy layers added and maybe a fringe. She was talking to herself now, frowning, staring at my hair. Alice, Ned. Please leave my hair alone. Her lips puckered into a little sad frown and her eyes widened, looking so desperately sad that I wanted to hug her or something. Even her lips trembled at the corners. It was a heartbreaking expression. But, Bella, she whimpered, and I squeezed my eyes shut, knowing what a beeper I could be for expressions like that. I'm only trying to help, she whispered. I didn't have to shut my eyes. Her voice alone was tinted with self-pity and saturated with sadness. I groaned. Fine, I gave in. But not 3 inches. Alice's face lit up again, and she jumped up and came over to hug me. Thank you. She squealed. Just get it over and done with, I sighed, sitting back down on the chair and closing my eyes. Almost an hour later, I opened my eyes again to see Alice staring at me, biting her lip. What? I asked, my eyes wide. What have you done? Pass me the mirror. Alice reached out and grabbed the hand mirror, but then hesitated and held it against her chest. Maybe you'd be better off having a surprise, she trailed off. Alice. I shrieked, just as the door opened and Esme came in carrying a tray. Girls, I've brought you up some. Oh dear, she said when she saw me. I could practically see things clicking into place in her mind. Alice, what have you done to poor Bella's hair? I felt my face convey my horror. Alice, pass me the damn mirror, I said. Alice pouted stubbornly at her mother. You always said I was good at cutting hair when I did my doll's hair when I was little. Alice, you were 6 and scalping your Barbies. What was I supposed to say? Sorry, dear, but hairdressing doesn't seem to be one of your many talents. Esme suggested, laughing a little. But then she frowned again. It might have saved some of Bella's hair though. But she said I could. Esme laughed and put the tray down on Alice's dresser. Then, she gently eased the mirror free of Alice's grasp and passed it to me. Don't worry, Bella. We'll go straight to the hairdresser's. She turned to Alice. And you're paying. I took a deep breath and looked in the mirror. To my intense surprise, it didn't look as bad as they were making out. A little shorter, yes, and the layers had gone a tad wrong, but it wasn't green or anything. I could possibly make this work. I'm sorry, Bella, Alice said meekly. It just kind of. Don't worry about it, I blew it off and held out my hand. Pass me the scissors. Esme blinked at me, but placed the scissors into my outstretched hand. I passed the mirror to Alice and told her to hold it up. Then, I grabbed the end of one of my longer layers, and cut a few centimeters off. About 20 minutes later, my lovely long hair was now shoulder length and full of choppy layers. Luckily, Alice had lain off the fringe. Esme had neatened up the ends for me because I couldn't do them myself, but it actually looked okay now. Perhaps even better than it had before, cute, even. Alice gaped at me. How in hell's name did you do that? I shrugged. My mum taught me. Is your mum a hairdresser? Esme asked. Not really. She kind of goes through phases. She's been a hairdresser, but she's also been a stable hand, a checkout cashier in a supermarket, a chocolatier, a trainee teacher, you say it, Renee's been it. Esme laughed. She sounds like a woman of many talents. I'd love to meet her. What does she do now? Nothing. Her new husband's a baseball player, strictly minor league, before you ask, so she just kind of tags along. She invited me with her, but I decided to finish school before traveling all over continental US with her and Phil. Good for you, Esme said genuinely. Now, I brought you girls up some refreshments, but I don't know if you want them. Dinner will be ready soon. No, we'll have them, Alice said. Esme ruffled Alice's short black hair and stood up. I'll call you when dinner's ready. Then she was gone. Alice offered me a biscuit, smiling sheepishly. I really am sorry about the hole. Don't worry about it, I interrupted. It looks okay now, and I never would have dreamed of doing it before. It's a nice change. Alice giggled slightly and then nibbled on the edge of her biscuit. She looked so guilty that I laughed at her. What? She demanded. Oh, nothing, I said, noting to remind her of this when I wanted something from her in my head. A while later, Esme called us for dinner. I suddenly found myself worrying about what Edward would say about my new haircut, but I needn't have bothered because he wasn't there. When we had all finished, Edward's dinner sat untouched and cold. Esme sighed and looked at the ceiling. He did have a girl round, she said dismissively. I'll put it in the fridge and he can reheat it if he wants it. Alice and I went back up to her room and watched movies and painted our nails, chatting over the movies for the next few hours. Alice enjoyed herself, but I was kinda bored. These were typical girly things that we were doing and I wasn't a typical girl. Do you think he's quite finished? Alice brought Edward up first. The third film we had put on had just finished. I shrugged, staring at my bloody red nails. Alice had insisted that I wore the right color nail varnish that would go with the dress she was going to force me into tomorrow. It's 11 o'clock, she muttered. You can sleep in here, just for tonight. Okay. I gave in easily. I didn't want to go in Edward's room and walk in on something far too intimate for my innocent eyes. Alice hopped off of the bed and pulled a large, dark green cotton top out of the bottom of her wardrobe. She tossed it at me, a look of disgust on her face. I snickered, holding it up against my body. I can't imagine you wearing this, Alice, I said innocently. I don't, she spat. It's hideous. But I guess it's comfortable to sleep in. It's not for me to wear tomorrow. I asked, faking shock. Gah, she pulled a face. No way. That's almost as bad as those sweats you wear. They're so shapeless and, they don't flatter your body at all and you have a stunning figure, Bella. If you've got it, flaunt it. And I've got it, I finished for her. Yeah, you've already used that one on me. Suddenly she gasped. Bella, have you shaved your legs? I rolled my eyes. I might not be the most fashionable person alive, but I am hygienic. She exhaled in relief. Thank God. Because I can't put you in that red dress with hairy legs. Oh no. Please say it doesn't show any leg. She laughed, thinking I was joking. Then, she waved at me and hopped off to the bathroom. Half an hour later, I was on the other side of Alice's huge double bed. At least Alice was more hospitable than Edward. Wait, I didn't want to share a bed with Edward. No fear. I jumped slightly as thunder rumbled outside of the window and then whimpered quietly, me and. Thunderstorms had never got on. Actually, not that I would confess this to anyone, I was kinda scared of storms. That was why living in Forks was not a good idea for someone like me. I tossed and turned restlessly as the thunder continued to rumble and lightning flashed through the curtains, illuminating the whole room. I shivered under the duvet and huddled in a ball, thinking of happy things to persuade sleep to come. I shut my eyes and, after a while, I was seeing a familiar grin. Perfect lips surrounding a row of perfect white teeth, one side lifting higher than the other, a familiar, perfect, crooked grin. Matched with a pair of gleaming emeralds. I hit my head hard on the pillow, trying to force the image of Edward's face from my mind. Are you okay, Bella? Alice whispered through the darkness. I'm fine, my voice muffled into the pillow. Just trying to get comfy. But no matter how hard I tried to think of something else, my mind kept going back to Edward, his hand steadying me at, hanging out. Earlier, his eyes laughing at me, though somehow not harshly. His hand, almost invisible little hairs starting at the wrist, running through his brilliant bronze hair, his gorgeous mouth puckering into an annoyed frown or a glorious smile, his stunning face twisting as the drink concoction I made him slid down his throat, his Adam's apple bobbing, his muscular arms showing through his flattering tops, just him. And I could no longer find the conviction to stop my mind thinking of him. Because whenever there was a storm, I would undoubtedly lie awake until it passed. It was going now, and was a lot quieter, but I was still awake. So I let my imagination run wild. I fell into a deep slumber imagining his strong arms around me, pulling me into his lap, his lips on my neck, whispering sweet nothings in my ear, and somewhere, far, far away, a piano played a soft tinkling melody, comforting me, telling me that everything would turn out okay. In the end, I jolted awake, vaguely aware of feeling disoriented and uncomfortable. Then I realized why. I was still fully clothed and lying on top of my bed. It was also apparently the middle of the night. Well, damn, I had missed dinner and now I was absolutely starving. It was all Bella's fault. Everything was. Wait, Bella. I looked round the room, at the sofa, on the floor, even under the bed. And then I realized that she was probably with Alice. Huh, cheater. I got out of bed and snuck downstairs, looking for something to eat without making a heck of a lot of noise. Eventually, I settled for making a simple sandwich, buttering 6 slices of bread and coating them with peanut butter, shoving them down my throat like I hadn't eaten in days. Then I ate peanut butter from the jar. Man, I loved that stuff. I gulped down a glass of milk and then started back upstairs, still not quite satisfied, but too lazy to bother making anything else. I'd just have a big breakfast before school in the morning. Once back in my room, I stripped my clothes off in a matter of seconds and climbed into bed in just my boxers, not bothering with the oversized top I usually chucked on as well. But, as thunder rumbled outside and images of the beautiful girl who was now sleeping next door, sigh, ran through my head, sleep refused to take me again. My fingers flexed under the sheets, desperate, I knew, to run delicately across piano keys. I hadn't wanted this so badly in years. I should have known that fiddling around with the piano the other day had been a bad idea. I knew that, if I started playing again, Alice would make the wrong ideas, think that I had continued to play without her. And even I would think that callous after all that we had been through. But I was already sneaking up the second flight of stairs, desperate to break my own rules, to make beautiful music. I pulled the sheet off of the piano and eagerly sat down on the stool. I stared at the ivory keys for a long moment, and then laid my fingers on some. I closed my eyes and thought of Bella, and I played what came to me. That was how I had composed Esme's songs before. I let that thought trail off before it came back to haunt me and listened to the melody I unconsciously played. It was alarmingly sweet and adoring, almost girly. I hated that one girl could make me feel like this. Was this how I made other girls feel? Wow. I thought everyone just got with me so that they could get some. Not because their pulse raced every time they saw me and I was all that they could ever think about. Did I make Bella feel like that? Don't be stupid, Edward, I told myself firmly, the girl hates you. I felt a pang as I thought that. Why had I teased her like I had? That was kinda cruel. I hadn't thought to look past the angelic, annoying persona she had in front of the teachers to see the beautiful, humorous, incredible real persona she had. Sigh. Suddenly, I got the spooky feeling that I was being watched. I stopped playing instantly and looked at the open doorway, though I already knew who was there watching. I expected her expression to be furious, but it was gentle. What are you doing, Edward? Alice sighed, coming over and sitting beside me. That one was new. I haven't heard it before. Did you write it while I was in Biloxi? No, I mumbled. I can't write without you here. You know that. I sighed, not knowing whether to tell her everything. All of my confusing feelings. All of my damn apologies. But then, maybe I should wait for her to be ready to forgive me. I had accused her of the worst thing imaginable, so maybe I should live and let live for a while. Alice prompted softly. Her hand came up and touched my face. I just needed to play. I don't know why. I haven't felt this way in, well, years. And now, I just wanted to. It's insane. Edward, you look. Alice's brow puckered. Tired. Weird. Insane. All three. I suggested tiredly. Confused, Alice decided. What are you confused about? Is it? She trailed off. Now it was my turn to prompt. What? Is it Lauren? Are you in love with her? What? I said again, a lot louder this time. Of course not. I kicked her out hours ago. SSH. Alice hissed. Bella's asleep in the room below us. How strangely proud that made me feel. I quickly removed the thought from my head before Alice caught wind of it on my face. It was too late to worry about that anyway. Bella, she gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. Now, I had two options, confess everything or lie. I chose the latter. Bella, what? I asked innocently. Don't even think about denying it, Edward, she whispered. You like her, don't you? She grinned like a cat that had got the cream. Well, that's funny because she was just telling me earlier how much she doesn't like you. She laughed humorlessly. Yes, I was right, she wasn't ready to forgive me yet. It was strange how she got all defensive the moment Bella was brought into the conversation. I do not like her, Alice. I hissed. What on earth made you think that? The look on your face when I said her name, Alice replied coolly. I did not have any look on my face when you said her name. In your defensiveness, she added. I growled and glared at her. She glared back. Don't even think about trying to seduce her, stealing her innocence. I snorted at her choice of words. Alice flushed, but continued, and then breaking her heart and dropping her like another girl in your long line, because she won't fall for your dumb tricks. She's too smart and too good for you. Far too good. And she told me that she'd never, ever like you, so just beep it up, Eddie. Because, for the first time in your pathetic life, you want something you can't have. And never will have. She hit my shoulder, quite hard for a girl, as if trying to put her point across with even more conviction, and then she stood, glowering at me. I sighed, careful to keep my emotions hidden so that she wouldn't see how much that hurt, how deep the knife went. Then, I stood up and threw the sheet back over the piano before following Alice back down the stairs. I grabbed her arm outside her bedroom. I do not like her, Alice, I repeated. But is she in with you? Yes, Alice snapped, snatching her arm away from me. And stop denying it, Edward. I'm your twin. I think I know something about how your stupid obsessed mind works. I got one glance in her bedroom before she shut the door in my face. I didn't even get to see the sleeping Bella. I sighed and retreated to my bedroom in defeat, sad that Alice could hate me so much just for wanting Bella, not that I'd ever admit it. Or act on it. I got into bed, thinking over everything Alice had said. She had said, break her heart. Was there a possibility that Bella could ever hurt over me? No, probably not. Alice had also said that Bella had told her that she'd, what was it? Never, ever, like me. But then a sudden aggressive feeling ran through me. Bella would never hurt over me because I'd never give her the chance to. I'd never hurt her, ever. I wanted to hurt anyone who hurt her and I couldn't hurt myself. That's stupid. I wasn't feeling this way because I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I hurt her. No, that's what saps say. I just couldn't beat myself up. That was stupid. I woke up quite early for me the next morning. At first I considered going back to sleep and turning up late for school, as usual, but then I remembered Bella. She wouldn't be impressed if I tarnished her perfect tardy record. So I got up, dressed in the first thing my hands came across, and headed downstairs for that large breakfast I had promised myself. Still don't see why you wouldn't wear the dress, I heard Alice saying as I came down the stairs. Alice, I'm going to school, not clubbing. Bella retorted. I ignored the way my pulse picked up when I heard her perfect voice. The dress is completely inappropriate. And then I went through the door to the kitchen. Morning, I grunted, not looking at the girls. Wow, this is incredibly early for him, Alice muttered to Bella, though I was sure I was supposed to hear it. Bella giggled in response and, despite Bella's giggle being the epitome of beauty, I had that feeling like they were ganging up on me. You know, like in the playground at little school. I threw as much bread as would fit into the toaster and went and sat down at the table, running my fingers through my irritating bouffant. Seriously, no matter how much hair stuff you used, it refused to sink. Like that's gonna help, Alice mumbled. What was with her this morning? Look, Alice, I started as I looked up, but then I saw her. Bella had had her hair cut. And, Holy Mother of Jesus, did it look cute. She was looking down at the table, her eyelashes painted with black, her eyelids lightly coated in smoky gray, her cheeks unusually pale, until she looked up at me and caught me staring. She flushed a million different shades of red and looked back down at the table, stealing her beautiful brown eyes away from my gaze. What? I heard myself ask breathlessly, unable to finish. Bella looked up again shyly. Is it really that bad? She whispered. Alice snorted and walked over to the toaster, making sure to subtly kick my leg on the way over. I didn't notice. I was surprised that Bella thought it looked bad. No, I whispered back. It looks great. She smiled at me, dazzling me. Wow, Whoever thought that Bella Swan could ever look cute? Bella Pav. I fiddled nervously with my fingers in the back of Edward's Volvo. His reaction to my new haircut had been different, to say the least. I had a feeling that he didn't like it, but felt guilty for last night, so didn't say so. And if that was what Edward thought, then what would everyone else think? They'd say worse things about me, to me. I don't feel so good, I muttered to Alice, who was sat next to me. Don't worry, Bella, you look incredible, Alice replied, and then leant over to adjust my necklace. Well, her necklace. I had refused to wear the red dress once I had seen it. It was way too short, the skirt ending at my thigh. I may have been leaving the sweats behind, but I certainly wasn't about to leap right into a tiny scrap of material like that. Especially not on a school day. So, instead, I wore a pair of skinny jeans, I already had the nail polish on top that hugged my torso, with a plunging neckline that showed the tiniest bit of my cleavage, enough to play up the eyes, but leave a bit to the imagination, Alice had said, a pair of silver ballet flats, and a red pendant necklace. Everything I wore, Alice had bought on Saturday. We got to school right on time, which annoyed me a bit. I couldn't really explain why it annoyed me, but I had a feeling that it had something to do with the fact that Edward Cullen was always late and I didn't want him to make an effort just to get me here on time. It just made him more perfect and, therefore, more annoying. Yes, that seemed like a fairly sensible reason to be annoyed. We passed Mr. Marshall on the way in. He smiled at us, but there was something in his eyes that was satisfied. I couldn't quite pinpoint it. You're early this morning, Edward, he said cheerily. Edward made a noise under his breath and stormed off to his form room. Mr. Marshall chuckled and Alice and I headed in the opposite direction to our own form room. Mrs. Connell still wasn't there yet, thank goodness, so Alice and I took our seats at the back of the room, me trying to ignore the stares I felt on me. The silence that had fallen when we walked in was filled with whispers, murmurs. I heard my name mentioned, and Edward's, and Lauren's. Can't they talk about something else? I asked Alice quietly. Anything. Alice shrugged and opened her mouth to speak, but then Jessica Stanley came over. Hi, she said. Did you have a nice weekend? I stared at her. Jessica Stanley had never spoken to me. Ever. And now she was acting like we were best of friends. What the hell? It was okay, I answered her question. Actually, come to think of it, I had had a great weekend, minus walking in on Edward's makeout session. Jess smiled genuinely. That's nice. I nodded, surprised by her sudden friendliness. Then Alice spoke up, if you want to talk to Edward, don't you think it'd be better to actually go and talk to him? You know, like a normal person. Jess glowered at Alice. I was talking to Bella. Alice's glare was much more impressive. Well, she doesn't want to talk to you. I think she can decide who she wants to talk to for herself, can't you, Bella? She looked at me. I started, but then thankfully, Mrs. Connell came in. Jess reluctantly took her own seat. Alice grumbled. I hate it when people do that. Do what? I asked. Try to be your friend so that they can get to Edward. Been there, done that and got the t-shirt. Believe me, I know all of the symptoms of someone like that. Alice pulled a face. Oh, was all I could think to say. As the day went on, I got stares and whispers in the corridors. I knew that people were spreading rumors about me, and I knew that girls hated me now because I got to stay in Edward's house, but I didn't care as much as I usually did. It must have been something to do with Alice being right beside me. It was nice to know that I had a friend who liked me for who I was, rather than whose house I was staying in. At lunch, I sat with Alice again. Alice spent practically the whole lunch hour staring across the cafeteria at Jasper Hale. After school, she said to me, we are going to the coffee shop round the corner from our house. Rose said that Jasper's there then. Alice, why don't you just go and talk to him? I asked. Because, Bella, she said, rolling her eyes, because that would look desperate. And because he's sat across the table from Edward. Oh, I said, looking over as well. Right. Then, Mike Newton came over. He was rubbing the back of his neck nervously. Hi, Bella, he said quietly. Hi, I replied, watching him shuffle edgily. You look great, he told me. Alice smirked at me across the table and mouthed, told you so. I ignored her. Thanks. I smiled genuinely at Mike. Did you want something? Actually, yeah. Having a party on Friday and I wondered if you two wanted to come along. I don't know, I started, but Alice interrupted me. Sure, we'll be there, she said, turning to smile at him. He nodded, but didn't leave. Anything else? Alice asked. Well, yeah, he admitted, chuckling awkwardly. Sit down, Mike, I offered. No, he refused, it's okay. I just wanted to ask you if you were doing anything tomorrow night. He said in a rush. I had an awful feeling about where this was headed. Well, not really. Would you like to go somewhere with me? His eyes never met mine. Like a date? I asked. He nodded sheepishly. She'll go, Alice answered for me. Great, Mike enthused. I'll pick you up tomorrow at 6:30. I stuttered. 6:30 is fine. She's staying at our place, though, Alice reminded him. Sure. See you tomorrow, Bella. Then he turned and walked away. I stared after him and then glared at Alice. Why did you say that? I demanded. Bella, you need to liven up a little. You may not like Mike, but it may make people more aware that you are there and you're into guys. One day Mike Newton, the next, well, someone you like hopefully. You are so dead when we get home, I promised, looking down at my plate again. I heard Alice snicker before she gathered our plates and went to dump them in the sink for the dinner ladies to wash. I didn't move from the table, but I could feel someone watching me, so I looked up. For a brief moment, my eyes met the extremely familiar green pair that were watching me, and then his glance flashed away again, so quick that I couldn't be sure that he had even been looking in this direction. Mason mock fainted when I went into the form room. Wow, man, you're actually on time, he said, sounding genuinely shocked. Yeah, well, I trailed off, shrugging. How was your weekend with Swan? Mason asked, unable to keep the smirk off of his face. I hit him over the back of the head. And Alice. Don't forget Alice, I said. She's possibly more irritating than Bella. Ooh, Mason mocked. Bella. Not Isabella. Not Swan. Not that girl. No, it's Bella now. I opened my mouth to retort, but couldn't think of anything to say, so I just thumped him again and said, how was your weekend with the ex? His grin disappeared from his face as he scowled. She ignored me until last night and then started going on about how I was heartless to break up with her by text in the first place and that it was my fault she moved on, as though I had asked her. I couldn't care less about who she's slept with since I dropped her. I much preferred it when she ignored me. I laughed, thinking how good I had it compared to Mason. Bella was actually a pretty good partner. The only downside to her was that living with her for just a few short weeks was really tarnishing my reputation. But you actually sidestepped the question, Eddie boy, Mason said, smirking as he used the nickname he knew I hated so much. How was your weekend with Bella? It was different, I allowed. He raised his eyebrow, prompting more information. Sometimes, Mason, I swear you expect a good bit of gossip, just like a girl, I said. He still didn't say anything, waiting for me to continue. I sighed. I just shoved her on the sofa and we haven't really spoken to each other, I lied, repressing a shudder as I remembered the disgusting drink she had made up, and ignoring the tingly feeling that ran through my body when I thought of my hand steadying her on the assault course that she had dreaded so much. It took me longer than it should have done to notice Mason staring at me, open-mouthed. What? I asked defensively. What had I said? You shoved her on the sofa. His eyebrows were so high, they were practically touching his hairline. Yes, I said slowly. Mason continued to stare at me. You can't do that. Why not? Well, because it's rude. She'll get a cricked neck or something. You should have offered her your bed. It's the right thing to do. I know you don't really care if Bella gets a cricked neck, but she'll give feedback, and then what are you gonna do when all of the girls realize you're not a gentleman after all? Mason explained. Oh, why hadn't she said something? Mason was wrong. I did care if Bella got hurt. What had I thought just last night? I'd have to beat up anyone that hurt her and I couldn't beat up myself. Maybe I should offer her the bed. I would. Tonight. It was the right thing to do. For some reason, every time I saw Bella in the corridor, I wanted to go over and say something to her, apologize for the grief I knew everyone was giving her, behind her back, at least. But I couldn't do that. Mason's reaction to me just saying her name correctly proved that. But the time I most wanted to go see her was at lunchtime. Mike Newton was bothering her and Alice. Why? What did he want with Bella? I watched as he spoke to them nervously and then walked off exultant. I watched as Bella spoke with Alice, a strange expression on her face as Alice went and dumped their trays. Then, suddenly, her eyes lifted and met mine. Embarrassed, I looked away, back down at my table. My heart thudded wildly against my rib cage after a few seconds of eye contact. I looked back up at their table and found a surge of disappointment flood through me when I saw that they had gone. Oh, for God's sake, why was my life so screwed up? Bella Pav. The end of school came fairly quickly and Alice dragged me quickly to Edward's Volvo, complaining about how little time she had to reapply her makeup. To my surprise, and Alice's, Edward was already there, fiddling about with the CD player inside his car. He jumped slightly when Alice threw the door to the backseat open and quickly changed the music. I got in as well and pulled the door shut behind me, before looking up to see him watching me in his rearview mirror. He looked away hurriedly but I had already seen the raging conflict in his burning eyes. I glanced at Alice, who was staring out of her window, still ranting about something, and then leant forward and whispered softly into Edward's ear. Are you okay? He looked behind himself and stared at me for a long moment before nodding. I'm okay. Are you? I heard you got some grief from nothing I haven't had before, I interrupted him, shrugging it off, though I was secretly thrilled that he was concerned. Suddenly it occurred to me that his mood had done a complete 180 from before. He had gone from hating me and calling me names, to worrying about me and listening to, well, I hadn't heard enough to be anywhere near sure, but it sounded like Debussy to me, something Renee had often played around the house when I had lived with her. Edward and I stared at each other for a while, not moving, but then Alice broke us out of it. Edward, she almost yelled, do you think you could actually turn the engine on, or what? Yes, ma'am, Edward muttered and I ducked my head to hide a smile. Alice, do you really think that's a good idea? I asked a few hours later. You've already had 5. If I want another coffee, I can have another coffee. Alice narrowed her eyes at me. I sighed. Hyper Alice was kinda scary. Look, why don't you just ask him for his number, Alice? Just get talking to him and ask his number or wait for him to ask for yours. Are you freaking kidding? Alice exclaimed. I took another sip of my second milkshake and watched as Alice sashayed over to the counter to order her 6th coffee. Why coffee, for goodness sake? What was wrong with milkshake? Although, to be honest, I had only chosen them because they were huge and I could make them last through Alice's crazy obsessed coffee ordering. Alice took ages, talking to Jasper with a stupid, simpering smile on her face. Jasper's expression was almost identical, so I didn't understand why she didn't just ask for his number. He would be more than happy to give it to her. She came back to the table after a while looking slightly dejected. He still didn't give me his number, she complained, sitting down and knocking back the coffee like an alcoholic drinking booze. Yeah, well, I shrugged. What did you expect? Oh, hi Alice. Guess what? Buy 6 coffees, get my number free. She scowled at me and then frowned and stood up. You're not getting another already? I asked, my mouth falling open. No, she cried. No, I just really need a pee. I laughed and she scurried away to the bathroom. I had a sneaky feeling that Alice would have asked Jasper where they were if she wasn't so desperate. I was beginning to get bored, so I decided to take matters into my own hands. Luckily, there was no queue, so I walked straight up to the counter and Jasper. Hi, can I help you? He asked in a slight southern drawl. Yes, I'll have a latte for my friend, please, I said. I wasn't sure if Alice wanted a latte, but she must have been sick of ordinary coffee by now. Sure thing, he said, grabbing a polystyrene cup from underneath the counter. There was a long pause and then he spoke again. Your friend is, Alice, right? Alice Cullen. Yeah, that's right, I said in an offhand way. She likes you, you know. She does. He stared at me. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. It couldn't have been much more obvious if she had painted it across her forehead. Yeah, well, I'd quite like to see her again, Jasper told me quietly, snapping the lid on the latte. She'd like to see you again too. She would. Yeah, she talks about you all the time. He frowned for a moment, as though contemplating something. If I wrote my number on the cup, do you think she'd call it? I'm sure she would. After she'd played all of the pointless hard-to-get games. Jasper's face lit up like a child's on Christmas Day and he grabbed a pen from the side, scribbling on the side of the cup hastily, then he passed it to me. "Thanks," I said and handed over the cash. "Don't worry about paying. If it's for Alice, this one's on me." I smiled at him, and pocketed the coins. "Okay. I'll make sure that she calls." I turned away and then Jasper said my name. "Bella." I turned back. "Yeah, if there's ever anything you need in return," he trailed off and shrugged. "I'll be glad to do it. You're a nice person." I laughed once and then shook my head. "Thanks for the offer, but I don't really need anything." "Okay," he said. "I can be pretty good at influencing people though." "Nah, I'm good. No one really likes me anyway. I'm weird. Besides, everyone hates me." He smiled sympathetically. "Don't listen to them. They don't know anything." "Thanks," I said and turned away again, going back to the table. "Oh, and Bella," he called. I looked at him. "Edward doesn't hate you," he told me with a wink. Then he went through the door to the back of the store, leaving me staring after him, open-mouthed. "Bella," Alice asked, coming up behind me. "What's wrong?" I blinked and shut my mouth quickly. "Nothing," I said and then plucked my coat up from the back of the chair. "Come on, let's go." "What?" "No, I didn't get Jasper's number yet," Alice exclaimed. I handed her the latte and she furrowed her brow in confusion. "What is it?" she wondered. "It's a latte," I answered. "With Jasper's number on." Alice gasped and turned the cup round so that she could read the message. She whispered it out loud, "Alice, call me." And then a bunch of numbers. "What the hell, Bella?" she squealed, but she was grinning like a maniac. She leapt at me and hugged me. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." I just smirked. "He's besotted, you're just blind." Alice stuck her tongue out at me teasingly. "Whatever. Come on then." When we got back to Alice's house, Renee called. After a very long and tiring conversation about tightrope walking, "No, Mum, that would not be a sensible career," Alice was practically bouncing up and down on her bed. I knew 6 coffees was not a good idea. "Let's do something," she proclaimed, the minute I had hung up. "Like what?" Alice looked round her room a second and then snapped her fingers. "Let's make cake." Will we be allowed?" "Sure, Esme likes cake," Alice replied, waving her hand. Then she grabbed mine and pulled me off of the bed. "Come on." She dragged me downstairs and into the kitchen, where she let me go and started to pull out various kitchen utensils and ingredients. My brow furrowed when I saw what she had got out. "Alice, you don't need broccoli to make cake." "If it's broccoli cake you do," she argued, pouting. No, Alice," I said firmly, putting the broccoli back. "Well, what can we make?" she wailed. "We don't have flour. How about?" I looked through the cupboards to find ingredients. "Those cornflake cakes." "What?" Alice raised an eyebrow. "You've never made chocolate cornflake cakes." Alice shook her head. "We'll make them, then," I decided, pulling out the chocolate, cooking butter and cornflakes. Nice and simple, I thought, that way nothing could go wrong. How wrong I was. Half an hour later, by which time the cakes should have been done, Alice was stirring lumpy chocolate and I was still measuring out cornflakes, covered in supposedly inexistent flour. "I am sorry for tipping flour on your head, Bella," Alice said, not sounding a bit sorry. "Yeah, well," I sighed sarcastically. "These things happen." I went over to the sink and cupped my hands to collect some water, then I threw it at her. "Bella!" Alice shrieked, flapping around with her hair. "You got my hair wet." "You got my hair flour, why?" I pointed out, and then I smelt something burning. I ran to Alice's side and tried to stir the chocolate, but couldn't. It was stuck to the bottom of the pan. "You're supposed to be stirring this," I told Alice, turning off the heat and crossing my arms. And that was the last of the chocolate. "Maybe we should give up," Alice suggested. "Maybe we should," I agreed. Then Edward came in. "What's that smell?" he asked, and then he saw us. "What the hell are you doing?" "Cooking," I replied, smiling. He stared at me. "You have flour in your," he gestured toward my hair. "We're not stupid, Edward." Alice rolled her eyes. "She does know it's there." "Right," Edward sighed slowly. "You should probably clear this up before Mum gets in and Bella finds out that you've been banned from the kitchen ever since you got that pancake stuck to the ceiling when we were 11. I stared at her. "Alice," I shrieked. "Why didn't you tell me that?" "Because then we couldn't have made cake," she said. "We didn't anyway." We just made a mess. Edward snorted. You can say that again. Ce sera sera, Alice muttered. I sighed and grabbed a cloth which I chucked at Alice. Clean. Now. Yes, Mum, she responded sarcastically, but started to wipe the surface anyway. I took the saucepan to the sink to try and get the chocolate scraped off of the bottom, but then his hand stopped mine. I'll do that, he said in my ear. You need good stamina. Oh, here we go with the innuendos again. Sure, I said easily, letting him take it. He smirked and then murmured. You know, you should get flour in your hair more often. It looks great. I frowned, trying to work out what his point was, but he just winked at me and started scrubbing the bottom of the saucepan under the hot water. I wondered briefly if I'd ever understand the way his mind works and then decided that I probably wouldn't. After all, he was Edward Cullen and I was Bella Swan. Two people that were destined to never have their paths cross. Ever. The rest of the evening went fairly quickly after the cake disaster. Luckily, we had managed to clear up the kitchen before Esme had come in. Edward had done most of the clearing. I had been busy trying to keep Alice under control. She can never have caffeine ever again. I really do mean that. I must remember to slip Jasper a helpful comment. Never take Alice out on a coffee date unless you want to get her near high. He really was quite nice. Being in Edward's gang had not taken a toll on him, after all. I changed quickly and slid under the sheets, waiting for Edward to get back from the bathroom. He was quick too. If I didn't know better, then I would think that he had come back early just to see me BPD. But I did know better. And I did know that Edward Cullen would never care about me, BPD or otherwise. Hey, he said, standing awkwardly by the door. Hi, I replied, all set to turn over and go to sleep, but then Edward cleared his throat. He started. Well, I've been thinking, and, well, I wondered if you'd like to sleep in the bed. There was a pause as I was stunned into silence. I've changed the sheets and everything, he added, taking my silence the wrong way. Before the, cake incident, he shifted his weight, frowning. So, what do you think? Well, I'm flattered, I said, but I'm okay over here. Really? No, he told me. Bella, just take the damn bed, okay? The guest should have the bed. I shouldn't be kicking you out of your own bed, I disagreed. Besides, your sofa is probably more comfortable than my own bed. Don't be silly, Edward commanded. He came over and, so fast that I didn't realize what he was doing, swept his arm under my knees and lifted me up as though I was weightless. Edward, I shrieked. Put me down right now. He dumped me on the bed, his eyebrows raised cheekily. I glared at him and reached out and grabbed his arm. Then, I pulled him down next to me. I imagined pushing him on to his back and crawling up his body, planting soft keys on his neck before he grabbed my chin and pulled my mouth to his full lips caressing mine with a gentle touch that screamed with intensity, passion, meaning, love. But I didn't do that. Instead I said, Edward, I am not taking your bed. He shrugged. Okay. I was completely bewildered. Aren't you going to argue? Do you want me to? I frowned. No. He smiled. Then I won't. Since when do you do what I want? I asked, pouting at his mood swings. Since now. I sighed. You know, your mood swings are really giving me whiplash, I complained. Okay, ask me to do something, he ordered. I thought hard. Tell me something about yourself that I don't already know. He frowned, thinking for a second. Only if you promise not to tell. I linked my little finger with his and led my head close to his. Pinky promise. He leant his head in too, so that our foreheads were touching. Instantly, the electricity flooded between our linked skin, making me feel dizzy, but not bad dizzy. He pulled back slightly, so that there was the smallest of gaps between our heads. It made me wonder if he felt it too. I quite like classical music, he confessed in a small voice. I smiled through the darkness. I knew it, I whispered. Claire de Lune in the car earlier, right? He stared, stunned. Yeah, he said slowly. You know it. I nodded. Now you tell me something about you. I thought for a moment too. I actually hate school, and lessons, and teachers, and exams, and I am sick to death of stinking at grades. My confession was really a teeny tiny rant. I knew it, he echoed me. I knew that there wasn't actually a soul on earth that liked school. He sounded exultant. Your turn, I said. He sighed. I don't dislike Alice as much as it comes across. He chuckled, but I didn't press for a real confession, because I could tell from his tone that it was as personal as his music taste. What's the deal with you two anyway? I wondered aloud. You know, just sibling squabbles, but he didn't meet my eyes as he spoke, and I could tell from the way that they acted around one another that there was more to their attitudes than that. Okay, I said. I guess it's my turn, right? Yep. I know it looks terrible and was a disaster, but I quite like my new haircut. It's not so boring. I couldn't see, but I knew Edward was grinning his crooked grin. My breath caught in my throat, even though I couldn't see it. Bella, your new haircut is incredible. You'd be surprised how many guys commented on it. In a good way, he told me. It looks, Lord help me, but it looks kinda cute, he admitted. I laughed, to cover up the way my pulse raced and my face flushed. Wow, Edward the player calling me cute. Now that's a comment and a half. I laughed again. I was shocked when his hand caught my chin, stopping my laughter. Bella, he growled, utterly serious. I was not joking. I mirrored him, cupping his perfectly sculpted jaw in my right palm. It felt amazing, perfect skin dusted in rough stubble that he would certainly shave off in the morning, as I had gathered he did every morning of his life. I would never admit it, but I felt honored to be one of the very few people to see him with stubble dotting his chin, to see him at what was almost his most vulnerable state. Edward, I copied him. I wasn't joking either. He leant into my hand and I did the same into his. My head was pounding and my heart was beating twofold. Never had I ever done anything this intimate with a guy, oh for heaven's sake. It's not like we're even doing anything. Your turn, I prompted. He took his hand away and I felt sad when the unnaturally cold air hit my face. I removed my hand too, but entwined my fingers with his, refusing to let him go completely. What else can I say? He asked. What are you afraid of? I am afraid of, he paused, thinking. Alice. I laughed. No, really. I'm afraid of losing someone I love, he answered. But they don't know that. I smiled. Don't worry, I won't tell them. Thanks, he said. What are you afraid of? I am afraid of, I trailed off, embarrassed. Go on, he encouraged. Don't laugh, I warned. I won't, he promised. I took a deep breath. I'm afraid of thunderstorms. I can't sleep when there's one. He didn't laugh. How did you sleep last night then? I blushed, not wanting to tell him that I had imagined that he was there with me. Well, Alice was with me, so it wasn't quite so bad. Yeah, sorry about that, he said. It's okay. We just won't tell Mr. Marshall, I joked, not really knowing what we would do. Your turn. Okay, but last one, he said, squeezing my hand. Sure, I whispered, but my voice sounded hoarse, breathless. I didn't do anything at all with Lauren, he told me. I keyed her and it didn't feel right, so I told her to go home and she did. An overwhelming sense of inexplicable relief flooded through me. So why weren't you at dinner? He ducked his head in embarrassment. I fell asleep. I laughed gently and then sighed seriously. Esme looked kinda disappointed. I trailed off. He sighed. I hate making her sad, he whispered. Wow. It seemed like I was getting far more out of him than he was of me. But she wouldn't understand. You wouldn't understand, so why am I even saying this? He silenced himself quickly, but I had already heard his tone. It was broken, disappointed in himself, hurt, vulnerable. All I wanted was to reach out and comfort him and tell him everything was all right, but I couldn't. I just murmured, I don't know. Good night, Bella, he said bluntly, indicating that the conversation was over. He pulled his hands from mine and stood up to go to the couch, offering me the bed one last time, but I stood too and pushed him back down. Good night, Edward, I whispered. Then, hesitantly, I leant down and placed a soft kiss on his cheek. I could have sworn that my lips were singed, burnt, but I didn't care. My head spun as I slid back onto the sofa, under the covers. There was a long pause and then Edward sighed through the darkness. Thank you. For what? For seeing something that no one else can, he answered so quietly that I wasn't sure I heard it right. Edward paused. My cheek burned and I reached up to touch it, stunned. Either her lips were red hot or, well, I couldn't come up with another conclusion. But, boy, did it feel good. Thank you, I whispered after the shock wore off. For what? She asked. For everything, I wanted to say. For dotting me, for not hating me even though I hated you, for being beautiful, for being kind, for being the most thoughtful person I'd ever met, for being, you. But I didn't say that. For seeing something that no one else can, I replied really quietly, half hoping she hadn't heard it. She didn't say anything, just turned over and inhaled deeply through her nose before blowing it out of her mouth. I wanted to be there, next to her. I wanted to feel her breath on my face. I wanted to be allowed to sleep next to her. I wanted to be with her. I honestly, truly did. And I honestly, truly didn't know what was wrong with me. But I did know that I didn't want her to sleep on the sofa. I waited quietly, breathing evenly so that she'd think I was asleep. While I waited, I watched her. She tossed and turned a few times before settling down and eventually falling asleep, I think. "Bella," I hissed. "Are you awake?" I expected her to whisper. "No," sarcastically or something, but she stayed silent, so I got out of bed and padded over to the sofa. She was asleep. She looked gorgeous when she was sleeping, her hair splayed across the pillow, her long eyelashes brushing against her cheeks, her pretty little teeth even biting her soft, perhaps a tiny bit too full bottom, lip in her sleep. I touched her lip gently, and she stopped nibbling it. I could have sworn that a spark literally lit up the room. Then, I bent down and slipped my arms round her the way I had earlier, but more carefully this time, so as not to wake her. As I carried her over to the bed, she shifted a little in my arms, leaning her head into my shoulder and sighing quietly. I lay her on the bed, my heart thudding at our closeness, and pulled the duvet over her body, praying that she wouldn't wake up. She didn't. I watched her for a moment, pleased with myself for carrying her half the length of the room without waking her up. I turned and headed back to the sofa. But then I froze. "Edward," she said, loud and clear. I started, spinning back round to argue with whatever stupid notions she had, but she was still sleeping. I stared in confusion. "Edward," she said again, and then I realized, she was talking in her sleep. And she had said my name. I grinned involuntarily, I couldn't help it. Did that mean that she was dreaming about me? I wished, not for the first time, that I could see inside her head, see what she was thinking, or, in this case, dreaming. "Good night, Bella," I whispered, bending down and dotting her forehead. She stayed asleep and I stared at her for a long moment. "You know, you're beautiful," I told her quietly. It was the only time I could tell her things like that, when she was sleeping. As I got back into bed, I thought of all of the things we had told each other and how confident I felt that she wouldn't repeat anything I had just said, even in spite. Bella just wasn't like that. And, as I looked up at her sleeping form, I realized that I couldn't pass this off as attraction any longer. I really liked Bella, properly this time. Not like I had any other girl. I didn't just want to get some from her, though that would be nice, but I wanted to be with her properly. I wanted to be the one to give her everything she wanted, be the shoulder she cried on, be the best friend she had never had, be the person she confided in, be the person she felt the same way about in return. I wanted to be with Bella Swan. There was absolutely no denying it any longer. The next day passed without much incident. For some bizarre reason, Jasper actually smiled for practically the whole day. "Bella's a nice girl," he told me randomly. For a moment, I panicked, wondering if he had guessed that I like her, but then he walked off, so I didn't get the chance to ask him what the hell he was on about. After school, I went to the park with Connor, Mitchell, Mason and Jasper, and we called Emmett over to even up the numbers. We played sport for a few hours, Mitchell, Jasper and I thrashing Connor, Emmett and Mason at everything we did. Then, we all went to Pizza Hut for dinner, mucking around as usual until we got kicked out. Emmett came back home with me to see Mum and Dad and Alice. "How's the wife?" he asked. I scowled. "How's the girlfriend?" To my surprise, he didn't attack me about dodging the question. Instead, he rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. "Actually, I was thinking about proposing to her," he admitted. I gaped at him. "You what?" "I want to ask Rose to marry me, but I don't know how," Emmett told me. "And you're asking my advice?" "Well," he said, "you're a ladies' man, aren't you?" I don't know why, but the title I had once loved now felt like a sick label. It disgusted me. "Yeah, I'm the player," I replied bitterly. Hey, Emmett backtracked. "No need to be like that. I didn't mean it like that. You just know how to impress the ladies, don't you?" "No," I grumbled. "Whoa, what's up, Eddie?" "Nothing, I lied, just as we walked through the door. Honey, I'm home, Emmett yelled, as he did every time he walked through the door. He went through to the kitchen while I kicked my shoes off and then started up the stairs to go and shower. But I collided with someone at the top of the stairs. Oh, Bella exclaimed. Sorry. Red colored her cheeks as her eyes caught mine. No, I'm sorry, I said, and then I noticed what she was wearing. A tight thigh-length red dress that flattered her figure, leaving nothing at all to the imagination. A pair of killer stiletto heels, also red, and she was carrying a little red handbag. That was it. Are you going somewhere? I asked suspiciously. She flushed even more, if that was at all possible. Yes. Alice appeared out of nowhere and answered for Bella. She's going on a date. I felt my blood turn to ice as I looked directly at Alice, forgetting about Bella. She's going where? On a date, Alice snapped, smirking a little. Didn't Bella get fed up with Alice answering for her? I would. I guess that showed the difference between us. Bella was too nice, I was a jerk. A what? I gasped. With who? Oh yeah, I get it. Bella interrupted our conversation coldly. Who would go on a date with her, right? I looked at her in surprise. What? No, I didn't mean. Whatever, Edward, she spat. Just because I'm not your type doesn't mean I'm not anyone else's. She pushed past me and stomped down the stairs. Bella. I ran after her. Bella, I didn't mean it like that. Sure you didn't, she said sarcastically. Her voice cracked at the end of her sentence and that broke my heart. Bella, please, I whispered, reaching out and grabbing her arm. I was just surprised. Yeah, I know, she hissed, snatching her arm away. I sighed and took a step toward her. I could feel Alice watching us from the top of the stairs, but I ignored her. Bella, I murmured. Please, listen to me. I trailed off. She took a step away. No, Edward, she said firmly. I don't want to hear your apologies. I know what you're going to say, and I know it's not true. No you don't, I insisted. Bella, why are you going? She glared at me. Because I want to. I don't understand you, Edward. Why do you even care? Because I like you too much. Because I know you don't like any of the guys at school. Because none of them are good enough for you. Even I'm not good enough for you. Well, Bella said, stuck for words. Eventually she stuttered out lamely, that shows how much you know. Bella. Even I could hear how pained my tone was. I loved the way her name rolled off my tongue, even though I had said it too many times to count in the last few minutes. She frowned, confused as to why I would sound like that. What? I do understand. More than you'll ever know, I whispered, twining her fingers with hers. Yeah right, she scoffed. No one would ever date me, but every girl in the world falls at your feet. You don't understand a thing, Edward. I would date you, but you're the only girl in the world that won't fall at my feet. If only I could make her see, show her how much I did understand. Then I had an insane idea. Whether it was just that I was watching her lips move as she spoke, or whether it was because I had wanted to do it for a while now, I acted on impulse and leant closer to her. I snaked my hand up so that I was gripping her wrist and I pulled her closer by millimeters. I heard a little gasp escape her mouth, but she didn't stop. Me. Instead, she too made the distance between our faces smaller, moving her lips closer to mine. I didn't know whether she was aware of this, but every part of me was more aware of it than I had been aware of anything before. My hand moved its way up her arm and across her back, stroking it softly. Her breath hitched and my heart thudded. Closer, closer. Bella. Alice screeched from upstairs in a panicked tone. Bella. He's here. Bella flushed bright red and tried to pull away from me, but I locked my arm around her, desperate not to let her go. I'd never let her go. She cleared her throat awkwardly, but I still didn't let her go. I decided to take to the last resort. Please, Bella, I whispered, still holding her close. Please don't go. Why not? She asked quietly. Because I want to be the person to take you on your first date. Because I want to be the first person to key you softly. Because I want to be the fist guy to walk you home, laughing in the dark. Because I am dying of jealousy. Because you're perfect. Because, just because. I'm sorry, she said, slipping under my restraining arm as Alice whipped past to the door, whacking the back of my head on the way past. I felt angry at myself. Maybe if I had said just one of those things I had thought, then she would be back here, her lips moving softly against mine, giving me the best key I had ever had. They opened the door together and I watched, eager to see the face of the guy the first would bury tomorrow if Bella came home in any less than the perfect condition I had left her in. Wow. Bella, you look great. Newton. Mike Newton. My blood boiled and, if I had a pencil in my hand then I would have snapped it. There was no way on earth Bella would date that moron. She must have some kind of ulterior motive. Hey Mike. She smiled at him. Or maybe she just liked him. Nah. No. Impossible. He was a jerk. Period. You ready to go, then? He asked, grinning nervously at me from the doorway. I could almost see my seething expression from his point of view. He must have been fearing for his life. Still, I had no sympathy for the pathetic excuse of a boy. A kitten probably had bigger balls than him. A female kitten. Sure, Bella answered easily. I'll just grab my coat. She turned around and came over to the pegs next to me and grabbed the red cardigan she had hung up there just a few minutes earlier. I begged her with my eyes. What is your problem? She hissed, shaking her head and then turning away and following Mike down the garden path. Alice waved after them and then slammed the door, before turning round to look at me. Her glare probably put mine to shame. Yeah, Edward, she spat. What is your problem? She shoved past me and up the stairs. I went up as well, to have the shower I had intended to have originally, but she cornered me outside the bathroom. You just don't want her to be happy, do you? She asked in disbelief. You are so selfish, Edward. I cannot believe you. Bella is one of the kindest, no, she is the kindest person I've ever met. Ever, Edward, and I can tell that this is just going to hurt her. You are going to hurt her, Edward, I can see it. I was about to disagree, but then she sighed and rubbed her temples and I saw a small, vulnerable Alice that I hadn't seen in years and I just couldn't fight with that Alice. She seemed lost for words, but then she continued, I just don't want to lose the only friend I have here. I'm sorry for everything I've said to you. I don't want to hate you, Edward, but I can't help it. It's as though you just don't care anymore and I hate that. There was a pause and then she said, I lied, you know. She does like you. She insists that she doesn't, but I can see that look in her eyes when she looks at you now. What? I breathed, unwilling to believe it. You heard me, Alice said. She likes you, Edward. Come on. You'd have to be blind not to notice. She always looks across at you in the cafeteria and she always relaxes when you're there. She always seems more comfortable with you around. She smiles when she hears you laugh. She's sad when you're not there. She moves when you move like you're opposite ends of magnets attracting each other. It's as obvious as daylight, Edward, she just hasn't noticed yet. But I can tell you feel more for her than she does for you. You've stopped dating and you don't pay attention to any other girl anymore. You only have eyes for her. Edward, she looked at me. I think that you love her. I don't, I mumbled. Did I? No, I was scared of love. It was too committal. Everyone spoke of love as something good, but it wasn't. When you loved, you just left yourself open for hurt. Love ended with hurt, that was that. It couldn't be helped. Because, one day, you will lose the one you love and you won't be able to do anything about it. Love just hurt. No, I didn't love Bella. Alice shook her head. Well, you like her a heck of a lot, then. I shrugged. What are you going to do? She wondered. What do you mean? To win her over? I stared at her. I don't know. I wasn't going to try. Alice smiled condescendingly. Edward, as much as I hate you right now, and don't want you to hurt Bella, you should try it. You like her enough to settle down for a while, don't you? Well, yeah, but. Alice interrupted me. And I think you could maybe change if you dated her. Maybe, but, I started again. And you'd be perfect for each other. Well, I dunno, but what? She demanded. What about my reputation? Alice gave an exasperated sigh. And what about your reputation, Edward? I raised an eyebrow at her. This is Bella Swan we're talking about. She rolled her eyes. Well, then, it's up to you. But I don't think it's going to get in the way. Watch this space, Edward. You're starting to care more about Bella than your reputation, so, she trailed off suggestively. We'll see, I murmured. Did I care more about Bella than my reputation? For a moment, I pictured wandering the corridors with people staring at me, not like they usually do, but because I was the topic of gossip. I pictured me sitting at a table by myself, everyone purposefully avoiding me. Jasper and Mason and the guys ignoring me or just shaking their heads at me in disappointment. The girls turning their noses up at me rather than crushing on me. Just me against the world. But then I thought about Bella. That was what she went through every day. Would it be so bad to be with her? Give her the moral support she deserved. She didn't deserve the gossip, she didn't deserve the slagging off she got. I used to think that she did. I used to start some of the gossip about her. But now that I knew her, I knew that she wasn't the person everyone made her out to be. She was caring, kind, funny, gorgeous, everything positive in the dictionary. So it wouldn't just be me against the world. I pictured it again, wandering the corridors with people staring at me, but this time it was because Bella was at my side and we were laughing with each other, ignoring the world around us, sitting at a table, not by myself, but with Bella next to me. Maybe she'd even help me. I would lose my reputation, but I'd gain Bella. It would just be us against the world. Was that such a bad exchange? Yes. I had built up my reputation so that I could hide behind it. What would I do if Bella split with me, effectively breaking my heart? I couldn't just go back to being who I was. I'd be a loner, vulnerable, a freak. Because I wouldn't be able to move on. The way I always had before. Then I suddenly noticed that Alice had gone, and I'd been standing alone on the landing for ages. I sighed and went into the bathroom, turning on the shower and hoping to forget about Bella while the water cascaded down my back. Oh, who was I kidding? She was the only thing on my mind, and that was every second of every minute of every day. There was no way I could forget her. This was turning into an obsession. One of those obsessions that you can't get rid of however hard you try. And it certainly doesn't help when the object of said obsession is sleeping in your bed. Bella Pav. New haircut looks really nice, Mike was saying, but I wasn't really listening. Nice. Was that the best thing he could come up with? Edward had said that it was cute. Edward. Sigh. I could have sworn that he was about to key me just now. But that was probably just me being stupid. Edward Cullen wouldn't key me. But, wow, just being that close to him was wonderful. Especially when he held me there, telling me not to go. I had wanted him to say something, anything, that would stop me from going. I don't know why I felt let down when he didn't impulsively key me or tell me that he liked me. Because I knew he didn't. I just let myself hope. So now I was cross. Both with him and myself. Then, my mushroom ravioli came. It was slimy and disgusting, cheap. So I picked at it unenthusiastically. At least Mike was quiet when he had food in his mouth. I found my thoughts returning to Edward, and this morning. Flashback. I rolled over, sighing before realizing that I should have just dumped myself on the floor. I sat bolt upright and blinked. I was in Edward's bed. How in hell's name did I get here? I looked around to see Edward lying across his sofa, still asleep. He must have moved me here while I was asleep. I watched him sleep for a moment, watching as his stomach and chest rose and fell with every breath he took. His copper-colored hair was mussed up and his long lashes swept against the pale skin of his cheeks. I missed the depth of his green eyes, which were undoubtedly my favorite part of him, but he looked so peaceful that I couldn't bear to wake him. And then, I looked at the clock and remembered that I had to. So I went over and knelt down beside him and stroked his hair. It didn't feel like I would have thought. It felt soft and lovely as opposed to the wiry mess I had thought it would be like. I got a bit carried away, stroking down his nose, his cheek, his jawline, and then I touched his eyelids and watched as the gorgeous green color appeared. "What did you do?" I whispered fondly. He sat up and looked at me a bit like a puppy. I snickered. "How come I woke up in your bed?" Awareness lit in his eyes. "Oh, well, it was the right thing to do." "Really?" I asked. He grinned crookedly and I tried not to let it show that I was melting. "Breakfast," I said, patting his bent knee and then standing up and heading for the door. "Bella," Edward called after me. "Yeah." I turned back round. "Your hair looks like a haystack, but I like it," he told me, and then winked. I scowled at him but then flashed him a cheery grin before setting back off down the stairs. End flashback. Bella. Someone called my name, breaking me out of my daydream. "Bella, are you done?" "Huh?" I asked, looking up to see Mike looking pointedly at me. Then I noticed the waitress standing over me, waiting to take away my bowl. "Yeah," I replied. Yeah, I'm done. What do you want to order next? Mike said to me once the waitress had gone. I frowned. I didn't want to be here anymore. I actually don't feel very well. Do you think you could just take me home? Mike looked astonished. But we've only been out for, just over 2 hours. Almost half of those 2 hours had been spent in the car. That was the problem with living in Forks. You had to drive for almost an hour just to get to anywhere with anything. I know, I'm sorry, I said, letting my head fall into my hands, pretending that I didn't feel well. Oh, right, he said. Okay. He called the waitress over and paid though. To be honest, I was surprised that he hadn't seen through the act. I had never been a great liar. The car ride home was awkward, neither of us saying much until he pulled up outside the Cullens. Can we do this again sometime? He asked. Maybe, I lied. He smiled and then he leant across. I could see what was coming, but I didn't want it. I wanted my first key, to be with someone special. I didn't know why Edward's face flickered through my mind when I thought that. I'll see you tomorrow, then. I said, opening the door and climbing out, narrowly avoiding the key. Mike looked incredibly disappointed. Yeah, tomorrow. Cool. See you. I let myself back into the Cullens' house to find Alice waiting up for me. I gave her back the house key she had lent me. Well, how was it? She asked. Terrible, I answered honestly. Yeah, well, that was my brother's fault for trying to feel you up before your date. Excuse me, I gasped. She did not just say that. Alice rolled her eyes. I'm tired, she declared. I'm going to bed. I'll see you in the morning. Bright and early again like Monday. No goofing off like this morning. Is that clear? Crystal, I groaned. Good, Alice said and started up the stairs. I followed her but went into Edward's room to find him asleep on the couch. I took my pajamas into the bathroom and changed and washed in there, before going back and dithering for a second before getting into his bed. I had just turned onto my side and closed my eyes when Edward spoke. How did it go? I jumped out of my skin. Don't do that, I cried angrily. I was still cross with him from earlier. What? He sat up on the sofa. Make me jump like that. Oh, sorry. He still seemed a little begrudging. Did you key? Newton, what do you care? I snapped. Did you? He repeated calmly. No, I grumbled. Why not? His voice was indifferent, but I could hear something behind it, though I wasn't quite sure what it was. Because I was afraid I'd get herpes. I said, heavily sarcastic. Because I didn't want to, you jerk. Why else wouldn't I? He shrugged and then said, that's no way to speak to the guy who's given you his bed. You can have it back if you like, I offered. I miss my sofa. My sofa. And I don't want it back. Whatever. I lay back down and closed my eyes again. Good night, Edward. I missed you, he said softly, probably trying to make it up. When I didn't reply, he sighed. Good night, Bella. Have good dreams. When he said that, there was humor in his voice, like he was enjoying a private joke that I didn't understand. I climbed the gazillion-and-one stairs alone, my school bag slung over my shoulder. Geez, I was not in a good mood. Mike had blabbed about our date and now everyone was looking at me as though they had finally noticed me. Not in a good way, though. The girls chat about me more than ever. Oh, what a shame. I was really looking forward to her coming out party, and the guys stopped flirting with me because I was decidedly taken. Not that I liked being flirted with. The compliments were better than the silence though. Lunchtime had been hell. I had to give in an assignment, so I went off alone to find Mrs. Connell and got cornered in the corridor by Lauren Mallory. She backed me against a wall and told me to leave her, Eddie alone before stalking off. The snipes I had been receiving all day were the reason behind my bad mood. Now I realized I was late, and was surprised to find that I didn't care. I stood, dithering in the middle of the staircase for a few seconds, before sitting down on a step. This was the first time I had considered purposefully skiving a lesson, all because of Edward. Hey, a voice said. Looky here. I looked up to see Mason Roberts, Edward's friend, looking down at me. What? I grunted. Skiving a lesson, Swan. He teased. Never thought I'd see the day. Piss off, Roberts, I growled. Ooh, touchy, he said, laughing. Mason, leave her alone. Oh God, please let me be imagining that startlingly familiar velvet voice. But of course I'm not. That's right, he's always late for lessons. Go away, Edward, I grumbled. Not going to psychology? He asked gently, sitting down next to me. No, I mumbled. Ignore Mason. I do, he told me. He's just a joker. I looked at Mason, who was staring at Edward, his eyebrows raised. Yeah, he looks like a moron, I agreed. Hey, he exclaimed. Edward and I ignored him. So, you coming? Edward asked again. No, I repeated. I'm skiving. Edward smiled disbelievingly. So, what? Do I tell Marshall that you left me? I'm wifeless. No, I said slowly, falling for it. You tell him I went home sick. Mason roared with laughter and the pieces fell into place. I hate you, Cullen, I muttered. I love you too, he joked, but those 3 words made my heart jump. A strange expression crossed his face and then he shrugged and got up. See you. He dragged Mason up the rest of the stairs and I hesitated for a second. Then I sighed, irritated, and followed them. Wait for me, I called. Edward turned round quickly, as though he expected my abrupt change of mind. I swear that boy can read me like a book. He held out his hand for me but took it back again, looking shifty, as though he was a kid trying to scapegoat the blame of smashing his mother's favorite vase onto a friend. The 3 of us walked into the classroom at the same time. Mr. Marshall looked up. You've decided to join us, then, you 3. We didn't say anything, thinking of it as a rhetorical question. Sit down then, Mr. Marshall ordered. Mason made a face and went to sit by Heidi. Edward and I took the last 2 seats right at the back of the room. As I was saying, Mr. Marshall continued, giving us a pointed look, you have endured 4 and a bit days of this project. Do any of you have any comments so far? A few hands shot in the air. Mine and Edward stayed down. Seth Hunter. Mr. Marshall picked. Amy isn't doing it right. She keeps talking about Edward Cullen. I felt Edward tense next to me, and she won't do any of the couple-y stuff with me. We're supposed to act like we're married, aren't we, sir? Mr. Marshall scratched his chin and frowned. Well, yes, that is the idea, but I'm not going to stop you seeing your boyfriends. And girlfriends, of course. It's only fair. But, sir, Seth whined, not bothering to lift his hand this time, Edward Cullen isn't even her boyfriend. Shut up, Amy hissed, bright red. Well, he's not, Seth pointed out. You're the one always going on about how he doesn't even acknowledge your existence and… Seth, Mr. Marshall warned, looking pointedly at Edward. Anyone else got something to say? Something positive maybe. Calais. Calais said shyly, well, I quite like the project. Her partner, Rob Wilson, nodded in earnest beside her. To be honest, I didn't understand Calais's response. Rob wasn't the best-looking guy in the class, and I could have sworn that he picked his nose when he thought that no one was looking. Calais continued, I've got to know someone I wouldn't have otherwise talked to, and I quite like it. Obviously, it's made me think quite a lot about weddings and that marriage is quite a commitment I'm not ready for, but it's quite nice as a temporary thing. Yeah, Edward muttered. And I'm quite good looking. I thumped his leg under the table and he grinned. Don't make fun of the poor girl, I scolded under my breath. It's just a mannerism. You have plenty. Like what? Like being cocky, I suggested, my eyebrow raised. Edward narrowed his eyes at me in mock anger. I stuck my tongue out and turned back to the front. Excellent, Calais, Mr. Marshall praised meanwhile. Does anyone else feel that way? There was a murmur of agreement, but no one brave enough to put their hand up. Anything else? Mr. Marshall questioned. No one else put their hand up. Edward mumbled. That was his lesson plan. Well, he's screwed worse than Kelsey Jones. He chuckled at his own joke. That's kinda cruel, Edward, I whispered. So are you, he muttered. I'm sorry, but in what way am I cruel? I hissed. He shrugged, his eyes trained on the front, as though he was listening. You should know that, he said through unmoving lips. Don't be ridiculous, Edward, I sighed. I'm not, he told me, serious now. You went on that date, didn't you? Well, yes, I replied, confused now. How was that cruel? After you teased me like that. I gasped. What? You heard me, he murmured smugly. I wasn't, I didn't. I stuttered. Edward grinned cockily. I knew that you knew what I meant. I felt my eyes flash with anger dangerously. You are, I started, but I was interrupted. Isabella Swan. Mr. Marshall was watching me from the front. Everyone turned to look at me and I flushed a deep red. Would you please stop talking? Yes, sir, I mumbled, ducking my head. Edward snorted. Shut your pie hole, I hissed. His grin widened. Mr. Marshall continued talking about whatever it was he was talking about. I sighed and played with a strand of my hair, watching Edward from the corner of my eye. He was watching me too, still bloody smirking. What was wrong with him? I glanced to the front again, checking that Mr. Marshall wasn't watching me. Then I turned back to Edward. You got me in trouble. Actually, he corrected, you got yourself into trouble. I glared at him, choosing to ignore his statement. And you never told me why I'm cruel, because I certainly did not tease you in any way whatsoever. Bella, he whispered, rolling his eyes. You aren't cruel. I was joking. You know, ha ha. Oh, right. Now I felt immensely stupid. He laughed and smiled at me. I decided to change the subject. Are we doing anything this evening? No, Edward replied. Why? Did you want to? I don't mind, I was just wondering if. Bella Swan. Mr. Marshall's shout made me jump. Stay after class please. I nodded and looked down at the table, feeling morose. I had never had to stay behind after a lesson before. Ever. And staying behind usually meant detention. Oh, my God. I was going to get a detention. I was starting to panic when I felt Edward's hand on my knee under the table. I frowned crossly. Was he trying to get me into more trouble? But then I noticed that he had a note in the hand on my knee. I subtly reached under and took it off of him, unfolding it under the table and reading it. Sorry EX. Despite the situation, I felt my lips twitch into a happy smile. He did care. And my heart twitched at the X, it was a key. I grabbed my pen and scribbled back. It was my fault BX. I pressed it back into his palm. It was back again in a matter of seconds. No, it wasn't. You wouldn't deliberately disobey a teacher unless I had forced you to EX. I sent another back saying, I'm not that fragile. I was asking you about this evening, hardly forced BX. The reply, aren't you? EX. He was teasing now. I smirked and wrote, you should know BX. His answer this time was confused. I should. How? EX. You were the one that dumped me on that sofa for 3 nights BX. 2 nights, he corrected. And it's not that bad EX. Whatever. And does that mean I can have it back BX? No no X, BX. XXXEX. 5 minutes left BX. Yeah, this is quite funny EX. What is BX? Well, we used to hate each other EX. Laughing face, and now we're writing notes BX. Yeah EX. Then, suddenly, everyone around us stood up and started packing away their bags. Edward and I looked at each other in confusion. He must be letting us out early. Edward sighed. Mason came up in front of us. You coming to play again, Eddie? We'll thrash if you're on my team. No, Edward replied. Why not? I asked. You just said we're not doing anything. Well, we are now, he decided. Oh, Mason said. Right. I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, Edward agreed, waiting for Mason to leave before looking at me. You ready? For what? Facing the marshal. He grinned. I frowned. Yeah, you wait outside if we really are going somewhere and all. No, Bella, he told me. I'm coming with you. I'm not going to be the one that will ruin your perfect record. I sighed. The way you're going, Edward, you will be the one to do just that. Well, not today, he said, and we both walked over to Mr. Marshall's desk, Edward standing a little behind me. Well, Bella, Mr. Marshall started. I have to admit that I'm a little disappointed in you. I thought you were one of the few that actually listened to me when I'm talking. I didn't know what to say to this, so I didn't. She does, Edward told him. But I distracted her. I'm sorry, Mr. M, it won't happen again. Mr. M, Mr. Marshall asked, his eyebrow raised. Edward shrugged. Sorry, he repeated. Well, Edward, I've never heard you apologize for anything before. Miss Swan here been working her magic, then. He frowned. Though, obviously, you've been working yours too. I beg your pardon. Edward looked at him like he was crazy, which he was. Nothing, nothing. Just ignore me. Mr. Marshall dismissed it with a wave of his hand. I'll let you both off this once as long as you promise it won't happen again. It won't, we both swore in unison. Mr. Marshall cracked a smile. That's what I like to hear. See you both on Friday for our negotiation. I looked at Edward, I had forgotten all about that. Sure, Edward saw it easily. I stared at him. See ya, Edward told Mr. M, and dragged me out by the back of my hoodie. You still want this negotiation? I asked quietly when we were outside. Do you? Well, I hesitated. I didn't want to admit that I liked being with him now, but I didn't want to lose him either. I think I can put up with you for a few weeks. Rather you than Mason. Edward laughed. Thanks, but he's not all bad. And I feel the same way, we just don't want the old geezer to think that he's won already. How's about we insist that we want his negotiation, and pretend to go through with it and then change our minds for a different reason. So he doesn't think it's all his doing. Now it was my turn to laugh. I like your way of thinking, Mr. Cullen, I said. But where are we going? He grinned at me. Now that, he said, is for me to know, and you to find out. And then he started down the stairs, me running after him, wondering what the hell we were doing now. To be honest, I didn't even know where we were going. Bella followed me to my car and I got in the front, she in the back. I had just belted up and started the engine when Bella interrupted me. What about Alice? She asked. Right, Alice. Oh yeah, I said, turning the engine back off and drumming my fingers on the wheel. Surely she should already be here after the whole Bella actually getting told off fiasco. Where are we going, Edward? Bella said after a few minutes. Nowhere unless Alice hurries up. She sighed and leant forward in her seat so that her chin was resting on my shoulder. I had an overwhelming urge to turn around and push her back, getting into the back of my Volvo and dotting her on the back seat. But if Alice got in to find us making out, I would be a dead man later on. I could feel her breath on the back of my neck and it was really turning me on. I wanted her, and badly. Ever since she had admitted last night that she and that disgusting excuse of a boy, Newton, hadn't Ed, I had sworn that I would be the first person to her. I couldn't explain how desperate I was to be the only guy to her, to touch her. I didn't want anyone else's hands or lips getting to her before mine did. Suddenly, Bella's phone rang, making me jump. Silly Edward, she whispered in my ear, chuckling, then she picked it up. Hey Dad, she said. I could hear her father's reply from where I was sat. Hey Bells, I haven't seen you in days. A little smile graced her lips. I know, I've been kinda busy though. How have you been holding out? Oh, same old, Charlie replied, and then hesitated. Blew up the microwave, but that's okay. It's fixed now. How about you? He told her in a rush. I pursed my lips so that I wouldn't laugh and then watched Bella's reaction. You blew up the microwave. She shrieked, her face a picture. Well, yeah, but it's all right now, he responded sheepishly. Geez, Dad, what did you do to it? I left a spoon in the bowl. Enough about me, Bells. He turned commanding. What have you been up to? Alice has been torturing me, Bella answered, grinning at me. With makeup, haircuts and short dresses. Other than that I've been okay. What about that Edmund you were complaining about? Charlie barked. Bella shot me an apologetic look. Whether that was for the complaining thing or Charlie calling me the wrong name, I didn't know. Edward is, well, he's nicer than I thought, she said, looking directly at me. Actually, he's kinda cool. I beamed. Kinda cool, was a compliment coming from her. Great, Charlie said enthusiastically. Does that mean you're bringing him round to meet me soon? Bella hesitated. Sure, I told her. We'll go now. Bella said again. Edward says we'll come now. Even better. I missed you, Bells. Missed you too, Dad, she returned. I guess I'll see you in a bit. They said goodbye to each other and then Bella hung up and looked at me. Why did you say that? She demanded, resting her chin back on my seat. I turned my head so our foreheads were touching. She didn't flinch away. I didn't actually have anywhere we could go, I said honestly. You do realize that he's going to completely eat you out as though you really did want to marry me. She told me, staring into my eyes. Sounds fun, I replied merrily. Bella laughed and I could feel her warm breath on my chin. Then, finally, Alice got in. Bella automatically snapped backwards, embarrassed to be found with her face that close to mine. I missed the closeness straight away. Where have you been? I asked Alice instantly. Talking to Jasper. Alice had a dreamy look on her face. Oh no. Please, no. Why? I shut my eyes tight, pleading that it wasn't what I thought it was. He asked me out on a date tomorrow, Alice answered happily. I was about to lecture her, but Bella spoke first. Did you ever call him then? After all those bloody coffees? Nope. Alice's lips popped on the P. Bella giggled. But you gave him your number, right? Since you're useless. Of course I did. Alice started. You're going out with Jasper? I asked in a groan. Yes, Dad. Alice scowled at me. He's taking me to see a movie tomorrow evening. And before that we're hanging out at his coffee shop. Don't have 6 cups of coffee this time, Bella told her. Jasper will break up with you in seconds if he has to deal with what I did. I gaped at them. 6 cups of coffee. You let Alice have 6 cups of coffee. Bella nodded slowly. I know it was a mistake and all that, but I shook my head in mock disappointment. You should have known better, Bella. She flashed a false smile at me and I could feel that something passed between us when our eyes met. It was like a secret, though we had none. It was a connection. Almost an hour later, we dropped Alice home and Bella demanded that she changed into something that wouldn't give her father a heart attack. Cue a huge argument between Alice and Bella. Bella and I pulled up outside Bella's home, unfortunately in her scrap of metal that she used as a car. I was still annoyed about this. Still don't know why we had to come in this scrap heap when we have a perfectly amazing Volvo available, I grumbled. Because it will stop working altogether if I don't use it, Bella said merrily. She was ignoring my mood, though most definitely not oblivious to it. And you say that like it's a bad thing, I muttered. She hit me gently. It is, sweetheart, she cooed, and then stroked the top of my arm where she had hit me. Sorry, did I hurt my muscle? Why, husband? She frowned as though she felt sorry for me. Sorry, but do I know you? I asked. Yes, she sang. I don't feel I do because I haven't met psychotic Bella yet, I said. Well, you have now, she told me, and then dragged me up the path. Did you inherit your psychotic alter ego from your father? I wondered as I looked up at the big for middle-class house. Well, possibly. But it's most probably my mother's genes, she mused, probably more to herself than me. Good, because otherwise it's not looking good for the whole, not being shot by the father-in-law who has a gun, thing, I said thankfully. I couldn't be certain but I thought I heard Bella laugh as she rang the doorbell. It was opened in seconds by Chief Swan. Bells, he exclaimed, pulling his daughter into a huge hug. I missed you, and your cooking. Bella laughed, loudly this time. Thanks, Dad, she said and then pulled away and gestured to me. This is Edward. Charlie looked at me gruffly. Hi Edward, he said and I saw Bella sigh with relief when he got my name right. I decided to be polite. If I liked Bella, it was probably best to make a good impression first time round. It's nice to meet you, sir, I said, ignoring Bella's snort of laughter. Oh, please, call me Charlie, Charlie responded, waving his hand in a dismissal. Then, he turned and headed inside, leaving the door open so that we'd follow. Psychotic Bella and polite Edward, Bella mused as we stepped through the door. 2 alter egos that are very rarely seen. Then we're well matched. I winked at her. Now that's more like the Edward the first know and love, she laughed. But polite Edward is cool. I didn't know that there was one behind all of the stamina and arrogance. I scoffed at that and then noticed that she was waiting for me to take my shoes off. You go ahead without me. I quite need to use the bathroom anyway. Give me directions to your noble Lou and then be on your way, good steed, I joked. Please. Bella laughed. First door on the left, she told me, pointing up the stairs and then going through to the living room. I watched her go and then kicked my shoes off and headed up the stairs. But when I got to the top, I didn't go through the first door on the left, instead I turned right and peeked inside the first door in that direction. Meh. Spare room. Boring. Next. The next room was what I was looking for, Bella's room. It wasn't very big, unlike my room, and it wasn't much either, but it was homey. The walls were a light shade of blue, which seemed very Bella, not very girly, but not too masculine either, and the ceiling was peaked. The wooden floor was smooth beneath my feet, not harsh like some wooden floors are, and the yellow lace curtains looked like they had been there for all of Bella's life, though they also looked strangely brand new. Other than that, Bella's room seemed very personal with photos stood up on her desk, which was practically the only other thing in the room, minus the clothes scattered on the end of her blue bed sheets to match the walls, and the wardrobe that was so small, Alice would probably throw a fit. On the desk was an old computer, actually wired up to a modem rather than with wireless, a big space where I presumed she did her homework, and a load of framed photos. I walked over and plucked one off. It held a photo of a preteen Bella standing next to a woman with laugh lines and shoulder-length brown hair that looked startlingly like the girl by her side. Or the girl looked like her. This must have been Bella's mother. Nearly all of the photos were of her, some with Bella, some with another guy I'd never seen before, maybe a stepfather. I put the last photo back and left the room, looking back one last time to check that the room was just as I found it. Then I went back downstairs, thinking about how nice Bella's room was, how well it reflected her personality. I wondered if she thought the same about my room. I'd have to start badgering her about switching places for a while. I quite wanted to stay there. But, then again, I didn't particularly want to live with a cop. I wandered down the hallway and into the living room, where Bella was attempting to explain why she had hacked off all of her hair. I decided that I wanted a change and, she was saying. Long story short, I interrupted, making them both jump as I walked over and sat on the two-seater couch next to Bella. My insane sister insisted that she was gifted and talented in the hair department and, accidentally, might I add, hacked off all her hair. Bella fixed it herself and now it looks great. Understatement of the century. Bella flushed and Charlie looked questionably between the two of us, but then he shrugged it off. So, Charlie began. Edward, have you been taking good care of my girl? I raised an eyebrow at Bella. Good care. I had been horrible to start with and I had dumped her on the sofa. Yes, Bella answered for me. He's been great. I was about to argue, but she silenced me with a look. And, boy, was that look cute. I wanted nothing more than to sweep her into my arms and key her so hard that she forgot her own name. And, yes, I was slightly concerned about feeling like this. Charlie said. There was an awkward pause and then he spoke again. Bells, could I ask you a favor? Sure, Dad. What is it? I was wondering if you'd mind preparing some meals for me to eat while you're away, and are you two staying here at some point in this project? No, Bella said at the same time as I said, yes. Charlie snorted as Bella turned to have it out with me. What? She asked. No, we're staying at your place. I want to come here too, I said. Or it'll be boring. But there isn't a couch or even space on the floor in my room. Bella pointed out. We'll sort something out. I shrugged. We could share the bed. Now I like that idea. But it'd just be so much easier to stay at yours. Bella had turned on a slight whine now. Please, Bella, I begged. Think of how peaceful it would be without an Alice to wake you at the crack of dawn every day. Bella hesitated. Just let the poor kid stay here, Bells, Charlie put in. Thank you, I said. See, your dad wants me here. He doesn't know you, Bella muttered. And what in hell's name was that supposed to mean? Fine, she gave in. We'll come and stay here Saturday. That gives us a whole day to pack up some stuff and drive across. Happy now, she sighed. I grinned. Of course. Bella paused. Visiting Charlie with Edward hadn't been as bad as I had expected. But, then again, I didn't hear all of the questions Charlie grilled Edward with while I was preparing meals for Charlie. Hopefully they weren't anything too embarrassing like, how many STIs do you have exactly? Actually, that was a pretty good question. I bet even Edward wouldn't know the answer to that. I wondered for a second what the answer was before guilt majorly set in. Edward was okay. Hell, Edward was a lot nicer than okay. I slid my pajamas on, sat on the sofa and then dragged a brush through my unruly hair, singing softly as I did so. Strumming my pain with his fingers. Singing my life with his words. Killing me softly with his song. Killing me softly with his song. Telling my whole life with his words. Killing me softly with his song. It had been a song that Renee had often played and occasionally sung herself around the house and, though I had hated it at first, I had warmed to it and eventually I had sung it too. Until I had given up singing after that disastrous performance. Actually, that had to be one of the first times I had sung in years. I jumped as the door opened softly and Edward came in. You okay? He asked gently. I'm fine, I replied, surprised at the care in his voice. Are you? I'm okay, he said slowly. Apart from the fact that you are lying on my bed. I looked down at the sofa, caught on and then smirked. Technically I'm lying on your sofa. Yes, but that's my bed now. How many nights is it gonna take before you finally understand that you're sleeping on the bed? If this is a way of getting yourself in my bed when we stay at my place, then it is totally not washing, I joked. Getting myself in your bed, eh? He quirked an eyebrow at me. I abruptly realized that my joke had completely backfired on me. I didn't mean it like that, I backtracked quickly. Edward laughed. I know. But your bed is too small to fit my muscles in anyway, he said, flexing his impressive muscles. Yeah but, I started and then I realized what he had said. How do you know how big my bed is? I asked. He shuffled nervously, huh? Guilty. Well, I might have had a quick peek in your bedroom. Oh, you did, huh? I teased, letting him know that I had forgiven him. I probably would have done the same thing. Actually, that was a lie, I probably wouldn't. Yes, Edward sighed slowly, coming over and sitting by my feet on his excessively long sofa. And it is very nice too. I snorted. So you gonna move to the bed or am I gonna have to carry you over? He paused and then added, again. I folded my arms stubbornly, pretending to want to stay on the sofa. In actual fact, I desperately wanted to feel his strong arms around me, carrying me halfway across the room with ease. Especially since the other time he had carried me, I had been unconscious. Edward disagreed, then he leant across and touched my chin with the tip of his finger. Bella, pretty girls should get the hospitality that they deserve. Did he seriously just call me pretty? Oh, get a grip, Bella. He probably calls every girl he talks to pretty. But still, my thoughts were interrupted by his left arm sweeping underneath my knees and his right arm curling protectively round my shoulders. He lifted me and carried me close to his chest, cradling me like a baby. I rested my head on his shoulder and made the most of the ride. But, all too soon, I was on his bed. Not dumped this time, but carefully placed. However, instead of just leaving me there and heading back to the couch, he stayed with his forehead pressed against mine, his breath on my lips. I stared into his dazzling green eyes, my heart beating so fast that it should have indicated a heart attack. Then, he sighed and abruptly pulled away, leaving me dazed and disoriented. Are you gonna get under the covers or what? He asked cheekily. Or what? I said stubbornly. Edward shrugged and climbed under the covers on the couch that I had just been lying under a few minutes ago. Then he threw his legs back out again, walked across the room, shut off the light and went back to the couch. I snorted again and then slumped back on the bed, my hair spreading on the pillows. I combed my fingers through the still damp mass of chocolate brown curls and then twirled a strand in my finger. My thoughts were still consumed by the boy opposite me and his incredible dazzling powers. If I didn't know better, I could have sworn he wasn't human. What are you thinking? Edward whispered. Nothing, I replied. Oh come on. He laughed a little under his breath. You can't think about nothing. You'd die. Well, then I'm dead, I said. He seemed to realize that I didn't want to talk because he was quiet then. I wrestled with the sheets and crawled under them, sniffing delicately along the sheet. I knew he'd said that it had been washed, but I could have sworn that it smelt faintly of his amazing, unique scent. No cologne could have bettered it. Edward, I asked quietly. Yeah, he responded almost immediately. Thanks, I said, for the bed, and for, well, everything. I glanced at the sofa to see his eyes smoldering back at me, even through the darkness. You're more than welcome, Bella, he murmured. Then he rolled over. Good night. Night, I whispered, inhaling deeply once again and tucking the sheets tighter around me. All I could think about that night was her. Mostly her voice. Her amazing, incredible voice, and how I wanted more. How it was like a drug to me. When I heard her singing one of Esme's old favorite songs from outside the room, it was the single most beautiful thing that I had heard in my life and I just wanted to hear more. I could imagine how it would sound when combined with the sweet melody I had played the other night when I pictured her face in my mind and I swear my knees melted. That was the best way I could describe it, and I still sounded like a total girl. I watched as she fidgeted every now and then in her sleep. That girl had me wrapped completely round her little finger without even knowing it. This was the first time I had felt this strongly about a girl since Tanya. Actually, this was a hell of a lot stronger, and that scared me. Because Tanya had only ended in disaster and, if I felt stronger, then it could end up even worse. I couldn't imagine Bella doing anything close to as horrible as what Tanya had done, but I could imagine myself doing something, saying something, feeling something, whatever to hurt her. Unintentionally, of course. Remember the whole, beating myself up, thing. Edward, she murmured. I beamed, and then decided to see what would happen if I spoke. I'm here, I whispered across the room. Stay, Bella whispered back, the fingers on the hand that was dangled over the side of the bed twitching slightly. Don't go. I'll never leave you, Bella, I said intensely, really hoping that she wasn't actually awake and just having me on. Thank you, she muttered. Anytime. She didn't reply this time, instead turning over and lifting her dangled hand to drape it over her chest. Her mouth twitched a little and then she moaned a bit before slipping into the deeper, dreamless slumber. Good night, Bella, I whispered into the night. Morning came all too soon, pulling me from sweet dreams consisting of a certain girl with chocolate brown eyes. Technically, it wasn't the morning that ripped the dreams away, but the girl herself. The school morning was as dull as usual. The only good thing about it was that I had biology, my one other lesson with Bella. I had gotten there early, earlier than Mason, on purpose so that I could choose our desk for the lesson and make sure that it was behind Bella. What are you doing? She hissed over her shoulder when I dumped my bag on the desk behind hers. Sitting down, what's it look like? I retaliated. Bella shook her head and looked back to the front, but I had seen the little smile that graced her lips when she thought I couldn't see. Mason didn't pay any attention to the fact that we were behind Bella when he came in, thank God, but I didn't learn a single thing in biology because I spent the whole lesson staring at her back and daydreaming about her. At the end of the lesson, I took ages packing all my stuff away so that Mason would go without me, and then I walked up behind her and tapped her shoulder. She jumped and spun round. Oh, it's you. Who else would it be? I asked. She shrugged, but was looking edgily across the room to where Lauren Mallory and cronies were still sat. Sheesh, why'd it take girls so long to pack up? Well, Bella broke the silence. I hadn't realized that there was between us. Well, what? I asked. What did you want? Oh, I frowned. What did I want, other than to hear her voice? Nothing, I guess. Bella raised one eyebrow. Right, okay. I clapped my hands together awkwardly. Okay, Bella echoed, looking pointedly at me. She gestured to her now empty desk. I'm gonna go now. Oh, sure, I said. She gave a little wave and then left. I watched her go before realizing that I should probably leave too. The rest of the morning, though, dragged. I was kept in late to finish work that I hadn't done in the lesson in Spanish, and so when I got to the cafeteria, all the good food was gone. I grabbed a cheese sandwich that looked like it had been there for a week. Actually, it probably had been there for a week, and a bottle of water before going to sit at my usual place. However, I got a surprise to find that my seat was taken. Taken by a girl with long dark hair. Of all people, I sighed and sat down at the empty seat next to her. You're in my seat, I informed her. Oh, I'm sorry, she said, turning to cock an eyebrow at me. Finders keepers, losers weepers. I don't think that applies to a seat, I said. Why are you here anyway? You aren't allowed on the cool table. Bella's face fell slightly and I regretted the snub instantly. Jasper invited us. Both of us. Oh. I looked across the table to where Jasper was sat. Alice was next to him, chattering about something with hand gestures and everything. He was listening avidly. Of course. Bella smiled a little. I think it's sweet. I think it's weird, I said. I mean, can you imagine dating Alice? You'd never get a word in edgeways. Bella chuckled, and then went back to picking at her lasagna. I watched her until she looked up, her brow furrowed. Edward, she said quietly. Yeah, do you? She took a deep breath. Do you hate me? I was shocked. What? I gasped. Where did you get that idea? I didn't, she replied. I just wondered. Bella, I could never hate you, I whispered intensely. For the first time, I realized that I was leaning toward her because she leant back a bit, alarmed by my intensity. She cleared her throat a bit and then looked at my pitiful lunch. Do you want a bit of lasagna? No, it's yours, I said, looking at my lunch too, embarrassed. Have it, Bella insisted. I don't want any more. It did smell delicious. I sighed and gave in. Thanks. I took her plate and speared some lasagna on a clean fork. It was a bit cold, but a lot better than the week-old sandwich that was the alternative. Bella watched as I ate her dinner, and I could have sworn that I saw sadness in her eyes, but whenever I looked up, she smiled at me. I was hyper-aware of her sitting beside me throughout the lunch hour even though we didn't speak another word. It was like an electric current constantly passed through us when we were in a 5-meter radius of each other. It was my buzz, my drug. Bella was my drug, and I was totally and utterly addicted. Bella Pav. School was dull, boring, dreadful, whatever. And, what's more, Lauren Mallory was picking up on Edward and I's friendly relationship and was now placing doubts in my mind about Edward's friendliness by telling me that he hated me. But of course our relationship was, and always would be, just friendly, although Lauren apparently thought otherwise. I have no idea why, but apparently I'm competition compared toward her, the perfect own cheerleader. So she was being increasingly horrible and I had that awful feeling that she'd have it in for me until the end of the project. Or beyond, if Edward didn't cease all contact with me when we no longer had to stay with each other. When we got home, Alice dragged me up to her room, insisting that she needed to start getting ready now. But there are still 3.5 hours until Jasper comes and picks you up. I pointed out. Exactly. Alice was close to shrieking. I should have had at least 4 hours of getting ready time. I knew I should have skipped school this afternoon. Alice Cullen, a voice came from the doorway. That is not the right attitude at all. We looked over to see Esme watching us with a smile about her lips. But, Mum, Alice whined, Jasper is trace important. She waved her arms in the air. Esme chuckled. So you guys don't want a homemade chocolate brownie if you're busy getting ready for the most important night of your life. Alice hesitated. She had told me that Esme's homemade brownies were her weakness. Can you bring them up? She asked. Esme smiled and produced a tray from behind her back. I knew you'd say that, she told us, setting the tray on Alice's desk. On the tray there were 2 glasses of lemonade and a plate with 2 chocolate brownies on. Thanks, Mum. Alice squealed, pouncing on the tray. Esme and I laughed. Have fun, guys, Esme said before going back downstairs. 3 hours later, Alice was using straightening tongs on her blow-dried hair to make it flick out extravagantly. How come when it was her hair, she did it great, but when it was mine, she hacked it into pieces? You look great, Alice, I told her from where I was sat watching on her bed. She looked at me in the mirror and grinned. Thanks. There was a pause and then Alice said, Edward likes you, you know. I frowned. He does. Yes. Alice rolled her eyes, concentrating back on her hair. He likes you quite a lot. I laughed. Sure, Alice. He likes me as far as he's putting up with me until the project ends, I said, though deep down, I did know that he liked me a bit more than that. But I had had no experience with boys at all. I didn't know whether the small amount of contact Edward and I had was friendly or something different. Alice spun her chair round and looked at me with one eyebrow raised. And you like him? I know. Believe me, I'm good with these things. Jasper and I were watching the 2 of you at lunch today. Jasper is good at working out people. It's obvious that the 2 of you are absolutely smitten. Completely and utterly. I don't think so, Alice, I disagreed. We're just friends. Believe what you want, but you're just blind to your real relationship. Alice turned back to the mirror and flicked the straighteners off, reaching in the drawer for her makeup, again. I didn't have anything to say in response to that, so I just watched as she reapplied more sparkly blue muck to her eyelids. She had told me earlier that it brought out the color of her eyes more. I ended up lying on her bed flicking through one of her books while she put on the finishing touches of makeup. I had read about 16 pages when I realized that the book was upside down. This was so annoying. Edward was like a disease. He slowly overtook my body, starting with my pulse, my breathing, my dreams, and now my mind was forever thinking of him. He was infectious. Or maybe the correct term was, addictive. I opened my mouth to ask Alice how much Edward liked me, whether it was the same for him, did he think of me all the time? Did his heart thud so hard when he saw me that it hurt? But then the doorbell rang and Alice shoved me out of the door whispering, "Go. Aren't you gonna get it?" I asked, confused. "No." Alice hissed like I had just suggested something illegal. That would make me look too eager. Then she slammed the bedroom door in my shocked face. I raised my eyebrows and went downstairs to answer the door to Jasper. "Hey," he said. He was wearing smart jeans and a black button-up shirt and looked as though he had spent almost as much time on his hair as Alice. "Hi," I replied, letting him in. "Alice will be right down." He grinned at me. "Thanks again for this, Bella," he said. I laughed. "You are totally welcome. Are you sure there's no one you want me to set you up with?" He offered, a cheeky smile on his otherwise composed, and slightly nervous, face. I frowned, thinking of what Alice had said. "No. And why on earth are you putting stupid ideas in Alice's head that Edward likes me?" I demanded. Jasper had the decency to look a little guilty. "Well, because he does," he replied sheepishly. "Well, don't," I ordered, trying, and probably failing, to keep the shock off of my face. "Alice scares me when she does that." Jasper laughed, but then the smile almost literally fell off his face as he stared up the stairs. I looked up as well to see Alice coming towards us, a shy smile gracing her lips. She wore a silvery blue dress that slid down her body like a waterfall, emphasizing her perfect figure, and her makeup was immaculate, her hair incredible. She looked like a runway model, and I felt stirrings of jealousy. I was surprised at myself. I never got jealous. I had to remind myself that this end result had taken 3.5 hours to get to, and I would never sit through 3 hours of torture. I'd draw the line at 2. I waved the two of them off and then went upstairs, lost as for what to do. I decided to look for Edward, so I headed to his room. The door was shut, so I knocked tentatively. "Edward," I called through. "Edward." There was no reply, so I pushed the door open slightly to see that the room was empty. I frowned and went downstairs, glancing in every room. I couldn't find him anywhere. So I came back upstairs, called his name once more, and then caught sight of the third set of stairs. Curious, I snuck up them and along the third landing of the huge house. "Edward," I called softly. I opened the first door and looked inside, to find that it was only storage. I sighed and looked around. Maybe he was out, but that was when I saw it. The sign hanging on the third door on the right. It read, "Edward's Den Boot. Edward's Den, keep out." Well, keep out, or, eat boot, sign usually triggered the opposite response in me, and this time was no different. I tiptoed along the landing and put my hand on the door handle. I took a deep breath and turned it to the right. There was a small click and the door opened slightly. I pushed it open and peered inside. The first thing I noticed was the musky smell. It smelt as though no one had been in here for years, and, judging by the sign on the door, I'd guess that I was right. I stepped inside, the off-white carpet soft under my bare feet as the floor creaked loudly. I cringed, and then I saw the huge, shapeless object hidden by a sheet that obviously used to be white but was now a grayish color. I patted over and took the edge of the sheet between the thumb and forefinger of my right hand. I rubbed it between my fingers and lifted it slightly to see a bit of dark brown wood. It seemed to be in perfect condition. My brow furrowed and I pulled it again, wanting to see what was hidden underneath the sheet. And now I noticed the paper that littered the floor, loads of sheets of paper just strewn everywhere. I dithered for a second, wondering whether to look under the sheet or read what was on the paper. "What are you doing?" His velvet voice was furious. I spun round, dropping the sheet, to see Edward stood in the doorway looking angrier than I had ever seen him. He was so angry that it scared me. "I was, well, looking for you," and I stammered. He cut me off. "Get out." I swallowed and pushed past him out of the room and down the stairs. I heard the door slam and then footsteps following me. My heart thudded against my ribcage, terrified that I could make him so cross. But now I was more curious than ever. What was under that sheet that he didn't want me to see? Her beautiful face was all that filled my mind as I played effortlessly, it seemed. I had been working on this for 2.5 hours now, and it was so close to perfection. I couldn't believe that I had given this up for so many years. That I had let one thing stand in my way. I got off of the piano stool and walked to the other side of the room where a desk sat. I fiddled with my fingers for a second before wrenching the top drawer open and looking inside. It was filled with sheet music, all covered with notes that I had scribbled on at the age of 12 or 13. I took a pile over to the piano and skimmed through them, settling for one that I remembered being particularly proud of, entitled, Dreams. I remembered many people asking about the title, especially Esme, but I had refused to tell anyone. But I still knew what it was about. To me, every piece of music had a story behind it, a meaning. This one was no exception. It was a piece of music written about the future that I had hoped to have, dreams of what was to come. The future full of proud teachers, parents, the future where girls would remain a mystery. The future that never happened. I played it, but now the cheery music sounded false to my ears. I stopped halfway through, slamming my fingers on the wrong chord purposefully and pushing the pile of papers onto the floor. I dug through them until I found a few blank sheets and pulled them out and placed them on the piano, leaving the rest scattered across the floor. I went back to the desk and grabbed a well-bitten pencil. Then, I played the melody that I had played so many times in the last 2 hours, scribbling every few notes down eagerly. It took me just over an hour to finish writing all of the notes on, and then I sighed, slamming the lid to the piano shut. I took up the pencil one more time and wrote a heading, Bella's Lullaby. It was beautiful, just like her. I threw the sheet back over the piano and went back downstairs, going into my room and sprawling across my bed. What was happening to me? 4 years and loads of girls had gone by, but only now that I had gotten to know Bella had I even considered playing piano. I was confused and, for a second, the confusion I felt made me angry toward Bella. That was when I heard her call my name from outside the room. I didn't reply, just let her keep calling. But then, a few minutes later, I heard the unmistakable sound of the floor in my den creaking, and I leapt off of my bed in shock. I ran up the stairs, 2 at a time, and along the landing. The door was open. I looked inside to see Bella staring at the papers that littered the floor. Why hadn't I picked them up, the sheet between her fingers, as though she was about to rip the sheet off? Then she would find the song I had written for her. "What are you doing?" I demanded sharply. She spun, shocked, dropping the sheet as she did so. She looked scared. "I was, well, looking for you and—" "Get out," I spat. She stared at me for the tiniest of seconds and then walked out, down the stairs. I slammed the door shut once again and went down too. For a moment, I felt unbearably guilty. How could she be so scared? And of me. But then I reminded myself that she had walked into a room that strictly said, "Keep out." I wasn't being too harsh, was I? Bella Pa. That evening was terrible. Edward refused to even look at me ever since he had caught me in his den. I sat reading Wuthering Heights on his couch after dinner, too scared to be downstairs with him while he still had that menacing expression on his face. I was still alone in his bedroom when I had finished reading it. It was almost midnight and Alice hadn't come home. I sighed and dumped the book on the floor, resting my chin on my bent knees. However Edward had felt about me before, all traces of it had gone now. I decided to just go to bed and hope that he'd had forgiven me in the morning. Suddenly, my phone buzzed with a text message. I frowned and flicked it open. I groaned out loud when I saw that it was from Mike. "Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow at my party MX," it read. Great. That damn party. I had forgotten all about it. I threw my phone down on top of my book, deciding not to bother texting back. He could stick his party in a place where the sun don't. No, that was mean. I was just sleep deprived, that was all. Too scared to go down and tell Edward that I was going to bed, I picked my phone back up and texted him saying, "Sleeping now B." That way, if he had any problems with me sleeping in his room then he could tell me. I waited for a few minutes before realizing that he wasn't going to reply. I sighed and changed into my pajamas, then went to the bathroom. I felt a wave of disappointment when I got back from the bathroom, and I knew that I had been hoping that he'd be back up here by now. He wasn't. So I lay miserably on the sofa, not bothering with the bed sheets. It was quite hot tonight for Forks, but also wet, like a storm was brewing. I don't know how long I lay there waiting for him. I heard Alice come in and go straight to her room, humming to herself. I was pleased for her. That must have meant that her date went well. I heard Carlisle and Esme go to bed. I sat up now, really worried that I had offended him more than I had thought. But then a loud rumble came from outside. I squeezed my eyes shut and lay back on the couch, pulling the sheets over myself. After all, they smelt like Edward. I shut my eyes and tried to block out the thunder by thinking of Edward and inhaling his scent that clung to the sheets. I must have done quite well because I didn't hear anyone come up the stairs or even come in the room until the bed creaked, breaking me out of the almost sleeping state I had gotten myself into. I looked over through the darkness to see that Edward had come up. He was lying with his back to me, ignoring me as thoroughly as he could. My heart sank as my hopes for forgiveness were dashed. I rolled over so that my back was to him and nearly fell off the sofa. Then I pulled the sheet over my head and shivered. The change in the atmosphere was tangible and I could feel the hostility rolling off him toward me. There was no way I'd be able to sleep now. Then I felt a tear roll down my cheek and heard a little noise escape my mouth. I clamped my hand over it so that I wouldn't make any more noise, but now my body was shaking with tiny sobs, despair sinking in. It made no sense for me to be this upset because he was ignoring me. Ignorance was something I had previously prayed for from Edward. But now that I knew him, I didn't want it. I needed to hear him whisper goodnight to me across the room and force me to take his bed. I needed him to smile crookedly at me and tell me his secrets. I needed him to remember that I was afraid of thunder and wrap his arms round me and tell me that everything would be okay. And now I knew how much I needed him. I realized that Alice was right. I did like him, far, far more than I should. I liked him an awful lot. I wiped at my eyes, though it didn't help anything as they were immediately filled with more hopeless tears. I was cross with myself for crying, but I couldn't seem to be able to stop. But then, suddenly, I felt a phantom hand on my shoulder. I cringed away from it, not wanting my imagination to run away with me, but then his mouth was at my ear. "Bella, I'm sorry," he whispered, and the hand on my shoulder snaked under my body and he lifted me up. I gasped in shock as the sheets fell away and I was in his arms again. "Put me down," I whispered, shocked. I rubbed at my eyes, hoping that he hadn't guessed at the reason behind my crying jag. "Not a chance," he murmured, and then I heard the rustle of sheets and I was put down on his bed. I expected him to leave me there and go back to the couch, but he didn't. "What are you doing?" I hissed when he climbed in next to me. "Keeping you company," he replied quietly. He pulled the sheet over both of us and his arm came round me, pulling me close against his body. My head swam as I stopped breathing and my insides melted. "I'm sorry, Bella," he whispered in my ear. I overreacted. I briefly contemplated getting out of the bed and going back to the sofa. That was my stubborn, hurt side. But my soft, desperate to be near Edward's side won, and I tucked my head in the crook of his arm, which was, surprisingly, a hell of a lot more comfortable than the pillow. "It's okay," I whispered back. He pushed me over a bit so that he could get closer to the middle of the bed and rolled onto his side, draping his arm over me. A tiny moan escaped my lips, much to my embarrassment, but he just chuckled and planted a little key on my temple. My skin burned where his lips touched and I key at his neck in return. "I like you, Bella," he muttered against my ear. "I like you very much." I swear my heart jumped into my throat. "I like you too," I croaked. He pushed me onto my side and then pulled me back against him so that he was spooning me. I drew in shaky breaths as he planted a lot of little keys on the nape of my neck. What the hell was happening? I wasted no time mulling it over, instead making the most of whatever was happening, because it sure as hell was the best thing that had ever happened to me. Edward's mouth trailed along my neck expertly and butterflies swirled and danced in my stomach. His free hand stroked the small of my back and I groaned softly, leaning into his electric touch. My breath was coming in fast little gasps now and I wanted so much more. I turned my head so that I could see him. His emerald green eyes bored into mine and then he turned me round again, one hand staying on the small of my back, pulling me closer, the other cupping my chin quite fiercely. I moved one hand round his torso, cradling his back like he was mine and lay the other one on his shoulder. This time, he Ned, pulling me as close as I would go. "Bella," he whispered. His voice was strained, and he stroked my back again. Then, unexpectedly, he pulled my face next to his so that his breath was on my lips, his nose touching the tip of mine. "Can I key you?" he asked so quiet that I couldn't be sure that I heard it. I simply nodded, unable to speak, and he leant his face to the side, his soft lips connecting with mine. Electricity flowed between us at every touching point and the electricity was delicious. I longed for more of it and pushed myself at him, desperately, longingly. The hand I had lain on his shoulder automatically moved up to bury in his gorgeous hair, snaking through it and twirling bits of it, pushing his face against mine. His lips forced mine open and the key deepened as our breath mingled in between our mouths, his tongue reaching out hesitantly and stroking my bottom lip affectionately. Blood boiled inside of me and my tongue seemed to tangle with his of its own accord. I was beginning to need to breathe, but I held it in, never wanting to break this up. I knew right now that I could spend forever in a tight embrace with Edward, our lips attacking each other like animals. It was perfect. Eventually, I had to rip my mouth from his to drag in a shaky breath. My head span dizzily and I opened my eyes to see him watching me adoringly. My favorite crooked grin lit up his face and he was breathing almost as hard as I was. My hand was still buried in his hair, which was even more wild than usual. I was wrong, he whispered after a while. About what? I asked. You do have stamina, he told me. I giggled, the sound slightly hysterical, and then his lips were back on mine, dotting me hungrily. I shut my eyes again and melted against his body, letting my instincts tell me how to behave. I was so glad I hadn't Edmike because there was no first key, or second or third key, for that matter, in the world could beat this. I have no idea how long we spent just ing, our hands roaming over each other eagerly, but it wasn't long enough. Forever couldn't be long enough for me. Edward, I whispered his name, clinging to his body after we had argued for a few minutes about whether we should sleep yet or not. Edward won, so we were supposed to be sleeping. Sleep, Bella, he murmured, stroking my hair. Yeah, like there was a chance of that. I don't want to. I lifted myself up on one elbow so that I was above him, with the upper hand. Then, I leant down and pressed my chest against his, reclaiming his lips again. He groaned softly into my mouth and his hand came to grip the top of my thigh, making me release a breath I hadn't been aware that I was holding into his mouth. He gently slid my leg over his so that our legs were tangled with each other and I was almost straddling him. Edward, I whispered breathlessly again when he pulled his mouth from mine and started to down my jawline. He got to the place where my neck met my shoulder bone and took some of the skin there into his mouth, beeping on it gently. My eyelids fell shut of their own accord and my fingers knotted in his hair, encouraging him. It worked. His teeth scraped the skin as he pulled on it. It was starting to tingle now, painful pleasure, but I didn't move to stop him. Don't stop, I whispered, my voice sounding longing. He was magical. Eventually, he let go of my neck and recaptured my lips in one final before pushing me gently down onto the pillow. He didn't, however, untangle our legs, but he pulled me close to his torso and I rested my head on his chest. What a relief to hear that his heart was flying too. Sleep, Bella, he said again, stroking the freshly bruised part of my neck. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew that there would be a visible mark there in the morning, but I didn't care. Do I have to? I whispered, and then I yawned. I think you just answered your own question, he laughed gently, and then started humming. It was a strange, unfamiliar tune, but it was beautiful and it made me sleepy, no doubt his intent. I found my eyes slipping shut and I pulled myself closer to him. I was afraid that I'd wake up from this dream. Don't leave me, I pleaded, almost incoherently. Never, he swore. I wasn't the first to wake the next morning, as I usually did. Instead, I woke up quite late for me, in Edward's bed, next to him. I blinked before the memories came back, his lips against the nape of my neck, his hands on the small of my back, his lips crushing mine, his teeth scraping the sensitive skin at the very bottom of my neck. I looked nervously at him, to see him watching me from the corner of his eye. I flushed, but didn't look away. Then I realized that he was fully dressed, ready for school. I frowned and bit my lip. Don't do that, he whispered, his finger brushing against my swollen bottom lip. I let it go instantly, my lips tingling with the now familiar softness of the pad of his index finger. Bella, he started, his voice sounding torn. What? I asked, sitting up and shaking out my hair. About last night, he said. I'm sorry. That was totally out of line. It won't happen again. I stared at him. What? I gasped. I wasn't thinking straight, he told me. I'm sorry. I nodded, looking away so he couldn't see the tear that lingered. He regretted it. He didn't like me in that way at all. It was just a teenage guy taking his frustrations out on me. He blew out a breath I didn't know he had been holding. Just forget it happened. I don't want us to not be friends. I nodded again, though internally I was screaming. Forget it. How could I forget my first key? The simple, and true, answer was that I couldn't. Especially not when it was as sensual, amazing, incredible as that. And with Edward. And then he was gone, out of bed and downstairs. I swallowed hard to stop myself from crying. Because how could I not have expected this? Of course he didn't like me in that way. Of course those keys didn't mean the same to him as they did to me. Because he was Edward Cullen and I was Bella Swan. Our lives were spheres that did not touch and paths that did not cross. And that was the way that it was. I composed myself fairly quickly and then grabbed the skinny jeans and tight top that Alice had left on the end of the bed for me before heading to the bathroom. I changed hurriedly and pulled some of my hair up, but not all of it, and then looked at myself in the mirror. Shoot! I exclaimed at my reflection. The green top had a plunging neckline and was one-shouldered, emphasizing the big purplish-blue mark at the bottom of my neck. I ripped the top off and ran back to Edward's room in just my bra. I sifted through the clothes Alice had given me and held them up against my body. None of the things I had covered the bruise. There was only one thing for it, and it would probably get me killed by Alice. I went downstairs ready for the day in a bad mood that was escalated when Alice attacked me. Not that I hadn't expected as much. What the hell do you think you're wearing? She gasped. Sweats, I grumbled, falling into a chair at the table and pouring myself a bowl of cereal. I had shoved on a high-necked sweatshirt that covered up the bruise and, to Alice's complete horror, every curve I owned. Even the skinny jeans had been ditched in favor of tracksuit bottoms because they looked so bad with sweats. But I thought that we had got rid of the sweats. Alice said, sitting down next to me. We had, I replied, emphasizing the past term. Alice frowned at me. You look different, she noted, but I can't quite put my finger on it. I turned away from her scrutinizing stare, and poured milk on my cereal. I had noticed it in the mirror this morning as well. Despite my mood, my eyes still had a different glow about them, my face seemed flushed, but only a little, enough so that I didn't look sallow, and my lips were full, swollen. Bella, Alice whined. There's something you're not telling me. I sighed and turned back to her. I saw Edward glance at me out of the corner of my eye, obviously worried that I was going to tell Alice about our long makeout session. Well, he didn't need to worry about that, no one would ever find out. Alice, I said, I am fed up with short skirts and tight tops. I am fed up with girls bitching about me behind my back, and I am fed up with guys like Mike Stinking Newton asking me to dates and parties. I just want to fade into the background again. It's better for me that way. Alice stared at me. But, she stammered. Why? Because, I don't know, Allie. But everyone at school already has an impression of me and it's not going to change because of the clothes I wear. They'll just think that I want something, which I don't. Short skirts are you, they're not me. I turned back to my cereal before deciding that I didn't want it and pushing it at Alice. Here, I said. You have it, I'm not hungry. Alice took it, a confused look coloring her face, and then I walked out of the room, back upstairs and into Edward's room. Halfway up the stairs, I heard Alice start yelling at Edward and I sighed. It was going to be one of those days. Edward paused. The moment I woke up with her cradled in my arms, I knew that getting her had been a mistake. I had led her on completely. I didn't really regret it, no way. That had definitely been the best I'd ever had, but I was scared. I was scared of both of us. I was scared of myself for hurting her, like Alice was convinced I would, and I was scared of her because of the power she had over me. I stroked her hair that smelled appealingly like strawberries and she stirred slightly, leaning into me. I inhaled sharply and at her neck softly from behind. I'm sorry, Bella, I whispered, and then I rolled away from her and dressed quickly. A few minutes later, Alice was knocking on the door. I went over and wrenched the door open. Where's Bella? She demanded. She's still asleep. And she deserves a freaking break, okay? I hissed through clenched teeth. You steal her away all the freaking time and she never gets to just chill out. Just leave her alone for once. Alice furrowed her brow and stared at me. Fine, she sighed. What's your problem? Bella won't like you if you're this overprotective. Yeah, like you can talk, I snapped, and then I shut the door in her shocked face. I leant against the door and I could hear her lingering outside for a moment, probably debating whether to push the door open and argue with me or not, and then she sighed and stormed back into her bedroom. I went back to the bed and lay on top of the sheets, watching Bella breathe in and out, sleep peacefully. She was more beautiful than ever this morning, a smile playing about her lips even in sleep, her lips slightly parted, her hair splayed across the pillow. Flashes of the previous night ran through my head. The moans that slipped past her lips, the way she whispered my name, the way her lips moved feverishly against mine as though she was a professional, how her fingers had tangled in my hair, her quick little pants when she pulled away for breath before quickly latching her lips back on mine, unable to get enough. I couldn't escape her anymore. I couldn't deny it. I was in love with her. I loved Bella Swan. That was why I had to tell her to forget it. I couldn't hurt her. Even just looking at the mark on her shoulder, knowing that the blood would pulse painfully under her skin if I touched it, made me shudder. I didn't want to hurt her, because I loved her. Then she stirred and her beautiful brown eyes flickered open. She caught her lip in her teeth the moment she saw me, and my heart ached as I thought of what I was about to say to her. Alice and Bella sat at our table at lunch again. I ignored Bella and she ignored me. Alice was all over Jasper, but she must have spoken to him about the fight that we had gotten into this morning when she had accused me of doing something to Bella after she had stormed from the room, because he came up to me at the end of lunch break and said, "I hear you and Bella are having a domestic." It was light and teasing, but only on the surface. "So Alice has hired you as her spy now, has she?" I asked bitterly. We were outside on the bench I always went to when I needed time to myself. There was no one else around. Jasper sighed. "It's not like that. She's worried about you guys, we both are." When I didn't reply, he continued. "Bella's the one that kind of got me and Alice together, you know." "Good for you," I muttered sarcastically. "Edward, what is the matter with you?" Jasper said, exasperated. "Just tell me." "What? Tell you what?" I cried, leaping to my feet. "That I'm in love with her. That I don't want to hurt her but I already have so much. That I hate myself for hurting her. That I don't regret dotting her last night but I regret telling her to forget it. That I can't live without her. That I need to be with her. That I'm in far too deep to back out now. Because that's what it is, Jazz," I spat. "That girl has me wrapped around her little finger and she isn't even aware of it. I am in love with her and I can't do anything about it." I sat back down, letting my head fall into my hands. Jasper was silent. I looked back up. "You cannot breathe a word of this to Alice, though," I said. "If she finds out, you are dead meat." "I mean it." Jasper nodded. "I won't tell her." Then he blew out a long breath. "What are you gonna do?" I shook my head. "I don't know. I can't hurt her. Ever. And I know I will. So I don't want to get with her or anything, but I can't bear the thought of her with anyone else." "Edward," Jasper sighed, "you need to believe in yourself. If she means that much to you, then you won't hurt her." "But I will, I Ned softly. "Unintentionally, but she'll still hurt, because of me." Jasper slapped me on the back. "Pull yourself together," he joked. "She's just another girl." His words were true enough, but we both knew that Bella was so much more than just another girl. And that I was beyond being fixable now. Bella paused. I stared at the blank page in front of me, unable to think of anything to write. I looked at the daily diary I had tried to keep, but it was almost completely blank and practically as unhelpful as Edward, who had an earphone in inconspicuously and was tapping the table with his finger. The tapping was so quiet that I was the only person able to hear it, and, boy, was it annoying. But I was following his lead and ignoring him as he had ignored me all day. That was more annoying than the tapping. "Bella and Edward," Mr. Marshall called over the buzz of quiet voices. "Can you come here please?" I looked at Edward, who apparently hadn't heard. I hesitated and then tapped his shoulder, probably too hard. He looked up and I nodded toward the front. "Yes?" he asked Mr. Marshall warily when we got to his desk. "Our negotiation," he prompted. I bit on my lip. Edward and I hadn't discussed our plan yet. But Edward shook his head. "I don't want it," he said. "What?" Mr. Marshall raised one eyebrow, but looked like he was hiding a smile. He turned to me. "Miss Swan." "Yes," I said slowly. "Do you want to negotiate?" I looked at Edward to see him looking back at me with burning intensity. It was the same look in his eyes as he had had the night before when he at me. His eyes smoldered and my insides melted. But he had as good as said this morning that he regretted last night, so why didn't he want to negotiate anymore? I was, confused worked as well as anything. I stuttered, my mouth dry. I swallowed and looked away from Edward, scared of his too intense eyes. "No," I whispered. Well, that's okay, then, Mr. Marshall said cheerily, not noticing my strange behavior. Or, at least, pretending not to. You can go sit back down then. Back in my seat, I stared at the blank sheet again. 10 pages I was supposed to write. And a third of this project had already passed. I squeezed my eyes shut and rubbed my temples. When I opened them again, I was surprised to see a note on top of my blank page. You stuck too, EX. I looked at him, suspiciously, but he was looking away again. I wrote back, no, just thinking B. No X, EX. I stared at him in disbelief, though he still wasn't looking at me. Surely he was aware that, to me, a key in the note now would have a wholly other meaning. No B, I scribbled, passing the note back. Shame E. Finally, I gave in, curiosity getting the better of me. Why didn't you want the negotiation? I asked quietly, but still aloud. He looked at me, seeming slightly startled. Did you? I hesitated and then frowned. You didn't answer my question. You didn't answer mine, he retaliated. No, I didn't, I said. Well, then, why does it matter? I just wondered, I muttered. Edward turned away again. We didn't speak again for the rest of the lesson. I didn't write a single word in the whole hour, unless you counted the words in the notes. We walked to his car and then waited inside for Alice, all in silence. Alice eventually came to the door, Jasper at her side. She opened the door and stuck her head in. I'm going back to Jasper's, she told us. I'll see you guys at Mike's party, yeah. Sure, I mumbled, already unhappy about what was sure to be a silent ride home with Edward. Yeah, Edward muttered. Alice frowned. Smile guys. Party, right. I scowled at her. You better turn up in that red dress, Bella, or you're in trouble, she threatened seriously. Then she grinned and waved. Bye. Edward started the engine and drove in the direction of his house. I didn't like the quiet drive home. Then I remembered my promise that we could stay at my house tomorrow. Damn, what the hell were we going to do without Alice as an icebreaker? My mind answered almost instantly with flashbacks of his lips against mine. I forced the thought quickly from my head and unconsciously raised my hand to the bottom of my throat under my sweats to stroke my bruise. I frowned when I realized that it would never be hidden by the dress I had to wear. Great. Another problem to add to my list. Why had I agreed to go to this stupid party? I was frustrated, angry and miserable all at the same time. Edward had been no better when we had gotten home from school, shutting himself in his bedroom and leaving me downstairs with Esme. His mood swings were really giving me whiplash. I groaned, throwing the red satin down on the sofa I was sat on now. An hour before we'd have to leave, I had tentatively come upstairs to change and get ready, and Edward had taken his clothes to the bathroom without a word. Now, with just 20 minutes before we had to go, I was sat on Edward's sofa, clothes strewn around me, in just my underwear. I had tried on the red dress but the halter neck strap hadn't even come close to covering the mark. I lay down, and started to cry. Again. God, why was I being so pathetic? Suddenly, there was a quiet knock on the door and then Edward came in. He started when he saw me, almost BPD on his sofa crying. He said awkwardly. Well, at least he was speaking to me now. Are you ready? Sure, I'm going in my underwear, I snapped, too frustrated to be embarrassed. Then I sighed and said, I'm not coming. Edward frowned. Why not? Because I'm not, I said stubbornly. He came over hesitantly and sat beside me, looking at the clothes thrown over the back of the sofa. He picked up the red dress. Is this what Alice wants you to wear? He asked, holding it up. Yes, I mumbled. Why aren't you wearing it? I snatched it off him and threw it back over the sofa. Because I'm not, okay. He took it back stubbornly with one hand and he used the other to pull me up. Then, he shoved the dress over my head and pulled it down. I fought against him, but only feebly. I wasn't going, so it didn't make any difference whether he forced the dress on me or not. Said Edward when it was on. Doesn't make much difference. I glared at him and stood up. Shut up. Edward, I'm not going, okay. Well, I'm not going without you, he told me. Fine, I said. Edward pursed his lips staring at my shoulder. I shuffled self-consciously under his scrutiny. Wait here, he ordered and then slipped out of the room. I sighed and flopped back down on the sofa. He was back in a few minutes with a pot of Alice's foundation. What are you doing? I demanded. Cinders, he said, you shall go to the ball. My brow furrowed as I watched him unscrew the lid of the makeup. Thanks, but no thanks. Edward smiled slightly, and then he got a bit of foundation on his index finger. He told me not to move with his eyes and I froze still. Then, gently so as not to hurt me, he rubbed the foundation on my shoulder, over the blue mark. I winced as he pressed down a bit too hard. Sorry, he whispered, stroking more foundation on carefully. I knew that he didn't just mean sorry for hurting me that one time, I could tell by the pain laced in his tone. I watched his face as he concentrated, wondering why I hadn't thought of this 45 minutes ago. All done, he announced after a while. I peered down, but I couldn't see. Edward passed me a mirror he had brought in from Alice's room and I inspected myself in the mirror. The mark was barely noticeable now and I couldn't help the smile that lit up my face. Thanks, I said quietly. Edward smiled a bit, but guiltily. It's the least I can do. It was my fault, he trailed off. There was a long silence and then I said, you ignored me today. My voice was very quiet and a bit hurt. Edward's expression fell. You ignored me, too, he whispered. I looked away from his eyes, unfortunately at his mouth. I didn't want to, I admitted in a small voice. I thought that you didn't want me to talk to you. Bella, Edward sighed, I always want you to talk to me. I realized that we were leaning close towards each other, almost as close as last night. My heart raced and I leaned back before I could initiate a much unwanted key. I looked away again, at the door. Are you coming now? Edward asked quietly. I don't want to go without you. If he was going I wanted to go. I wanted to be where he was, all the time. Even if it wasn't right, I wanted to be where he was. Because, when I was with him, I was whole. It was as though there was a hole in my chest I wasn't aware of until he sealed it back up with his presence. I knew it was dangerous for me to form such an attachment, as the project would end in 2 weeks, but I couldn't seem to help it. I needed Edward like I needed air to breathe now. Being with him was no longer a choice, it was a necessity. If you are, I whispered. And as long as you protect me from Mike. Edward laughed. I'll take care of you, Bella, he said. I promise. I smiled at him, and he smiled back. I could have sworn that, in that moment, his beautiful green eyes sparkled. Edward paused. Holy crow. Even now, as I parked round the back of the club where Mike's party was in Port Angeles, I still couldn't get the image of Bella in her underwear out of my mind. Even the body-hugging dress she was wearing, that really didn't leave much to the imagination at all, didn't come close to how beautiful she was underneath it. Bella bit her lip and stared out of the window, in the passenger seat, not looking away from outside, even when I turned off the engine. Neither of us moved for a second, though her cheeks started to glow red when she could feel my gaze on her. Then I leant across and brushed a strand of hair from her face. She started and looked at me. Bella, I sighed, rolling my eyes, will you please stop biting your lip? You'll hurt yourself. She blushed but smiled. Sorry, Dad, she teased. I frowned then, looking her up and down. You shouldn't have worn that dress. Why not? Bella asked. It's far too indecent, I murmured. It's much better than just coming in my underwear, she disagreed. Come on then, I said, getting out of the car. I went round to Bella's side and opened her door for her. Why, thank you, kind sir, Bella said, giggling. I could hear the nerves behind the sound and I saw her hand lift to stroke her neck. You can't see it, Bella, I told her in a whisper, guilt bubbling inside me. Why had I hurt her like that? Bella smiled slightly at me, embarrassed, maybe she was having the same flashbacks as I was. When we got inside the club, loud music was playing and the place was filled with people. We were obviously, fashionably, late. Bella, Mike yelled, coming over to us in a pair of black denim jeans and a simple white button-up shirt. You look fantastic, he told her appreciatively, ignoring me completely. Thanks, she mumbled. You look good too. You wanna dance? He asked her, smiling hopefully. Maybe later, she refused in a kind manner. I only just got here. Cool, Mike said, still smiling, probably already looking forward to, later. Though, if I had any say in things, Bella wouldn't dance with Mike tonight or any night for the rest of her life. The fruit punch is really nice. I had a feeling that he was talking just to fill the awkward silence that settled between us. Bella nodded. I didn't react. Mike wrung his hands together awkwardly, smiled one last time at Bella, and then, thank God, wandered off to socialize with someone more sociable. I can't believe you went on a date with that moron, I muttered. Bella chuckled. Neither can I. So you're not going to dance with him? I fought hard to keep my tone indifferent. Bella shrugged. Depends who else is available. Then she grinned at me to show that she was teasing. I laughed once and then pulled her over to the drinks table where I located the fruit punch and, very deliberately, pushed it to the back of the table before pouring us both a glass of Coke. Bella raised an eyebrow at me. What about the fruit punch? I mirrored her expression. You think I'm taking Newton's advice? Bella shrugged and took the glass of Coke that I offered her. Suddenly someone tapped my shoulder. I turned to see Alice. Hi. She beamed. Hi, I said, as she took my Coke off me and drank it herself. Jasper, who was standing beside her, laughed. Alice quickly scrutinized Bella. You're wearing the dress, she exclaimed, exultant. Then she frowned. Why aren't you wearing any makeup? Bella glanced at me and I knew what she was thinking. She was wearing makeup. Just, not on her face. Because I didn't want to, she replied after a second. Alice glared at her. All that time spent on makeup lessons, wasted. She wailed, pretending to be truly upset. Bella laughed slightly under her breath and then Alice towed her off to the toilets. Why did girls herd to the bathroom like sheep? Sheesh. Made up with the love of your life then? Jasper asked when they had gone. SSH. I hissed, looking around to make sure that no one was listening. Whoa. Chill out, Edward, he said. If anyone heard they'd think it was a joke if you didn't react like that. I glared at him. It's not a very funny joke, I said, but, yes, we've made up. Good. It feels unnatural when you don't talk. Jasper poured more Coke in his empty glass. I decided to change the subject. You know there's caffeine in Coke. Yes, Jasper replied slowly, looking at me as though my head was floating above my shoulders. Having to resort to drugs when you spend a lot of time with Alice is only natural, I suppose, I said. I sounded like a hysterical, high psychiatrist. You should have seen her when she was a kid. I swear that girl produces as much energy as cows do methane. Right, Jasper said in the same slow tone. Then he slapped my back. You sure do have it bad, mate. I furrowed my brow, pretending to be confused. What? Jasper grinned and gestured in the direction the girls had gone. You're intoxicated by her very presence. Nothing Jasper had said had ever been truer. Bella paused. The party was about as good as I had expected. It was slow and I spent most of it chatting with Alice, Jasper and Edward at the side of the room. Eventually Alice decided to drag Jasper to join the dancers on the floor. She tried to get me to go too, but I had passed for the moment. Now was not the time to go into the injuries that dancing had often led to in the past. No, not often, always. I stayed at the side of the room with Edward, drinking too much Coke. I could feel my body buzzing hyperactively and I was full of energy. It didn't mean that I wanted to dance. Just use all of my strength to pin Edward to the wall and make out with him. I slid my glass onto a nearby table so that I wouldn't be tempted to drink any more caffeine-saturated liquid to pass the time. I knew that I should have moved a few feet away from Edward as well, in the vain hope that the overpowering urge to make out with him would go if I put more distance between us, but I couldn't bring myself to move even a millimeter away. Are you okay? Edward asked as the music turned slow. I nodded warily, watching as the more energetic dancers left the floor to get refreshments and a few more couples stood up to dance in the middle. I felt Edward's gaze on me for a long time. Then he put his glass next to mine and took my hand. I tried, and failed, to ignore the way my lips longed to feel his back against mine. If I asked you, he whispered in my ear, would you dance with me? I looked up at him in surprise. No, I whispered back. Why not? I can't dance, I replied honestly. You know I could always make you, he said, a smile on his lips. I'm not scared of you, I told him. Besides, I'd stamp on your feet and your toes would turn black and fall off. I don't mind. There was no hint of sarcasm in his tone. I couldn't believe that I was having this conversation with Edward Cullen. I pulled my hand out of his. Don't be silly, I muttered. Don't you like having 10 toes? He chuckled and seized my hand again. Then he pulled me toward the center of the room, his iron strength too much for me to fight. Don't worry, Bella, he said softly. It's all in the letting. What? I gasped, my throat tight. He smiled fondly at my panicked expression. Smile, he reminded me as the song came to a close, ready for the next slow one to begin. I tried, but it probably looked like I was baring my teeth, growling at him, rather than smiling. Edward put his hand on my waist and placed one of mine on his shoulder. He took my spare hand in his own and I could feel people watching already. I gulped. This was going to be a disaster. If you enjoyed this alternate journey, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the alternate path for more incredible what-if stories.